Așteptat cu mare nerăbdare de toți iubitorii pokerului. Suntem în ziua a doua a main eventului la masa televizată. Se vor schimba jucătorii. Deocamdată hai să facem cunoștință cu cei pe care îi vedem acum. La prima poziție Tudor Purice, Patrick Bueno, poziția a doua, Andrei Țăranu, poziția a treia, Tiberiu Târcă, poziția a patra, mai departe Alexandru Fărcășan.
Cum te cheamă? 5 pas.
Stacked table with mostly local players. But there's one odd player in seat number 2. If you're an avid poker follower, if you're a poker fan, you might recognize him. You might recognize that name. You might recognize that face. That is Patrick Bueno. 1.3 million in cashes. He played and cashed the 50k horse at the WSOP one year. Finished runner-up in the Master Classics of Poker in 2005. So this is a gentleman with a long history of poker. Mostly local Romanian players, like I said. But we have one player from Poland, Robert, in the 6th seat. Starting stack, 30,000. It's day 1B now. Action has been on the way for some time. Yesterday, day 1A attracted a field of over 120 players. And after 11 levels of play, just 32 remained. Welcome, happy that you're following along with the Unibet Open in Romania's capital of Bucharest. My name is Frank Op de Woerd, your poker commentator for this event. I've been covering poker for 15 years now, but I'm still in the commentary booth. Not the greatest player alive, and that's an understatement, but I'm here to talk you through it. Nines versus ace-9. It's Iancu making it 800 with pocket nines. Already lost half a stack. And it's Tudor who's calling with ace-9 suited in the hijack. Uh-oh, this could spell trouble. It's top pair and top kicker for Tudor. Top set for Iancu. And I imagine some chips are going to the middle here. There's a bet there, 1100. Tudor does have the backdoor flush draw. Iancu, the shorter stack, the better hand, 97% chance to be victorious. 10 of diamonds, ooh, interesting card. Flush draw now for Tudor on top of his pair and ace kicker. It's gonna be another bet by Iancu, I imagine. Yeah, that's some chips going to the middle. 2200 with just under 11k behind. Tudor can just call. That's the call right there. Obviously not thinking about folding. He's pretty happy with his hand, but he is in trouble. It's the Jack of Hearts on the river, not a diamond. Iancu with the best hand. 8.9 in the middle, 10.7 behind. It's gonna be another bet. He's playing bet. Tudor saving himself some chips if he can get away here. Turn and river saved him some money, I imagine. The turn did give him the flush draw, but let's see what he's gonna do here. Is he a believer? Yeah, he folds. Loses to every overpair. Any 10, any jack, even king, queen got there. Not beating a whole lot. Folds, good fold on the river. And Iancu gets some much needed chips. Janko only has one cash on his hand mob from 2013. So not too avid a poker player. But he did well here. Nice hand. Like we said, we'll be here till the end of the day, 11 hours of play. We're cutting away the breaks, so no reason to switch off at all. It's the second time the Unibet Open visits Romania. The last time was 2016. Patrick Bueno. We're playing 150, 300. With King Queen off. Opens to, I think that was 800. 800 from the hijack. Robert, 7-6 off in the big blind. Might want to see a flop. Yep, there it is. Those yellow chips are worth 1,000, so he's getting some change. 2K in the middle. And it's 6, 4, 5. All spades. Top pair. Flush draw. And an open-ended for Robert. Bueno has the king high flush draw. Ooh, he checks behind. Interesting. Ooh, 7 of diamonds on the turn. Robert now with the 2 pair. Obviously, he lost his straight draw, really. Any 8 or 3 would just make it a chop. It's time for a bet. Small bet. He bets 600 into 2K. Patrick. Quick call. Ooh, okay. 8 on the river. It's a straight on the board. Unless someone has a 9 or a 9-10 or 2 spades. This will obviously end up in a chop. We can see that. Let's see what Mr. Dimek is going to do. All the way from Poland. Last cash is in 2017. Small tournament in Manchester. 25-pound buy-in tournament. So this is not a high roller. What's he gonna do? Looks like he wants to bet it. Big bet. Big bet. Ooh, and the quick call. The call for the chop. Chop it up. Overbet. 3,500 into a 3,200 pot. Bueno. Easy decision. It looked like for him. Quick call. And they're chopping this one. You know what they say. Supposedly everyone likes a chop pot. They're chopping it up 50-50. Not entirely sure what the issue were. Patrick Bueno, sole Frenchman at the table in seat number 2, playing against the only Polish player, but they chopped that one. It's been a while since the Unibet Open was held. Last time was in Malta last year. Now back in Romania's capital. Ooh, interesting. Iancu with pocket kings. Bueno has the ace-jack. It was a race to 800 and the call. Couple quick folds. 4-3 suited for Eugene Constantine, regular player. Top set for Janku. Nobody has a flush draw. Not a heart in anyone's hands. Janku is going to bet it. Patrick really doesn't have much. And he folds, same for Eugen. Quick fold, top set, but not very profitable. Shows it.
Just kings.
Just kings, just top set. Easy game. Nice little pot. Probably would have hoped for a little bit more. Nobody really had anything. Nine 4 off, obviously into the muck. 7 deuce. Ooh. I think we're seeing the first walk of the day. Walk in the big blind. Winning with kings. Another. The next hand over. A walk. Not bad. Like we said, yesterday, day 1A got 120 players. 32 remain, and it's a local Romanian player, Iluin Gaman, who finished the day with 211,000, 106 big blinds. He's the chip leader. Joined by Dutchman Koen Roos, who also bagged 211,000. Couple of folds. Then Alexandru in the hijack with King 4 suited opens to 800. Really is the standard, it seems. Everyone opening to 800 for now. Does Tudor want to defend with 9-3 suited? Yes, he does. Two diamonds on the flop. Alexandru with the flush draw. Tudor checks, and I imagine he's going to check fold. There's the continuation bet. And the fold. Easy game for Alexandru, who's up to 34,000.
Oare e comentat pe masă cineva? E comentat pe masă de cineva?
Deocamdată nu cred. Sau poate fi de la ei.
It's a 4-day tournament. There's really 3 starting days. Day 1A, Day 1B, and tonight's 1C Turbo. Day 2 on Saturday. And Day 3 on Sunday, the final. Already over 250,000 euros in the prize pool. Obviously, the what's up for grabs for the winner isn't out just yet. Once registration closes, you can read all about it on Unibet Open website, and Poker News is doing live reporting, so you can check it there as well. And of course, we'll be streaming throughout. So you can expect poker action all weekend long. Tudor now with ace queen off from the small blind. I think he squeezed to 4.7. And then Patrick in the big blind with ace jack off, cold calls. Interesting. Personally, not a massive fan of that idea. Oh, no. He folds. Apologies. He did fold. Good fold. For a second there, I thought he had already called, but he opted to lay it down. Wise decision. Easy for us to say. Andrei has the other ace-jack and folds as well. This might work. Eugene gets away from his pesky fours. Janku then with 6-3 suited. As we can see, he's not in too bad a shape. He lays it down and Tudor wins it with the squeeze. Great hand, but I don't think he's too unhappy with everyone folding. Couple quick folds, trashy hands. But this won't be a fold, I imagine. Pocket sevens for the Polish player. And right behind him, it's Eugene finding king, queen. Eugene, 3 bets to 3.3k from the hijack. A couple Broadway hands are folding, I imagine. Yeah. Back to Robert. Little on the starting stack. Lays it down, folds the sevens. The power of the 3-bet.
La nivelul nou încolo merge și o aghiază.
11 se joacă.
11, da. Nu, 11 grupul ăla. Și ieri s-au jucat tot 11, da.
We're getting a feel for the players. The more hands we see, the better we can judge what their playing style is. Alexandru folds the ace-6 suited under the gun. Tudor now. Oh, Alexandru is opening to 800 with ace-6 suited. Tudor just calls with pocket jacks. Patrick Bueno on the button calls with jack 8 suited, jack 8 of clubs. Tiberio folds the ace deuce. Queen 7-6 all spades. It's a pair of sixes for Alexandru. It's not really much of anything for Patrick. Tudor with the pair of jacks and the flush draw. Let's check to Patrick, who checks behind, check through. King on the turn. Alexandru, his pair of sixes. The king on the turn, not what he was looking for. Again, 3 checks. 9 of clubs on the river, that seals it for Tudor. Nobody is even gonna try. Patrick thought it wasn't worth the effort to try a little bluff. All checks, and it's Tudor taking it down. 2 overcards to his jacks, but the jacks were good enough, and he takes it down.
Good check from you? I don't know. Okay. Depends on the sizing, always. You go all in, I fold. Yeah, maybe.
What could have been, what would have happened. Bueno asked his neighbor, what would you have done had I bet? Depends on the sizing, said Tudor. Queen jack off now in the highest jack. Already doubled his starting stack. So he's doing well so far. Patrick back for round 2. Calls with 9-8 off. Then 8 of hearts. It looks so beautiful, but he folds it from the small blind. And I imagine Alexandru in the big blind isn't laying down 9s just like that. He's calling, not squeezing. Ooh, that's just about the perfect flop for Tudor. Flops Broadway. Unfortunately for him, both of his opponents don't really have much. It's a continuation bet for 600 and 2 quick folds. Flopped the nuts. I think he showed. Flopped straight. But he's only winning a small pot. Nope. Tudor, also an avid player, over 330,000 in cashes. 40th on the Romanian all-time money list. Recently cashed in Malta. back to playing a little. Had a break, obviously, during Corona, during the pandemic. Before that, he played a lot. First cashes from 2011 EPT side event in Prague, where he finished runner-up. First cash, runner-up finished 12,500 euros. Andrei has mostly been folding, but waking up with Jack-3 suited in the cutoff. That's enough for a race. Makes it 800. On the button, his neighbor, Tiberiu, calling with King-4 suited. These are speculative hands. Robert in there as well with the 6 deuce of hearts. He's going to get in trouble if there's a lot of hearts out there. None of that. Ace, 9, 8. Really, everyone misses. So it's still Tiberiu with the best hand, but it's Andrei with the continuation bet, and that might just work. Yeah, 2 quick folds. Andrei takes it down. The aggression works. And kind of plays itself after the initial race. Two-door, chip leader at the table, 61,000. And it's Janku, the shorter stack with almost 21k. But really, everyone has a lot of big blinds. Still early on the day. A lot of room to play. Everyone has a lot of big blinds still left. It's anyone's game. Andrei raises to 800 with ace-8 suited. So far, nobody really seems interested. Everyone folds, takes it down. $150, $300 are the blinds. Everyone starting stack worth 100 big blinds. Cut off now, Alexandru raising it up to 800 with the 10-8 off. Couple quick folds behind him, but Janku wakes up with ace jack off in the big blind. He's calling. Alexandru hits a 10. Janku has the gut shot and the overcard. $1,100 continuation bet. And the quick call, Janku, a non-believer. Blank on the turn, 4 of spades. Another check by Janku. Alexandru still with second pair, no kicker. Is he gonna bet it again? No, checks behind. 3 of spades on the river. That doesn't change the thing. Is Janko gonna take a stab? Nope, he checks. Probably thinks he has decent enough showdown value. But he's losing to the 10-8. It went check on the river. And you see everyone at the tables looking, okay, okay. 10-8 off from the hijack, from the cutoff. Good enough to race. When the cards are in play, it's only English allowed, but obviously when the dealers are still shuffling the cards, they're speaking Romanian. Unibet Open, back for the second time in an absolutely beautiful hotel. The Marriott, very fancy. Last night there were welcome drinks, everyone was enjoying themselves. You can check out unibetopen.com for the photos. And you can see for yourself what a good time these people are having here. So maybe try and qualify or buy in for a next Unibet live event. It's not just the Unibet Open that they're organizing. We also have several other live poker events. It's a limp from the small blind with the 10-5 off. Two-door, big blind has the 7-4. Raises it up. And Janku folds. Two-door, once again showing that the aggression is working. Doesn't just check and see a cheap flop. He raises it up and takes it down. Queen jack off, fold from early position, folds around. It's not Robert that's raising, it's Eugene in the cutoff with ace-10 off, raising it up to 700. Janku on the button calls with 10-9 of clubs. No. I think he did call with 10-9 of clubs, and if that's the case, yeah, there he is. He just flopped the flush draw. Big blind is in there as well. Patrick has a gut shot and an overcard. Patrick checked, Eugene checked, and then Janku in position on the button, bet 1.3k. Bueno gets out of the way. Eugene still interested, it seems, with his unimproved ace-10 off. That looks like raising chips, yeah. Going for the check raise. 3,600, he makes it. Interesting play. Janku, 2 overs. Flush draw. Some backdoors. But not too big a stack. Recalls now 9.7k in the pot. He has 14k behind. He wants to see a club, and it is a club. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Let's see if Eugene is going to keep up the story. No. Checks. Backs off on the aggression. Janku. Is he going to give out a free card? Or is he going to bet? Now a little bit of table talk. He seems very confident, to be honest. He's gonna bet, yeah. 7,000 bet, big bet. That's enough. That's more than enough for Eugene to fold. The check raise bluff failed. Gives up, check folds the turn. And gets shown the flush. Usually people don't really show their cards unless someone pays. That was exactly the card he was hoping for. But Eugene didn't keep on bluffing and check folded. Still, nice pot for Janku Vrangu. Just one single cash in his poker career back in 2013, so doesn't play too often. Ace king off for Tiberiu, makes it 700. A little before, everyone was opening to 800, now it's 700. Alexandru already folded, obviously. His queen 4 suited. Tudor, though, he's interested. He wants to see a flop with pocket trace, hoping to hit a set. As we can see, he's actually the favorite. But it's hard to continue if you're not hitting. Tiberiu flops 2 overs and a gut shot. I imagine he's gonna try continuation bet. No, he checks it. Tudor now, pocket trees. Is he gonna bet it? Tudor bets 700. Tiberiu, the pre-flop aggressor. Now a passive line. Check calls on the flop. It's the perfect card for him. Exactly the card he was hoping for. Makes Broadway. Straight 10 till the ace. Checks it again. Tudor. Is he gonna continue the bluff? Is he gonna take a free card? He's drawing that. We can tell. We can see that. Just a queen of spades on the river. For the players, that doesn't change a thing. Of course, Tiberiu no longer has the nuts with the board paired. He checks it, doesn't dare to value bet, or hoping Tudor is going to do the betting for him, I imagine. Tudor might just check behind, knows that he's probably losing. Or is he going to try and attempt a big bet? That's over the size of the pot, I think. 4,700 into a pot worth a little over 3. A big, big bet. But what is he representing? Tiberio with the straight, the check mark in front of his name. Is he afraid of a full house? But what now is a full house would have checked behind on the turn. That's what's going through his head, I imagine. Two doors representing something strong. Tiberio has the straight. That's a check raise. He was thinking about check raising. Oi, 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 oi. I'm not 100% sure if I'm a fan of the check raise, because it must be for value, obviously, not as a bluff with the Broadway. But what worse hand is going to call you here? Two-door really has no other option than to lay it down, but not happy with it. Oi, 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 oi. Big, big hand and the fold. Nice hand. We've got some action here. And remember, people, they don't know each other's cards. They have to wait a couple hours for the live stream to catch up. There's obviously a delay. So he won't know that his opponent turned the straight. He turned the nuts. Blinds 100 and 300 with a 300 big blind ante. Couple of folds. Two-door with 10-6 suited in the cutoff. Raises it up to 700. By now, we know he likes to play an action player. 10-6 suited enough to warrant a raise. And his namer, Patrick, with the Jack-10 off on the button, opts to call. Wants to see a flop as well. I'd rather fold that type of hands or maybe 3-bet. Tiberio with King-9 of hearts squeezes from the big blind. 3-bets to 3.3k. Two-door folds and Patrick folds. Takes it down. Another squeeze that works. Two in a row now.
You can tell the future. Fortune teller. Choo-choo is coming.
Choo-choo big play.
Next hand. So, Polish player here, Robert Dimek, ace-10 off. We've seen him raise worse aces under the gun, so here we go. Raise it up to 700. Two-door folds the ace-7 suited. A lot of folds. Tiberio folds as well. Alexandru, Queen-7 off. Obviously got a discount and he calls. It's King-9-4 with 2 clubs. Robert has 88%, but I don't think that's can be correct. But he takes it down with the easy bet. Continuation bet works. Alexandru folds the Queen-7 off. Alexandru wins 800 in chips. a little bit open.
Am făcut trece la mare? 6, nu? 5.
Cu căștile te lasă la masă televizată, cu căști? Cu căști te lasă? Ai voie?
Dar n-ai voie telefon.
Dar care e logica? Că știu o cască, las pe wireless, da? Și conectat și poate să zică liberal.
I cannot.
E aceeași treabă.
Nu e de asta, e că interferează cu aparatele lor, cu, cum se cheamă, cu
Microfoanele.
lavalierele.
No, I will ask.
Atunci nu știu.
800.
Let's race to 800 with pocket kings under the gun. Real hand for Uji Dao. Patrick Bueno seems interested. See what he has.
Să nu zică cărțile pe live. Dar poate să zică și prin cască asta.
Pocket fives for Patrick Bueno in the hijack. And that welcomes Tiberiu in with the 6-4 of spades, it seems.
4 call, 5 call, 6 call.
This is not what Eugene was looking for when he raced under the gun. Gets 4 callers, 5 way to the flop. It's 2 jacks and 2 spades. Tiberiu actually flops a flush draw. Eugene with the best hand right now. Patrick bets. It's the hijack that betting. 2100. If you're Tiberiu, you're calling with 6-4 suited. You can't fold now, obviously, with the flush draw. No. There is the call. Eugene didn't opt a continuation bet. Passive line. Being careful. Eugene calls. So it's 3-way now to the flop. We lost 2 players. It's a 3 on the turn. Tiberiu now with a gut shot as well. 5 makes him a straight, but that same 5 will make Patrick a full house. Still, Eugene with the best hand. It's checked around. 4 on the river. Tiberiu actually makes a pair, but it's the worst pair out there. Eugene with the best hand. That 10.6k pot is his if he doesn't fold. Small bet, 2600 into the 10k pot. Patrick calls. Obviously, he thinks just a jack or another overpair beats me. Tiberiu is gonna get away from it. Kings, Eugene says. Patrick gets the bad news. 9s? Nope, it were 5s. That's the change Bueno is getting. Now, only 10.2k left. Oh, no, that's the loss for the day. So he's probably at around 20k. In the background, you can hear the blinds are going up. Officially, she had already started to shuffle, so after this hand, they'll up the blinds to 200 and 400. Now it's still 150, 300. Iancu.
1, 2, 3,
It's already folded, I imagine. The Jack 9 under the gun. I think the graphics are a little bit delayed.
the new dealer is the line will be up, maybe.
Tiberiu with
5 raise,
King Jack in the cutoff.
6 pass, 7 pass.
I don't think those graphics are right. I don't imagine he raised to 2.5k. But he did raise something. And everyone folds. It was either a misclick or a glitch with the graphics. Regardless, he takes it down. Just raise and take it.
Full 100, 200.
Titlu sau cine?
I think the players at this table are still playing the old level because they lost some time miking up all the players. I think that's why they're compensated now. Patrick, again, pocket fives for the Frenchman.
1,100. And you
That's a raise to 1100. That suggests they did move up the blinds. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Andrei behind him with pocket queens, 3 bets. To 3,100.
pass, 5 pass.
There's a couple folds. Action is gonna get back to Patrick. No, first Janku, who's cold calling from the big blind for 2,800 more with pocket eights. That might entice Patrick to call as well. Hoping for that set. Only needs to add 2k to be in the running for a pot worth almost 10k. So easy enough for him. They were hoping to flop a set, but they didn't. It's still the best hand for Andrei with the overpair. Janko and Patrick both missed. But it's still pair versus pair versus pair. Andrei,
4,000. 3 bets, start from
small continuation bet. 4,000. Andrei with the overpair, but it seems like Janko is a non-believer. And I'm welcoming to the booth Kat. Arnsby. Welcome.
Good evening, Frank. How's it going? What have I missed?
There's a couple action players.
There's a couple of
action players
That's
here.
what I like to hear.
It's interesting. Obviously now everyone really has a hand, but we've seen some interesting plays so far.
That is good to know. I mean, it's got the vibe of one of those tournaments. I mean, they're pretty deep, right? So, you know, we are a heavily recreational brand, and I, being a recreational player myself, I do know I like to splash about when the stacks are deep. So.
Janku is a non-believer, but we can tell he only has 9% chance of winning this hand. Obviously, he has some backdoor straight.
Well, I missed the pre-flop action, but yeah, it's if you're saying the game's been aggressive, it's tough to get rid of those eights there.
Janku only has 11k
Wow.
behind. Andre puts them all in. It was the bet of 4k, the raise to 9.1k. Now the shove. Janku got himself in trouble here.
It does look that way, and it's tough. I mean, that's heartbreaking, right? 46k pot, and you have 11.2k left. I mean,
And just like that, probably goes through his head like, does he play ace king like that? Does he?
I mean, for me, it makes it more likely, given his stack size, right? I think I would be putting the pressure on him a lot there. You know, if you do have ace king there, you put in 25% with 2 more cards to come. Like, we might see this in.
Oh.
He's in pain, isn't he? Oh, he's in pain. Oh, Janku, shall I go over and give him a hug? Oh, no, I can't. It's 2 hours ago.
He got himself in trouble. And now he's in agony.
Yeah, I feel his pain. I've been there more times than I can remember, and if I could remember them, I probably wouldn't admit them. The guy next to him looks stressed for him. It's like the stress is radiating out and affecting.
He folds, he lays it down.
Folds. I mean, respect to the guy. Like, you know, if you know you're done, keep your small stack and go for the comeback.
Yeah.
That may not be GTO approved, though. Right?
He was raising
But,
for information. He got the information. He acted on it. He folds.
Lordy, are we still raising for information in 2023?
Well, it seems like it.
I mean, for me, I'm not sure I know what to do with the information, so it might just be a waste of money anyway. So I think we've got some stream free rolls coming up fairly soon, haven't we, Frank? We've gone a bit rogue, haven't we?
A free roll. Can I play?
No, Frank, you can't play. You have to work. You need
All
to
right.
stay locked in the booth.
Is there a password, maybe?
There may be a password, yes. I think our first stream free roll is at 18:30 local time, which is Eastern European time. And I will wait for the lords of the stream to give us a graphic. But I'm organised, Frank. If they don't come up with the graphic, I've got backup. That's how I roll.
Or people can try and guess the password. It's poker related, I imagine.
I mean, that would be a fun game, wouldn't it? We could almost put like another prize on top if you can guess
See
the
who's
password
first in.
cold. Yeah. So it's great that we can hear the players. Unfortunately, my Romanian is pretty weak. I don't know about yours.
Yeah, Romanian is pretty weak. We've got a Frenchman. I don't speak French. We've got a Polish player.
Okay.
I don't speak Polish. So,
Right, so we're covering none of the languages on the table.
but they are speaking English when they're in a hand. So that's
Okay,
good.
cool. We are working in conjunction with PokerFest, so we have 2 language streams. So if any of the Unibet regulars are listening and would prefer to listen to a stream in Romanian language, you can hop over to the PokerFest site
Come
and
on.
check them out.
Really?
Well, why-
Nobody wants the Romanian stream. This is where the action is.
The Romanian people want the Romanian
Fair
stream,
enough.
you know? Maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe they're trying to improve their English.
Oh, we've got a great commentator. Great Romanian commentator, so.
We have. I'm not sure anything is as great as that hoodie, though. I mean, it's brilliant.
It was Robert raising it up from the cutoff with 6-5 suited. 2-door. For your information, that is an action player.
Right.
2-door
okay.
likes to see flops, likes to 3-bet, likes to raise. Here he is with the 9-6 off. Robert flopped the flush draw and is the initial raiser. 2-door with a gut shot. It's check on the flop. Boom! Jack of spades on the turn. Robert makes his flush.
He does indeed.
And I imagine he's gonna try and bet it now. Small bet. Quick fold. The continuation bet works for the lone Polish player.
I mean, I thought you said Judah was an action player. I was hoping for some crazy turn 2 bets.
Not
there.
that
It was-
action-y.
Oh, okay. You teased me, Frank.
He is a sensible player.
Well, Romanian players love their poker, right? It is quite a culture out here in Bucharest.
Paris, the action player that we were talking about, one of the more accomplished players here at the table. But his neighbor, the Frenchman, is the biggest earner. He's been around for quite some time. He has 1.3 million
Wow.
in cashes to his name.
Wow. I mean, I feel privileged to have him here at the Unibet Open.
He
must be-
cashed in a 50k horse tournament, then, at least 8 of the poker games.
Wow. I mean, yeah, the horse tournament is a tough tournament.
Oh,
I
it
think,
was
any
in
series,
it was
right?
in 2008. It was, in fact, the horse tournament. So he knows at least 5 games.
5 games. That's more games than me, Frank. How many games do you know?
I know. I can play 8 game. I'm terrible at all of them, but I know the rules.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
But it's been years since I played Badugi, Badaisi, but whatever they have.
Love to see those 3-bet pots. Let's get the juices flowing. Uh-oh.
Andre raced it up under the gun with 7-6 suited. Robert 3-bet with ace queen. Now Patrick with a relatively short stack.
Yeah.
Oh. He's gonna get himself in trouble. Calling with the king-queen suited in a 3-bet pot. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan, Cat.
Well, sorry, you'll have to bring me up to speed, Frank. What is the big blind?
It's still, I think, 300.
300. So, I mean, he's not that short stacked, really, is
No,
he? You
yeah,
know,
but
it's-
cold calling 3-bets with king-queen suited. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait a
I mean,
sec.
no, I would say going to the flop out of position, having called a 3. Well, he was big blind, was he? Yeah,
He was
so
big blind.
Just flat. Ugly.
Uh-oh. It's a queen for both Patrick and Robert. Andre, really not much for him in there. Top 2 pair for Robert. That's what you like to see when you're 3-betting ace-queen.
It really is.
Patrick only has 7.6k behind in a pot worth almost 10k. Yeah.
Yeah, Robert's c-betting here a lot, right? So pressure's kind of on Patrick on this one. I mean,
Relatively small continuation bet. Does Patrick think does he have fold equity? He doesn't, obviously. We know. This is what I was afraid of. He got himself into
yeah.
a lot of trouble.
You saw it coming, Frank. Let's not play poker together ever, because I don't like playing against psychic people. But, yeah, I feel for the guy. He looks like a man who smells a rat, though. I mean,
He's been around.
yeah, and it's not a huge flop bet, is it? You'd be thinking it smells like a bet that he is trying to get a queen to call or a flush draw to shove. I mean, I think I'd have probably ripped it by now. I'd be in the bar, sort of crying quietly into my beer. What
He
a
gets
guy.
away. He gets away.
C'est très bon. Oh, turns out I do speak a bit of French. Check me out. Calmly scooping the chips there with the old ace lady in the past. We move forward.
Ace lady, is that really a thing that people say?
Maybe I can start it.
Yeah.
Maybe I can kick that trend off.
Tudor is back in the seat, right on time. Cold calling king queen. He flopped the queen, but he got away from it.
I mean, I think that changes, you know, when we say you shouldn't be in those spots pre-flop. if you have that kind of discipline and consideration post flop, maybe that changes. You know, like I don't think I get away from that myself. I think I check shove. I just check shove that flop. So you
Yeah,
know.
problem is, though, he lost a lot of chips in that hand.
He did lose a chunk of
What do you
chips.
want to flop?
Yeah, true.
Ooh, Tiberio now. Ace King under the gun. Raise it up to 900. He might have increased the blinds to 200 and 400 with a 400 big blind ante. So they've been racing to 700, 800. Now it's 900. Iancu with the deuces. Set mining. Calling, hoping to flop another deuce. That invites Tudor in. Well, I imagine Patrick's gonna call with the jack 10 of hearts. Beautiful hand.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yep, there
It's
it
going to
is.
be one of those messy pots, and Ace King hates everything. I mean, are we 200 big blinds? Did he raise 4.5 big blinds and get 75 callers? He hates his life.
Oh, it's 150, 300 or 200, 400 blinds. It must be.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're raising Ace King under the gun and you're getting 4 callers. That is usually not something you want to see.
And then a flop that breaks the heart of Ace King with the 4 guys.
I mean, it's not the worst flop.
No. I don't think there's any good flop that doesn't have aces or kings on it when you've got
Fair enough.
5 random hands in there with you. Is there 4 random hands?
It's checked around. Another card that misses everyone. This is almost impressive, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how to do that kind of maths, but it must be statistically quite low that
Iancu
deuces
actually-
is still the best
Iancu
hand.
still has the best hand with the deuces, even though he can easily get counterfeited. Basically, 90% of the deck is bad for him, but still, right now, he's in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, fairly chunky. 42% of the equity. I mean,
Any jack,
it's huge,
any 10,
really,
any
isn't it?
king, any 6, any 9, any ace, any 3, any 8, everything is bad for him. But according to our graphics, he's still in the lead.
Yeah.
There were 4 checks, and then Tudor had enough of it. He has one of the worst hands, actually, and he's betting. Like I said, he's a little bit of an action player.
Yeah, he's got a good spot to do it though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, checks round twice to the button. I'm a bit wild with these spots, but I think it's okay to bet a large chunk there, isn't it?
Yeah. There's one non-believer. Nope.
Wow.
Oh. Patrick is still in there.
Yeah, these cheeky
Patrick
calls,
calls
yeah,
with the gut shot?
and 2 overs.
And 2
to be
overs.
fair, yeah. Aye. Well, at least in terms of being Patrick, in Patrick's life, it's better that was a king than a jack. So,
Yeah, but Patrick, again, losing chips here. Unless he somehow gets to the fold, which
he's never getting a fold.
I don't imagine
But, I
ever
mean,
happening.
He is probably thinking about bluff options, right? Because
Yeah.
such a massive chunk of Tudor's range was betting on that
It's check,
turn
check.
there.
He had checked already. Oi, 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 oi. Patrick shows the jack 10. Really,
It's an interesting show.
he got the showdown value and he thought, like, well, I'll check behind. Maybe he's not that actionate player, huh? I would have dared a little bet, maybe. Getting seemingly
you-
lucky on the river.
You think he considered he had enough showdown value with Jack High, really? I mean, I would have assumed he just thought,
Oh,
if this
no,
guy did
no.
have value on the turn, I'm not getting
No,
it
he-
down now, so...
No, obviously, the jack high is never good.
No.
You're losing even to queen high bluffs.
And so many of the light/bluff hands that bet the turn in Tudor's position do have a king. You know, it's...
The French player, Patrick Bueno,
finished runner-up in the Master Classical Poker in Amsterdam in 2005.
Oh, wow.
So he's been around for a long time.
And a masterclass.
Master Classics.
Master.
It's the most famous poker tournament in my country.
In
Amsterdam.
Casino Amsterdam.
Holland Casino Amsterdam.
Holland Casino,
best,
right. Fantastic.
One of the best tournaments
What's
in
the
the
buy-in?
world. It's 3,000 re-entry.
That's why I've not heard about it. You see, I'm a recreational player, Frank. I stay at the Unibet Open level, no more than 1,000. I've got kids to feed.
Fair
Actually,
enough.
that's a lie. But hello, we have the Rocket.
Poker aces. Tiberiu, the one calling from the big blind with King 5 suited. Really not much for him there. Some backdoors. But I imagine he's going to check folded here.
I would think so. Definitely not a spot for donking with much there, is it? So, and in this case, thank goodness.
It is the hijack, of course. So it's not just aces getting raised there, but I don't think this is the flop he wants to make moves on. But maybe he's going to surprise us.
I mean, it wouldn't be the worst, right? Overcard, backdoor.
No.
But as we can see with our magic TV, not the time. Not the time.
Tudor on top, almost twice the starting stack. Patrick down to 5K. Down to just a couple big blinds. It's 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante. When I started playing poker, standard raise was 3 times the big blinds, plus 1 big blind for every limper.
I remember those days, Frank.
Nowadays, it's usually a little bit smaller.
It's incredible to me how the comprehension of poker at all levels has developed so far from where it was. I mean, that used to be sort of big strategy talk, didn't it? Yeah, so 3 exit and then 1 extra blind for all your callers.
60% continuation bet works 90% of the times. That's all you needed to do. And that's basically as far as I got. Later on, we'll have some experts joining the commentaries as well.
We have got some experts floating about. The problem is we've got some decent tournaments in the series schedule, as we always do with Unibet Open. And so all the pro players are busting and re-entering tournaments.
Ace deuce versus the 10-8 of Alexandru. Alexandru, backdoor flush draw, gut shot, goes check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn. Andre still the favorite with his ace high.
Huge chunk of equity for the turn there, though, with that 10-8, isn't it? I mean,
I would try a little bluff.
For me, I'd have to be agreeing there. You know, it's now or probably never, right? I mean, you either need to hit the river or give up with that hand. So I quite like the bet there. Yep, nice little bet. Looks value-y.
It's enough. Quick fold.
Snap for the ace high fold. I love it. This is flames. I'm telling you now, Frank. Them flames, they are GTO flames.
I used to have something like that 15 years ago. That was the style back then.
When you were a young man.
Yeah. Still am, but yeah.
I was going to make a comment about your hair, but you seem to be retaining that really well. So you still do look young. It's great.
Thank you.
So we should be seeing some details popping up shortly about our stream free rolls. They are available to players from all of the markets that poker works with. So if you have been previously a Unibet poker player, you may enter the stream free roll. If you are new to Unibet Poker, we will provide you with the link to sign up. And we will provide you with the password very shortly.
What's in the prize pool?
The prize pool for our stream free roll is €250, but, and it's a big but, we will have multiple during the evening. We've got a long stream ahead of us, Frank. We're going to get very well acquainted over the next 12 hours of poker, or 10 hours at least we have today. Just so our viewers know, what we've done today is to ensure that your entertainment is not broken up We have a long delay at the start of this stream, which we will then eat into during the breaks in the day. So for those of you watching, you will have unbroken poker coverage for the next very long time. My words are all in and all in and all in, and everybody's got the same hands.
And it's going to be a chop pot.
Yep.
That just about seals it. Let's get this over with. Eugene is already grabbing his own chips.
Yeah. I find as a player, and I don't have great emotional control, I'm not going to pretend I do, but as a player I find these spots very frustrating, right? And it's good, you can lose, right? But fairly early on in a tournament, when you're in a spot where you need to be all in, and you can't just get that double up, you know, the guy can't just have ace-10 when he calls you. Or even pocket tens for a race, you know, so...
It's spoiled. There it is, the password for the free roll.
Bang, it snuck up on us. We did see it coming. So this is the first of 3 stream free rolls today. If you did not see that, the password was chips. You simply take yourself to unibet.com or unibet.enter your local region, and you will find those free rolls in the lobby under stream free roll. We will later at 19:30 also have a special Discord free roll, and that's for players who like to engage with serious GTO thinking at a recreational level. You can jump into an exclusive Discord chat with our senior poker product manager and be really close to the poker team here at Unibet. So if you would like to take that step, keep your eyes peeled. The information about Stubber's special Discord stream is coming up soon.
Tudor once again raising, early position, king jack off. Oh, Patrick.
I mean, you sounded a bit judgy there, Frank. I feel like...
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Okay, good.
Love it.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm never folding king jack off.
You're never folding king jack off, full ring under the gun +1?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, if I'm at a table of absolute beasts, then I might reconsider my life, but deep stack, splashy table.
I mean, Tudor knows what he's doing. He's comfortable post-flop as well, so good for him. Tiberiu calling. Eugene interested? Yeah.
Now, is my memory playing tricks, or we saw Tiberiu with the ace-queen not that long ago? Or was it the player next to him? I think actually it was the player next to him.
Yeah, I think it was the player next to him.
This could turn out to be an interesting pot.
Nobody has anything, really.
No. If you could see the cards, you'd probably see bet small here, but... Oh, he did anyway. Maybe he can see the cards.
The black chips worth 100. The yellow chips worth 1,000. There you go. That's a call.
Of course. That was never going anywhere in a month of Sundays.
And now for the interesting part. Let's see if Tudor is going to continue that story. Nope. Checking.
It's a tough lie to continue telling, isn't it? It's like saying, I didn't eat the chocolate cake, but there's chocolate icing all over your chin, you know?
Check, check. The third player actually would have won it. He folded on the flop. Check, check. I just have king jack high. That's not good enough. Tiberiu shows the ace queen off. Takes it down. Nice 6K pot.
I think that's why I like these small C bets on these kind of very sort of wet boards that, you know, just look a bit messy, because exactly what you say there. You know, if you've got a multi-way pot, you don't really want these raggy hands to be hanging around. Those chairs look exceptionally comfortable, don't they? The guy sort of is half reclining. I mean, I don't think I've ever looked so comfortable playing poker.
I think that's just for the feature table. Not every single chair here in the tournament is
No,
that
that's
comfy.
true. I mean, we don't have those chairs.
I mean, we're not going to pretend that the entire Unibet Open. As always, has very luxurious chairs for everyone.
No, I
But
mean,
it is a nice set here.
logistically,
Definitely.
it would just be a nightmare, wouldn't it, Frank? I mean, trying to get round a 45-table poker room with everyone having one of those chairs. Was that just an ace I saw folded, or...?
I'm not sure.
No, I might need to get my eyes tested, but it felt like it was a red ace.
Oh, the second walk of the day.
Second walk of the day.
Second walk of the day for this gentleman.
Nice. Always feels good, doesn't matter what time of the tournament.
Unless you have aces. If you have aces in the big blind, you get a walk. You're hating your life.
Wow, you've got an instinct towards doom, haven't you, Frank? There, you know, that's the worst case scenario, I think. I think I'd rather just get it all in pre and get busted than get a walk with aces. Feels like a kick in the boobs. Unibet Open Bucharest 2023. So many events. I was sitting with the live events organizer, Natalie, and we were trying to sort of count the Unibet Opens, and it was, you know, we just didn't have enough fingers between us to sort of keep track of them all. So.
Yeah, and it's already 7 years ago that the Unibet Open visited Bucharest, and I can remember it like yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
I was there, and last time we visited the Dracula's castle.
Oh, how was that? I heard it's pretty cool.
It sounds cooler than it is, to be honest. It's
Oh,
kind of like a
no.
tourist trap.
Right.
I mean,
okay.
sorry for everyone listening that had high hopes of visiting Dracula's castle. You know, there's the whole thing that Dracula didn't exist, so, you know. And then there's supposedly 2 or 3 castles that claim that they're Dracula's castle.
Right, okay.
So
well, I
it's-
mean, maybe he was a rich guy. You know, he had maybe multiple castles. I mean, if you could
Fair
live
enough.
forever and run around sucking blood, I
Yep.
mean, you probably have 3 castles, right?
Yeah,
You'd,
at least. Yeah.
have somewhere to put the bodies. I mean,
Fair enough.
I think that was was that a back-to-back walk? It looks that way.
Two walks in a row. Back in action here. Uh-oh. Pocket aces for Alexandru in early position. Obviously racing. 900 now.
Right, I'm back.
Patrick, uh-oh. Short stack. He has an
no.
ace. Oh, he's just calling. Gonna play flop. And he's in a lot of trouble.
He is, and he's on less than 20 bigs. I mean, I'm surprised at this. He may be playing at a super high level, but yeah, I'm surprised this is not just in.
Patrick, I mean, he has some backdoors, I guess, but other than that, it's pretty hopeless for him. 9% equity in hand. There's the continuation bet. Big bet. Oh, it's just 1K. Not that big a bet.
Yeah, just under half pot. I mean, that's, you know, that was always coming, I think, or a large part of the time it was coming. I mean, Patrick must be hating life now. I don't even think a shove is off the table with his stack. I mean, he's 80% of the stack in the pot. He's got the ace of
Well,
diamonds. I mean,
he
fair play
folds.
to him.
I mean, we can see that he would have been in more trouble if he had hit a 7 or an ace, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the pre-flop call there, but again, like you say, this guy is super experienced.
Yeah, but
you know.
super experienced, but not up to date on the latest strategies, I feel, to be
Well,
honest.
I mean,
which
that,
is
that
fair enough.
sounds like a fair
mean-
comment, but then neither am I. If I'm 100% honest, I don't think I'd know it if I looked at it. But equally, I mean, at the level I play, and I'm privileged to have talked to some real good players, GTO players, etc. They would probably suggest that studying GTO to its deepest level is not going to be of massive benefit to me playing sub 1K live players. So maybe there is an adjustment that he makes knowing who he's playing. Maybe he knows the guy. Maybe he's played hundreds of hands with this guy specifically, right? Who knows?
Or maybe he just doesn't really care and just wants to play a little bit of poker the way he wants, and rightfully so.
Always an option, and that is my favourite way to play.
Tiberiu with the ace-9 of clubs, raised to 900. Alexandru wakes up with tens.
Rest of the table are going to wonder what's going on here, aren't they? Under the gun, popping it up. Tens 3-betting. We're not even on the third player to act. Oh, my word.
Another big hand. Eugene with ace-king in the hijack, with a raise and a 3-bet in front of him. What are you going to do? 4-bet? Call? Fold?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be cold 4-betting this myself.
Every day of the week?
An undergun raiser like that, you have to give him credit for being reasonably strong, and surely you want this action to continue. You don't want him to just get to complete the pot there and see a cheap flop with whatever he has.
He's doing exactly that, 4-betting to 8.5k. I imagine that Tiberiu is going to get away from his ace-9 of clubs.
You'd hope so. I mean, it might be worth a thought, but yeah.
The interesting bit is, what is Alexandru going to do?
Yeah, it's an ugly one with tens, isn't it?
We can tell he's ahead.
I mean,
he doesn't know that.
He's not enough ahead to be too excited about it, is he? He wants to see a nice, tidy, low ball flop.
If you're 3-betting an under-the-gun player with pocket tens, you're not happy when someone is 4-betting.
No, absolutely not. Bit folding here feels like painful. I mean, it's not a monster 4-bet, is it?
No.
You know, it's very callable.
I think he's going to fold. Yeah,
Wow.
there it is. Lays it down. Good fold, Eugene says.
Yeah, good fold for Eugene. Yeah, I mean, fair play. These players are making interesting decisions, you know. Maybe the table's not as splashy as you thought, if tens are going in the muck pre, or...
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I think I probably have to size set mine there. It's not, you don't really have to stack for it, but it is tournament poker. It does move on fairly quickly, even with our blinds. And I don't know, in these large field tournaments, I don't find enough spots where I'm thinking about calling cold 4-bets.
Yeah, on the other hand, you know, you're out of position in a 4-bet pot with pocket tens, with already 18k in the middle. I think it's not unreasonable laydown.
So we just had a little visit from Monica, one of our Norwegian friends of Unibet. She was going to come and join you, but she said she ate too much at dinner and she needs to have a little sleep. Yeah.
Fair game.
Yeah, it's tough life being a pro poker player, having naps, 6 p.m. She'll be up in time for the turbo at 9, I would think.
It's another raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah.
This time it's Robert opening Jack-9 of diamonds and then Tudor 3-betting with ace-deuce of clubs.
I'm enjoying Tudor's play. I mean, I'm a fan of aggressive play. I think it makes for more interesting viewing.
For sure.
And even when I'm sat with these players, it makes for more interesting playing. So, quick reminder while the TD is doing some stuff there, our stream free roll is running. We did show the password on stream, but it is chips. Chips as in poker chips. And you have 10 minutes left of late registration. So, in now or in never?
I imagine we're going to get a new deck because Tudor was complaining about marked cards.
I mean, I think we you know, marked cards has a scary connotation, but sometimes it's very easy to do, you know.
It's just one guy peeling his cards the wrong way.
Exactly.
Maybe.
that.
You never know.
But yeah. But that's
But the
why-
TDs will be careful.
Oh, of course. I mean, a TD like Glenn, he's not letting that lie for one orbit. So,
6, 7, 5, 8, raise, 900.
Queen Jack of clubs. Looks so beautiful, huh?
it does look so beautiful. I think I prefer an open, but I do know there is a strong fashion for just... Oh, he did. Sorry, I thought he just called. No, he has open. That's fine. That's what we
We
like
haven't
to
seen
see.
any limping just yet.
No, that's it. I mean, I know it's much more popular than it used to be, and I have been taught some of the thinking behind it, but I'm a little bit old school. I'm opening my hands like Queen Jack suited.
Check on the flop.
Yeah.
Alexandru with the gut shot. Janku with the pair. And now the flush draw on top of it. $1,100. Small bet. And the fold. Easy enough. They're showing that an ace would have popped up on the river. I'm not sure if that's right, because I don't think the dealer is actually dealing a river. So really, there's no way of us knowing what the river would have been. But
No rabbit hunting allowed. That is definitely one way to entice the rage of Glenn, and we don't want to do that. We don't want angry tournament directors trying to climb through the window of this booth, frankly.
Oh, King 9 under the gun.
He loves his under the gun action, doesn't he?
I mean, that's creative as well. I like it.
I mean, I don't hate it. He's got over 100 bigs, keeps the pressure on.
Only problem is, Patrick is calling for 1K with 3K behind with the Jack 9 of spades. So he wants to hit, and he kind of did.
Come on, Patrick. That needs
He
to go
has the
in.
flush draw. Unfortunately for him, Eugene does have a pair, so he's never, ever folding. This is going to go in. There it is.
Flip for your life. Let's go.
Eugene, he calls, I imagine. Or is he folding? No, he's calling, yeah? Yeah, he's calling.
Of course, yeah.
Just making sure. It's the pair of kings versus the flush draw. There it is. 3 of spades on the turn. Patrick gets there.
C'est bon.
Double
I
up.
mean, this is how you win the Amsterdam Masters, right, Frank?
Oh, he was runner-up, but still.
Right.
He won a small tournament here in Romania, actually.
Good for him. Tudor creating a little bit of distance for himself there. We're still reasonably deep stacked. I say reasonably, we're still very deep stacked here at the Unibet Open.
Great structure.
Of course. It is something that the Unibet Open has taken great pride in over the years in providing a real 5-star poker experience for recreational players.
I'll tell you honestly, because before Unibet Opens would have had a higher buy-in, and then it was lowered to 1,100, and I thought that makes no sense. Who's going to travel for a tournament for 1,100? But I was wrong, and I'm admitting it. It was a great move, very smart. There's all these recreational players and some pros, and everyone is enjoying themselves. If you're a pro, it's still very enjoyable to be in a surrounding like this. Obviously, you know, they're not going to make the money they can make in other tournaments, but Unibet Open is special.
Yeah, there's a vibe here, you know, and I've worked. I haven't played, but I've worked higher buy-in tournaments. And the more serious pros, who it's their living, you know, it's their kids' food on the table, I do find the vibe comes tougher and a little bit more combative. Whereas for me, most often recreational tournaments at this level, they are serious enough poker for the players who play them, but they still retain a light holiday vibe, you know. You can feel it when you come in the room.
There's a curve there, actually, because these kind of tournaments, it's relaxed atmosphere. Then the buy-in level above is very serious, and then the buy-in levels above that, like the 100K super high rollers, that's very relaxed atmosphere. Everyone is,
Of course it is, Frank. It's very easy to be relaxed when you're not playing with your own money.
Or if you have so much money that 100K is not worth a sweat.
Yeah.
And I've covered a lot of 100K and even $1 million Euro buy-in tournaments, and there's a lot of rich people who enjoy a little bit of poker.
Wow, look at this. 3 players going to the flop with suited cards of the same suit. Ain't nobody hitting a flush here. Wow.
Patrick with the gut shot. Tiberiu with 2 pair. Eugene with 1 pair. But no diamonds.
Oh, no, all the diamonds are in players' hands.
1,600 bet with 4.
Tiberiu with the bet. Patrick folds. And
Easy money.
that does it.
I do think the cards I see bias my opinion sometimes when I'm chatting away on stream, but I kind of like to check with the King 10 there. I mean, you're not scared of much, but then I do actually see...
I would have been scared of a whole lot of cards.
Really?
Yeah.
You raise and get 2 callers.
Yeah. Any ace, any other Broadway cards. You know, King 10, obviously it's strong, but it's not...
There's not any ace, surely. It's 2 pair.
Hmm? Yeah, but then it's so easy to make a straight.
I mean, yes. Yeah, I guess there is that, but you're not going broke on the turn if the board runs out. But like I say, I think I get biased from the cards that I see. So maybe in-game, I'm sitting there with King 10 and I'm just barreling that third pot and not messing about. So good luck to all players who made it into our first of 3 stream free rolls today. That registration has now closed, but don't worry, we will have another one coming up for you shortly. I'm not going to tell you exactly when because I'm manipulative and I want you to stay watching the stream. Won't be too long before the next one though, so stay tuned. We've got late position raise, the blinds coming in.
Eugene flopping a 9, but it's Alexandru with the jack. Janko has a 9 as well.
Yeah, this could get interesting, this pot. It's a very interesting piece for Janko because he's kind of safe, but he also has back doors. Yeah, that bet might be small enough. I mean, it's a third pot bet. I think we see a call from the ace-9, right? We may see a call from the 9-4 now.
The ace-9 of Eugene is indeed calling.
I love it, I love it.
Calling as well.
Oh, it's getting fruity. I mean, 9-4 doesn't love that card, let's be honest. He doesn't know he's 0, probably, but... should have enough information to know he's not in good shape. Oh, I like this check with the Jack 10 there. Come on, you're blocking that straight. Get that bet. You might get a little bit of value. He can't be scared of too much.
Check, check, check.
Wow. Maybe I'm just greedy, but that was, to me, I felt like there should have been a sneaky little bit of value there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in this case Eugene does get away, but, you know, I think there are enough times that people are calling you with that 9, with that 7.
Queen is an ugly card, but he wins it, takes it down. It's a national holiday today in Romania.
It is. I don't know the Romanian phraseology of it, but I think if I translate it to my language, it is just Romania Day.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, gets the point across.
There was a big military parade this morning, everyone waving the Romanian flag. Very impressive.
Yeah, you said it sounds super cool, but they were all staying in the hotel. I mean, there was some... I saw the gentlemen this morning having their breakfast in full military kit. I mean, it was quite impressive, honestly. Like,
And they look
business.
like generals, right? I mean, they have a lot of medals.
So, yes, they did. They were older gentlemen, and they certainly did not look like they lacked experience, I would say. So, yeah, I found them quite intimidating, actually.
They had a lot of fighter jets, a lot of tanks, all parading through out the streets, starting at the Arc de Triomphe. Last time I visited, 2016, we took a cab from the airport to the hotel, and we went past the Arc de Triomphe. It's like, wow, that looks like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it called? Oh, it's Arc de Triomphe. Yeah, they just copied it. Fair enough. Fair
Why
game.
not?
Yeah.
I mean, why reinvent the wheel? You know, you got a landmark, did well in France, rebrand it for local.
France
I
really
like it.
can't hold on to their unique landmarks, right? The Eiffel Tower, you have one in Vegas as well.
And Blackpool. Yeah.
The world famous one
Yeah.
in Blackpool, yeah.
I mean, didn't they start shipping out?
Fair enough.
I mean, they sent the Statue of Liberty to America, didn't
Yeah.
they? I mean, it's not like anyone stole it from them. They were
No.
like, no, we don't really like her. We'll send her over there. So I think that might be our stream lady explaining to our players what will happen for them. They are about to be replaced with a new table. We will update our table players every 2 hours on this stream. Also, just for anyone who's joined us, I will explain after this Queen's hand.
Small blind race to 1K with the Jack 5. Shaw for Patrick. Quick fold from Tudor. Patrick shows the queens. I was going to say, I'm going to miss this guy.
Yeah, I thought I was maybe getting a little bit dreamy, but I was waiting to see a flat from Patrick there, thinking this is what he's been doing, you know? He's been flatting these dodgy spots, and he's been waiting for this glorious moment to get to a jack-eye flop in that spot, but...
Nope.
No, thwarted. Tudor was having none of it, was he? Get out. So I was going to explain to our viewers, for anyone who joined fairly recently, we'll let you know what we're doing here at the Unibet Open stream. We didn't want to interrupt your poker viewing today, so we started the stream, filming the stream 2 hours ahead, and we will eat up that delay over the course of play today. So for you, our esteemed viewers at home, you will have unbroken poker for the next several many hours. Yeah, we don't even know how many hours, do we, Frank? Like, we're just in the box.
Yeah.
We may never get out of here.
We know that they're playing 11 levels, right? That's what they
Yes.
did yesterday, so
They
they'll do
did.
it today.
But who knows, with the arrow of time, Frank, what can happen?
Alexandru, ace jack off, under the gun +1, raises it up to 1K. Tudor on the button, calls with king, queen off. Patrick gets away from queen 4 off. And the big blind folds his 4 deuce.
Two nice hands to the flop.
Tudor outflops his countryman. King high flop.
Probably not in a way that's going to get Alexander in too much trouble, I would think. It's not a super exciting flop for him.
Interesting that Alexandru is not continuation betting. Instead, he's check folding. So maybe it's not that actiony.
Yeah, I mean, I think the days of the kind of like super high frequency c-bet just maybe passing, you know. And
But a king high flop?
yeah, I think
I'm
I think
continuation betting.
Yeah, same. I mean, I am. You know, I should be holding more of those kings than he is in theory. Sounds like the players are having a nice time. I mean, for my entire bankroll, I couldn't tell you what the conversation is about, but they seem to be friendly, enjoying each other's company. It was a bad word.
Oh.
I wish I'd been listening. Then I'd know a Romanian swear word.
You have AI that's translating it in real time these days, right? Maybe we should try that on the next stream.
What, like in the Babel fish from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I can just like stick it in my ear and...
Yeah.
Wow.
On the other end, if they're saying bad words, maybe it's better if we don't.
But is the AI going to be as good at Romanian as it is at, like, drawing people's hands and feet? Because I could go down the wrong route very quickly, couldn't I, there, if I was learning Romanian from an AI?
Who's the most famous Romanian poker player?
Oh, come on now, don't put me on the spot like this. Should I know this? I mean, I'll be honest, Frank, I don't even know the most famous British poker player, you know? I'm a recreational grassroots girl through and through, so...
Isn't there like a two-time winner from Romania, a Unibet Open winner? Dan Murariu, right? Come on.
You seem so confident.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to say yes. Frank Opdevoort is correct in this case.
Yeah.
So Frank had the foresight to bring his laptop, guys, and we're now
Papa
looking him
Zian,
up
of
on
course.
the Hendon mob.
Papa Zian is bracelet winner. 3.8 million in cash. That's probably the most accomplished Romanian poker player. Vlatari, I know. Florian Duta, of course. Mial Niste, I know.
It's a lot of money there, isn't it?
Doesn't Daniel Negreanu have Romanian blood?
Really? I mean, I don't know.
I think so.
Maybe he does. I mean, Daniel Negreanu, I think, has won a couple of poker tournaments here and there, right? So
yeah,
maybe there is.
He speaks Romanian. Romanian.
Speaks Romanian.
Yeah. Obviously, he grew up in Canada and he moved to Vegas, but I think he was. Let me think.
Fair play. I mean,
I've seen Romanian interviews with Daniel Negreanu, so yeah.
Wow. I have learned something today. Maybe there's something in the Romanian blood then.
I was going to the parade today and I saw a big banner with Daniel Negreanu on it, and I was like, okay, interesting. Oh, isn't he some? I think he has some Romanian heritage.
Right. I mean, we're flying pretty close to both of our paychecks here, right, Frank? Chatting about the DG ambassador on a Unibet stream. But he is a legend of poker, whoever he represents. However you feel about him.
He was born in Toronto, but his parents are Romanian, and he can speak Romanian fluently. Interesting.
Fair play. I'd quite like to hear that, actually. I'd quite like to hear. You'll have to link me later to one of Negreanu's Romanian interviews.
I mean, it comes probably natural to him, but I always have massive respect for people that speak multiple languages fluently.
Is that a read? You're
Sorry?
reading me. As a British person, you statistically almost guarantee that I don't speak a second language. And
I
you,
wasn't
as
judging you.
a bilingual person, are going, yeah, people like me are better than people like you, Kat. It might be true,
It sounds
Frank,
kind of like that.
It might be
That
true,
wasn't what I
Frank.
was intending.
but you don't have to rub my face in it.
Well, I know you speak a couple words of French.
Yes, I've been learning some French. I'm determined to pick up a couple of words of Romanian before I leave. It's very hard language, though.
Yeah. And they have a different script as well. That's tough.
God,
So
I
you
didn't
can't-
even know that.
yeah.
bit. I mean,
Oh.
I already thought it was tough, and now you've just added to it. Like, junk, junk, junk. Ace-9. I'm all right with ace-9 from the small blind there. That is definitely a moment to put some more chips in my humble opinion.
Come on to think about it, I don't think they have a different script. Fair enough. Back to the action. Ace-9 in the small blind. Raise and take it. Eugene not calling with the 9-6 off.
No, I wouldn't be calling with that ever, I don't think. I mean, I have been studying. I think it came to my attention that I was probably overfolding from particularly big blind, but small blind as well, versus late position raises. So actually, with a little bit of study, my mind's a little bit blown at actually how much you should be three betting in those spots.
And how are you?
9-6 would not be it. But
How are you studying? What do you do?
I mean, I do a variety of things. My most effective way is actually time spent with better players, talking about one of my hands, you know, trying to understand a concept of where I went wrong or right, rather than that specific hand where I went wrong or right. I do read Daro Khaney's books because I find them very digestible. You know, it's easy for me to read. I'm not a GTO expert. I don't want to have to do a STEM degree before I can read.
He has a
poker.
ton of books.
He has. I mean, I
Like
can't even
4
count.
different ones?
I
5?
think
All with
it's-
Barry Carter? I think?
Yeah, all with Uncle Barry. Yeah, and they're great books for Rex because they say they're clever but they're digestible. So
Yeah.
I don't work with a solver because I don't understand it, Frank. So
And you're a recreational player, right?
yeah, I mean, I can understand some outputs and what they mean, but I'm not going to be a person running sims because you know, technically and mentally, it's too much for me at this point.
and it might take away a little bit of the fun of the game for you.
It takes
Maybe.
away a little bit of the punt. At my heart, I'm a gambler, not a poker player. So
Alexandru raised the cutoff, king, queen off. Fair enough hand. Robert on the button, a6 suited. Calling. Oh, here we go. Eugene with the aces. Squeezes to 4.5k.
I mean, this could get interesting. Okay, he's straight out with a king queen. I mean, he didn't even think it. He's twice the player I am, but I mean, I am an aggressive player, and a small blind raise there is
Showing. They're showing a lot of the cards. That's something you see on this level a lot, and not so much on the higher level, and then again a lot on the upper level.
I think it's the friendly vibe, right?
Yeah.
And
I wasn't messing around. I had the aces.
Yeah, exactly.
We have seen a lot of big hands so far.
We have seen for the short time I've been here.
Aces, kings, queens, jacks,
Yeah.
tens, nines, eights.
So heads up, Frank. In about 10 minutes, our valued poker ambassador, David Kilmartin Lappin,
Uh-oh.
will be jumping in the booth.
It's bad news for him.
It's bad news for everybody. So we apologise in advance to the stream viewers. Mr. Lappin will be joining us.
Two queens and a 7 on the flop. Two-door with the 8-5. I think this is a limp pot, yeah. Completed from the small blind. Check from the big blind. Now check, check. Another couple checks and then, yeah, ace on the turn, 8 on the river. Yeah, he's going to pay it off and he's going to get the bad news. Janku, I'm going to show the ace. Taking down that small pot, two-door.
I mean, it's mildly bad news, isn't it? I just don't think, after the way that action came out, to the river, I don't think I'm folding an 8 to that bet size
Never.
either. I mean,
Mai un minut jumate, Patrick, din timpul nostru și intrăm în pauză. Faci schimb după ce...
I think one of the most important things I did for my game was learn to accept losing pots. You know, just be like, it's just part of the game. It's not sad, it's not bad, it's, you know, it just happens. And it really improved my mental game to not, you know, lose a pot like that and be like, why? Why did I have to hit the 8? Why did that happen? Just go, okay, yeah, I made, you know, it's the right call, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Super important mental work for me. Lovely, that was a walk for Patrick. It was a good pass.
One of the players is missing.
Yeah, I mean, they were just informed by one of our team that there was one hand remaining for them. The old misdeal. Someone told me once, if you're playing and there's a misdeal, do not look at your cards, just because of the tilt impact of seeing the aces or kings.
If that tilts you, you still need to work on your mental game.
Oh, I have a lot of work to do on my mental game. Yeah, I mean, I'm a very angry human being. But how can that not tilt you? What kind of zen dude are you if
It does not tilt me one bit.
Wow.
It wasn't meant to be. These weren't really the cards. If they were, okay, it happens all the time. Dealers make mistakes. Players make mistakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm locked in a box with a Buddhist monk. To be honest, I feel quite calm sat here with you, though. You know, maybe it's just...
I am easygoing.
Yeah.
I can't get easily wind up or anything.
That sounded like a challenge, Frank.
3 more days.
Okay, yeah. We've got 12-hour days in this box together. I'm pretty sure I can make what you just said a lie.
800. Patrick Bueno with the Queen 10. Folds.
Yeah.
People getting up because they have a break. We don't have a break.
Well, more accurately, Frank, you don't have a break. Lapin is coming to take me.
Right after this hand, we're gonna move on, cut out the break, continue the game. But first, it's Andrei versus Tudor. Andrei with the best hand. Double paired board. He has the ace.
I like these messy spots where they both block straights.
Tudor doesn't really believe him.
No, he doesn't. He may be thinking about a raise here. He knows he blocks the straight. The action has been very weird.
But the way he's looking, now he can't get away with a raise, I think. The way he looks, he was in doubt between a call and a fold. And he chooses the fold. The good fold.
So this is our first table of players going on the first break of the day. So just to be clear, we will be rolling the stream straight over. So you will perceive there are no breaks in this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lie.
Ho ho. Look who we got here.
So this would be, as we can see, table 3. And we have new players. We're just waiting for those players to get mic'd up. And then we will get some sounds back on our stream.
there's at least one player I recognize.
Yes, we have Mr. Dara Okani in the 2 seats. So just a quick explanation. We do have tournament breaks for our players in the Unibet Open. That is a thing.
Of course.
Yes. However, we have to not interrupt your enjoyment of the poker on this stream. We have opted to work a ridiculously long day and be crazy people and make sure that we cut the tournament breaks out of the stream. We started with an exceptionally long delay. We're going to eat that up over today. So no break for you guys. You can watch this uninterrupted. But just to be clear, if you did play a Unibet Open, it is not a 12-hour slog where you don't have a break.
I think we still have the old photos, but it is a new table. It's a new setup. Dara Okani C2 in the colorful shirt.
He is certainly bright and breezy.
And his neighbor is a Dutchman, it seems. I haven't heard of him before. But Patrice Ramkalawan. Everybody getting mic'd up, so we can hear what they're saying. But the action continues. Not entirely sure who is in the spot. I think it's the Dutchman and his neighbor. Small blind versus big blind. King 3-4 flop. Bet and a call. Not sure what the turn is. That is a bet of 1300 and a fold, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we seem to be without our graphics. I can hear the dulcet tones of Mr. David Kilmartin Lappin, so I'm going to evacuate the booth and let everybody's second favourite Irishman come in and chat to you. I will also check with our tech team, make sure we get our stream graphics back. I think all our viewers would like to see the cards. Pleasure talking to you, folks. I will see you later today. This stream is going on with us until at least 2 o'clock EET, so we have plenty of poker ahead of us.
All right. Thank you, Cats. No graphics just yet. I'm sure they're coming. Cat will make sure of that. She'll raise hell. There we go. I think the little photo is wrong, but the graphic is right. We're playing 250, 500 with a 500 big blind ante. Patrice on the button, opening. Oh, it seemed like he was opening, but he's not involved. It's small blind, big blind action. A complete from the small blind for Florin with the ace-7 off. There we go. Baptiste seeing a free flop with the a3. And he's hitting 2 pair on the flop. Check, check. No, it's a check, a bet, and a call. And then check, check on the turn. Another 3 makes a full house for Baptiste. Small blind checks. The Frenchman in the big blind. He is going to bet, I imagine. Obviously, there's a flush draw out there. He has the full house. An easy bet. I think he's already bet 2,500. Florin has the ace, double paired board. He might be good. We can tell he isn't. There's the call, shows the tree. Florin mucks his hand. Not an unreasonable call, not unheard of, but his neighbor wasn't bluffing. Nice little full house for the French player. Welcome to the stream, my good friend, David.
Delighted to be here. Frank, huge compliments on yourself and Kat. I've been tuning in. Excellent work so far.
It's bad news that you're here.
We just had to get the shepherd's crook out for Kat. It was just it was almost like a Squid Game type situation. You know, the audience said, "Look, she's going to have to go. Can you please bring in the professionals?"
Yeah, and they couldn't find the
And we couldn't
professionals,
find one, so I'm here.
they got you. Yeah,
Well played.
I got it.
Oh, Darrow Kearney's on the stream now.
Yeah, he's still in.
He is still here. Oh, Darrow is quite the cockroach now. With a big stack, it could take them a long time to get him out the door.
Yeah, he's written all these books on basically just fold every hand, right? Something like that.
I think an alternate book cover did say something along those lines, but in reality...
Folding into the Money by Dara. So this is a new setup for us as well, David. So we really don't know anyone at the table, or we don't know anything about them, really.
Oh, we'll feel our way through proceedings here. Florin on the button here with the King 4 off. Romanian local, I presume.
You're raising King 4 off on the button?
Yeah, I think that's probably just about okay. It seems okay to let it go too, but he appears to have the bigger stack, and his open will just immediately put pressure on that big blind who's a little shallower. Looks like we do have a call here from the small blind with ace-3. Interesting. Choosing not to 3-bet this hand.
Florin flops a pair. Baptiste has a gut shot.
Yeah, and one assumes Baptiste going nowhere here. Obviously, his equity is in sort of two places right now. His ace-high could be good. He's got that gutter.
Baptiste calling from the small blind with ace-3 off. Not a big fan.
No, not a big fan. I think it works quite well as a 3-bet. If you want to go for a light 3-bet in that spot, you're going to have to make it quite big out of the small, but that will usually work against a button open, which is usually wide, and we see in this case it was pretty wide. Turn brings another 4, though, and this is trouble for Baptiste if he decides to get sticky now. Love this bet size from Florin. Really trying to milk his opponent now, put a lot of pressure on even the pocket pairs, 6s through 8s that might have decided to flat pre. They can't really go away for this bet size. Ace-3 is an interesting holding here, obviously. Still has that gutter. Good fold in the end.
Takes it down.
Looks like they got the comfy chairs. Darrow Kearney resplendent in his Bob Marley tribute patchwork shirt today. Only brings that one out for special occasions. He must have known ahead of time he was going to be on the live stream.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting shirt, I would say. Polarizing shirt.
Very
Some
polarizing.
hate it, some love it.
His shirts receive a good deal of love on the internet, it must be said. So much so that the morning of day 3 of the main, as I recall, we were instructed by the Twitterati to go buy Dara a new shirt. So we did it and we filmed it, and you can watch that if you really want. If you're really desperate for content today, if there's a sort of a lag in the live stream, head over to the Chip Race YouTube page and you can actually watch the purchase of that shirt. I think the man... pretty surprised when we said that was the shirt we wanted. Dara said, how much do you want for it? I don't think the guy even believed he would ever sell it, so had no price in mind. I think he just made it up as he went along.
I am actually interested now in what that shirt looks like. Sorry, in that video. Yeah.
I think it appears in our one and only WSOP 2023 lock-in episode. And yeah, Dara, I think he got charged maybe $15 in the end.
Oh, not too
Which
bad.
seemed a little... oh, maybe cheap or expensive, depending on your point of view.
Yeah. Andrei is not showing his cards just yet. He opened under the gun with a min raise. And Lawrence is calling from the big blind with queen 9 off. We don't know what Andrei has. Well, we know Lawrence doesn't have a whole lot.
Yeah, big range advantage here. Obviously, under the gun has a lot of ace-x, king-x, has all the range and nut advantage in this situation. Usually a small bet would be the order of the day, something in the range of quarter pot.
1200. $700 bet, yeah.
Yeah, he comes exactly quarter pot. Lovely sizing. Can basically bet this board with range. Queen of Hearts, an interesting card in Lawrence's hand, but not really enough. What really happens in these situations is it puts an awful lot of pressure on you to have a minimum defense frequency when you face a really small bet of that nature. Some queen highs might have to be in there. Certainly the queen 10 and queen jack would. Queen of Hearts, an interesting card in and of itself, but I like the fold on balance. You're going to face a big turn bet a lot of the time, and you can't really withstand the pressure.
Andrew, an American playing. I don't think there's a whole lot of Americans here in the field, but I mean, you can kind of tell who it is here on the table, right?
Yeah, American sports paraphernalia, pretty popular in Europe, but he is sticking out on this particular table for sure.
Queen 3 into the muck for Dara. Patrice folding Florin and with pocket sevens in the hijack. Kind of reminds me of Joe Beavers, this gentleman over here.
Yeah, that's a really good lookalike.
Andrei, this time he is showing his cards, and we can tell that he has 6-3 of spades. You're defending 6-3 of spades?
Yeah, fine defend. I think any sort of connectivity or suitedness defends here to a min raise.
That's another small bet and a quick fold. That's that. Easy enough for Florin.
Yeah, we see there, obviously, on the ace-high board, Florin just deciding to bet anyway. His hand could do with the protection in any case. He isn't really getting value from much, but he is able to deny some equity from overcards.
The Discord special free roll. Go to discord.gg/Unibet Poker. Starts at 7:30.
Tell me about that. How much are we throwing into that particular prize pool?
To be honest,
Thousands.
millions.
It could be millions.
Check
Just
it out.
Head over there.
I think the regular free rolls are 250 euros.
Nice.
So it's free money.
Exactly. And you can rail the stream, play a little game, wet your whistle at the same time. Zero risk. Love it.
Couple quick folds. Easy enough.
We see quite a few players in the room with that Unibet hoodie. Came in the goodie bag this time round. I think we have 100 plus qualifiers. So lots of black hoodies.
Is this going to be a walk? Or is Andre going to do something with the Jack Deuce in the small blinds?
Is Andre sponsored by Calvin Klein Poker? Is that what we're seeing here?
CK Poker, yeah. Christian checking the 9-8 of diamonds. Oh, open-ended for Christian. Andre with bottom pair.
Yeah, and likely to bet to protect this bottom pair, I would have thought. He does elect to check in this instance. Christian with just 9 high, but a lot of equity against almost all the holdings, so he's going to start building a pot now.
He's betting the pot, I think.
Yeah, now it's awkward for Andre, having checked his deuce. He has showdown. It's hard to make a pair. What does he do? I think in this instance, a raise is actually a better play than a flat, but it's very hard facing the pot size bet. There really are no good turn cards for you. In the end, he just decides to bin it. And I actually don't hate that play, to be honest. I would have liked to see a small stab on the flop, but once he checks, I think actually folding to that bet is a better play than either of the other two options.
Christian does look Scandinavian, huh?
Yes, very Viking-esque. Yeah, I feel like his ancestors, you know, pillaged my ancestors.
Probably.
Hundreds of years ago. I get that sense.
And you're still angry about it.
Well, and more importantly, I think Darrow Carney is very angry about that. So we'll see what he does in position now.
Fair enough. Raise on the button. 3 deuce off. You're raising that hand on the button?
I'm not. I'm letting that one go. The dirty diaper, as it's been coined in recent years.
The dirty diaper. WSP. What's his name again?
Oh, good question. He's made a couple of very deep runs back-to-back years, I remember. Sort of plays big boy, big ball, big bully poker.
Nicholas Rigby.
That's the one.
Nick Rigby. Yeah. Christian called from the small blind with King Jack. Dara folded his big blind. Was Christian 3-betting?
No, I think we do have a little lag there. Ace, 9, 10, 2 diamonds board. King Jack deciding to take a... Well, not deciding to take one off. Sorry, I expected the King Jack would take a card off there, but elects to fold it. 3 deuce gets it done. Dirty diaper working well for Andre.
Maybe I've just been wrongly folding that hand.
Yeah, maybe. Who knew? So I had a word with Dara at the first and second break. I think that was just before he came in to play this feature table, and he said that he got off to a very good start, actually. Immediately got up to maybe 41, 42k, and has been in a bit of a holding pattern since then. I think he said he's lost a few pots back down towards maybe starting stack. Is that roughly what we have him on?
Let's see next time he shows up. Starting stack was 30,000, yeah?
Correct.
Baptiste here. Pocket fours. Under the gun +1. Oh, Andre has the other 2 fours. So one thing is for sure, they're not going to hit a set.
Little does Christian know how much equity his hand would have. These guys purely blocking one another. Dara with the tempter there, ace-8, but I like the fold. I think we see him come in there with the ace-8 suited, ditch the ace-8 off.
Dara indeed around starting stack. Patrice, the Dutchman, coming in with 8 deuce suited. And flops a flush draw.
Nice. Well, pocket fours may fire out a continuation bet. It's not easy against a cut-off flat, but, you know, might be your best chance of winning is to just fire out once. Pretty wet texture, though. Interesting to see if Patrice finds a way to win.
Ooh. This is a good card for Patrice, actually. Any 10 or ace wins it now for him as well, I think.
Yeah, even wetter board now also. But just very hard for the pocket fours with a player behind to get sticky in this spot. I think this is going to work, Frank.
Patrice betting the 8 deuce. You love to see it. Andre. Not folding just yet.
No, well, the great thing for Andre here is he doesn't have to worry about the player behind, so is just looking at the wetness of the board. Now, he does have a heart and a diamond in his hand, which is probably a good reason to fold in that instance. If you want your opponent to have draws, you want him to have a heart or a diamond in that spot. Even the 4, you know, somewhat interacts with the big blind range. So, obviously decides to let it go in this instance. There was plenty of value hands that he was miles behind.
Oh, this is not. Day 1A got 120 runners, 32 survived the day. Julian Gaman from Romania, chip leader, together with Dutchman Koen Roos, both ended the day with 211,000, a little over 100 big blinds. So how many Unibet Opens have you been?
Oh, that's a good question. This might be number 15 or 16. Might be more, actually. We had some online ones as well.
I don't count the online ones for...
I do, because I made a final table in one of those. I think my best finish in the live ones is something like 17th or 18th.
Oy.
But I did come... Where did I come? I think I came 3rd or 4th in an online one.
Okay, they count.
They definitely count in my book. But I agree with you. If that hadn't happened, they wouldn't count in my book.
Used to be 4 Unibet Opens a year. Obviously, it's easier racking them up like that. Now just the one this year.
Nice spot for Claudio to fire a small c-bet there. He obviously had a gutter and some backdoor diamonds, an overcard to the board as well. So even when called, had some options down the streets. In this instance, gets the king high to fold straight away. You see there on the back of the dealer's chair, PokerFest, our partners for this event, the local poker operator here in Romania. We've partnered with them on all our previous Romanian stops as far as I know, unless we go way back and I don't know, but certainly since I've been around from 2016 onwards, it's been PokerFest cooperation.
You enjoy Bucharest?
I love Bucharest. Yeah, I've been here maybe 5 or 6 times, 4 or 5 of those for poker. I think this is my 4th Unibet Open here. We also had one in Sinaia. And I did play a rival site's stop here once before as well. Won't mention them. Won't mention who that was.
Fair enough.
But it's a lovely place, and if you get a chance to go into the old town, there's a really nice mixture of the old and historic with the new cool cafes, restaurant vibe. It's really fun. People are lovely. The Romanian people, some of the warmest in the world. And yeah, a lot of history here. I think from the older generation, they're really cognizant of their history and what the country went through tough periods, it must be said, going back a while. But then real sense of hope in the youth as well. They're part of Europe and that European project.
They had a big military parade this morning.
I saw
Very
that.
impressive.
Was impressive.
Again, we're not sure what Andrei has. We know Baptiste has pocket tens. He just called from the big blind. And now he's check calling a bet of 700. Another overcard for his tens, but he does have an open-ended now.
Yeah, mystery man Andre again, making life difficult for the commentators. Obviously Baptiste here with some showdown and open-ended. Can't be thinking of going anywhere just yet.
If you're Baptiste now with all the information we have, what do you think Andre has if he's betting here again?
3,500.
Big bet.
Yeah,
3,500 into 4,100.
Yeah, and you don't love the jack of spades here if you do have the overpair. But then I suppose with the overpair you can bet this big sizing and then maybe sometimes check it back on rivers. Ace Queen might do this. Definitely representing a big hand right now. We obviously heavily block the nutty stuff with our 2 10s. So it'll be interesting to see how Baptiste continues here. He does let it go. Little surprised by that given the cleanness of his outs there to go with some showdown. He's not necessarily going to face another bet. May get it to showdown against Ace King that's getting a little out of line. Or maybe an Ace Rag.
And a check raise as a bluff is never a good idea.
I think if you have a 10 in your hand without the pocket 10s, I think you can certainly construct maybe some bluffs around it. But also I think you can just call. In that situation, it's just a pretty nice situation for you with 10s. As I said, you're not necessarily behind, although, yes, it doesn't look like you're in great shape against, you're certainly not in any good shape against the value portion of the range, but your opponent might be bluffing and just taking one more big stab on the turn, might give up. And then, of course, if you do hit your hand, you might get paid.
Well, we'll never know what he had, but we know what he has this hand around. Pocket jacks. Big hand for Andre. Coming in with the min raise, under the gun +1. Action on Fabrice. Oh, Claudio has a real hand. King, Queen suited in the big blind. I imagine he's going to call.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty pure situation. He's actually going to go for it here, I think, with the shove. Obviously playing 7,300 and maybe feeling like Andre is... No, does call, you're right. Just wondering what the value of maybe shoving that one is if Andre's been quite active. Now, obviously we have a small sample size here, Frank, but he has been in half the pots. So maybe King-Queen works well as a 3-bet shove sometimes there. Obviously is a pretty pure hand to call as well.
He's missing on this flop. 4, 5, 6, 2 hearts. Not the best flop you can hope for when you have King-Queen of diamonds.
No, and you wouldn't love it with jacks if you were deeper, but given the fact that the stack to pot ratio was only 2.5 to 1, I think Andre very happy to fire out a medium-sized C-bet here and just get it in.
Can you explain why you're not happy to see a flop like this? You still have the overpair.
You still have the overpair, but if you're playing pretty deep with maybe a stack to pot ratio of 5 or 6 or more, it's a little difficult. Obviously, you don't have any of the nutty stuff coming from early position. Maybe you have a 7-8, and maybe you have pocket 6s, but you probably shouldn't have too much else, and your opponent definitely has an overall range advantage calling from the big blind on a board like 6-5-4, 2 hearts.
Yeah, what are you going to do to a check raise then?
Exactly.
And then you're going to face another couple bets probably. It's going to be expensive. You're going to lose a lot.
Now he'd let him have a free one here, and look what's come off.
Yeah.
So
Andre bet 700. Claudio called, and now the lucky turn. King of spades. I mean, this is quite easy, you would say, right? I mean, the bet is 3,500. He has 6,100.
yeah, he's played it a little bit back to front, Andre. We were sort of espousing here in the booth. He go for a C bet here and be willing to get it in against the shorter stack. But now,
There you go.
you know, he's given the free one, and he's actually bet big on the turn too. Has he priced himself in? He's wondering to himself now, how often does my opponent have two hearts? How often does he have maybe a 7-6, a 7-5, that kind of holding? And, you know, maybe feels like he has to get sticky here for such a good price.
Yeah.
But he has put himself in an awful spot, must be said. Yeah.
Claudio called, check called on the flop to 700. Would you?
Oh, he did call it.
Yeah, yeah.
There was a C bet. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
small C bet.
I like a bigger C bet, to be honest, in that situation. But, oh my goodness me.
Ooh. Check on the river. Good luck, he says,
The
without any frustration. But inside his head, he's raging now.
Yeah, the dealer chose violence today.
Well, the jack on the river. Seat open. That was unlucky.
Kind of the dealer to wait till the player was out of earshot for that one. But yeah, rather brutal river, my goodness me.
It's always tough if you get a bet beaten and the dealer shouting, seat open. Yeah, I mean, I know. I need a minute here. Yeah. Joe Beavers winning the hand, busting a player. I mean, he is getting hands. I mean, it's... Sometimes we don't know what he has, but he's back at it again. Ace-10 under the gun. Ace-10 off. Is that a raise?
Yeah, I think it's a slightly shorter handed table now because of that empty seat, and maybe we were one seat shy anyway. So, you see there, gets Dara to fold the ace-9, gets some exploitation of some hands as well. There'll be some pocket pairs won't flat behind him. Oh, I think the ace-10's a tidy open from there. What I think is really interesting now is, are these guys thinking to themselves, Andre's got very, very loose since we went on the feature table. Maybe he was loose before that, but sometimes you get a situation where the guy's fairly snug and then he jumps on the feature table, sort of has something to prove. Maybe he's got people watching at home, wants to make some moves, create some good TV. We see he's just had sort of hands that you can play, I guess, each time. Except maybe that 3-deuce. That was cheeky.
Lawrence called from the big blind with 9-4 suited, and the flopped a flush draw. So he's not folding here, I imagine, to a 700 continuation bet. Yep. The check call, deuce on the turn.
Jack of diamonds is the money card here if we want to see some fireworks. Interesting now for Andre whether he fires again. He is beating some draws. He's ahead of Jack 10, Jack 9 might be in there. Might be some backdoor spades hands he can pursue some thin value from, but
Just like last hand, a small bet on the flop and now a big bet on the turn.
seems to be standard operating procedure all right for Andre regardless of texture.
Yeah. What are you going to do? You have the flush draw, but you're not happy about it. Can't really do much. It's the fold.
Yeah, I think with the 9-4 of diamonds there, you can certainly construct a leading out range on some turn cards, but I don't think that deuce of spades helped him much. And in the end, Andre just putting down the hammer again, applying the pressure. Obviously, knows he didn't get check raised with that 700 bet on the flop, so feels like his opponent is maybe somewhat weak, at least, and attackable, and he goes for that big C bet. It is a clunky but very effective modern way to go about your business. Fire that tiny C bet. If nobody fights back at you, really ramp up the pressure on the turn.
I used to, I mean, depending on the structure, texture, small, massive. That was my signature move back in the day.
So selling the story that I've been rope-a-doping you and now I get greedy at the end. I like it.
Yeah. Poker was so much easier in my heydays.
Oh, I don't think there's been a single year where poker didn't get tougher in the 17, nearly 18 years I've been playing. It's one of those things where we're all standing on the shoulders of giants.
Are you still getting better every year? You have to, right?
I think, if I'm really honest, I think I am getting better every year, but maybe everyone else is getting better at a
Better
greater
yet.
rate. I think that can sometimes be the case, or at least maybe at the higher echelons. I do feel like with commitments to Unibet, with commitments for commentary, with some writing commitments, and just the way I've changed my life around a little bit since having children, I don't get to play as much poker as I used to. I try to study as much as I can, but I just don't have quite as much time to give to it. And you know these young kids are hungry and they give it a lot of time and they're in the lab with the solvers working really hard every day. So yeah, I think I'd be kidding myself if I wasn't aware of how they're sort of in a fast lane and maybe I'm in the middle lane somewhere still trying to battle away and still try to be relevant, and hopefully have a few live skills and a few, tricks up my sleeve still to compete with them. But yeah, I think poker just gets incredibly tough year on year, and the margins get thinner, and the game, it's not easy. Darrow Carney, one of those rare exceptions of somebody who's basically stayed at the crest of the wave all the way through his career. Never booked a losing year or anything close to it, just consistently wins online. And, obviously battles hard. He doesn't even think of himself as a live poker player, but he has the biggest number of cashes of any Irish person by a long way. And
he is playing a lot, obviously.
Yeah, but
and
then
cashing a lot.
But because he plays so much online, he would see it as the secondary thing.
Probably is he's so famous now, but
Imagine having to be in that shadow. Imagine how tough my life is.
Yeah, I feel for you. But I mean, if you would, outside of all the patches, of course, but if an older gentleman with a shirt like that is sitting down at your table, usually you would say like, oh,
Here we go.
Here we go. But Dara is the rare exception.
It looks like he's opened this one up for us now. He must have heard us. His ears were burning. Oh, he's got big slick, so every reason to get involved. Bumps it up to 1100 here at Big Blind 5. And may not find a customer here. We're already round to the blinds. Andre going to fold one for a change.
Andre folding. Christian, 7-4 suited. Looks beautiful.
Yeah, this is defendable. Obviously, he's playing a somewhat short stack now. Maybe he's worried a little bit about Dara outplaying in post. Maybe doesn't feel like he can realise enough with the hand like 7-4 suited. I quite
And he's
like
a little bit tighter player. We've seen him.
We've seen that
fold some
before?
more,
Okay.
yeah.
Tight is not necessarily wrong.
No.
You make these small adjustments by shaving off hands that you play post-flop, and you can really simplify your decisions for later streets. So giving up a tiny bit of equity in those spots can actually save you money if you're a little unsure of how to proceed with those hands. Well, I'm glad I got to see Dara open a hand before I left, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to run away now and take my own seat in this tournament. Obviously, you're in some sort of time-travelling box right now, and I go back into the
real
future.
world.
Yes. But I hope to join you again at some point during the week, Frank, and keep up the good work.
Thanks for joining. Folding around to Andre, and I imagine he's gonna open 9-8 suited in the small blind. Yeah, there it is. Small raise. He's actually only making it a 1K min raise. Usually goes a bit bigger in the small. I don't think he is the small blind. He was the button actually. I think the graphics are wrong. Dara folds his big blind. It's The Swedish player now on the button.
Okay, we are rolling into the second main session of this stream. This was our current table 3. We will be joined shortly in the booth by Gary Clark. He was the competition winner of a social media competition about a very particular bad beat, and I'm sure he will tell us that story when he lands with us in the booth. I have sent the machine, that is Frank op de Voort, to get himself some dinner. He is going to be working a long time today and we need to look after. Lawrence opening up there from early position with the Jack 10 offsuit. Everybody loves a Jack 10 offsuit, and unfortunately, a lot of people also like the Jack 9 offsuit. Big blind is making up the difference. Flop might be painful. It's a little bit painful for the Jack 9 there. He has hit a piece. Unsurprising that we see a c-bet there from Lawrence on an ace-high board when he has a piece himself. And, of course, a quick snap from Florin. I wouldn't be folding that either, mate, but you are pretty bummed. No interest with the 5. The bigger jack is still good. I don't think we'll see loads of money go in, but you never know. He's reaching. Right, guys, I have just been joined in the booth by our social media competition winner, the wonderful and especially Irish Gary Clark. How you doing, Gary?
I'm doing good, Kat. How are you?
I'm alive, mate. It's a good start, right? It's a good start.
That's the first step.
So we're joining the action, and I think you probably recognise the player in the 2 seat.
I do, indeed.
Yeah.
As if you couldn't miss him in that shirt.
I know. I mean, we can probably see him as we come into the airport at Bucharest, right? As we land, it is Dar, in fact, guiding us in to make sure we land safely.
It's as bright a shirt, I think, as I've ever seen. He was telling me the other day that he deliberately wears sort of outrageous shirts to maybe counterbalance his slightly less outrageous play.
Interesting. So, I mean, this is not just bad dress sense. This is actually a psychological assault on his opponents.
Exactly that, yeah.
Wow.
And it was actually information given to him by, I think, Ireland's most winning player, Andy Black, told him to wear more controversial or flamboyant, outrageous dress sense. Again, as I said, to try and counteract his sort of tight general play.
Yeah, I mean, the logic of it makes perfect sense. I just thought he was, maybe a bit colourblind and just didn't realise.
I think that's more David Lappin when it comes to just being a general idiot.
I can tell you and I are going to get on really well because we can both just sort of verbally assault David Lappin unbridled for the next, at least, half an hour, I think.
I never thought I'd get this opportunity to talk about David on record in this sort of way, so it's a pure privilege, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm excited for you, Gareth. I'm excited for you. We're seeing some little pots passing about. I think it's quite often the way, isn't it, when players come back from a break, get settled in, it takes a little while for them to re-warm up, doesn't it?
Okay, yeah, it's true. I mean, you've been watching this longer. I've just walked in, so I don't know anything about this feature table, but I assume that it is sort of pretty tight, and I think usually when people are on feature tables, they're sort of maybe a little bit guarded or a little bit, I don't know, nervous perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether people are going to play as loose as they might do if they're on another table, but we'll see anyway.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, we have in seat 1 Christian Malm, who if I am correct, is actually a streamer himself.
Okay.
So I think he's probably quite comfortable. I think we know Dara's comfortable. Just having a quick look at this
Is this
list.
Christian here with the ace-king?
This is Christian here with ace-king, yes.
Okay. I'm glad to see he raised it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty confident he's a fairly strong player, Christian. So I'm always, if they do something I don't expect, I'll get my notebook out, It doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. I just think you've had results. Let me follow. Probably the most dangerous type of results orientation, isn't it? Following someone else's results, not even your own.
I know.
Baptiste not fancying it with the Jack deuce off. I feel like we'd all have made the same decision. And 9-10 didn't want to tango with the Swede.
I always wonder when I'm sitting at a table, and you see someone raise up and it's fold, fold, fold. You're always curious what the hands are, and I never actually sort of get to see them in this sort of setting. And a lot of the time it is just one person has a big hand and everyone else has nothing,
Yeah, everyone else has junk.
Yeah.
And thus, the concept of the light 3-bet. Now, you've won enough poker tournaments that I bet you've done a few light 3-bets pre-flop in your lifetime, Gary.
I used to be very fond of a squeeze bet. When someone opens, someone calls, it was a great spot to sort of put pressure on the first guy because he has to worry about the guy behind him, and then the guy behind him is probably didn't want to have to call the 3-bet in the first place. So it was always, it's always a nice move when you can 3-bet or squeeze, or they seem to have amazing success rates, but yet I don't seem to do them as much as I should. It's sort of a scary thing to do too.
I think even the average players are getting a little bit more savvy to these moves.
Mm-hmm.
Always nice when a good player runs like a fat man towards the buffet, isn't it? Jesus Christ. So, have ace-king, have ace-queen. If he gets aces next hand, I'm just going to blow up the stream booth. I'm done.
It's always a nice feeling as well when you get a big hand back-to-back because you're thinking, well, now they're going to start suspecting me. So we got an American guy here, Lawrence. I see a Houston Texans cap on him. Would have thought that's unusual to have a US player here in Bucharest.
Yes, I mean, it does seem slightly unlikely, but maybe he's on holiday for some other reason, or maybe he just lives here.
Could be a resident, yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Who knows?
He does have a fantastic a name. It's Lawrence Laser. Lawrence Laser. What a name.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's his first name. I was thinking
Lawrence
that was his
is his first name.
Lawrence Laser. That almost sounds like a superhero or something.
A superhero or a porn star. It's legendary. Absolutely legendary.
So we have a flop.
We do. I mean, in a way, that's a lovely flop for the threes and the king jack. I don't think either of them is going to lose too much in this case.
Right.
If we see a small enough c-bet, we might get straight out the threes, right?
Okay, small blind 100, big blind. Then start the deal.
I'm expecting this to go bet, fold, fold.
Yes, I would agree with you. To the point where there's no point even betting on it because we both agree, right?
I know, right? It's probably a 1 to 10 shot, what I'm saying.
Wow, that's actually a larger c-bet than I would have expected. But,
okay.
I guess nobody likes the old double flush board when they flop top pair. But took the pot there and was happy with it. Right, guys, I am going to abandon ship, and I'm going to leave you with the dulcet tones of the lovely Gary Clark and bring back Mr. Frank Opdevoord. I did say he could take more time. I think he just missed you guys, you know? He just wanted to come back where he feels safe in the booth. So pleasure being with you, Gary, and I will catch up with you rest of you viewers shortly.
Thanks very much, Kat. I hope I'm as comfortable with Frank as I was with you. How are we doing, Frank?
Oh, good. How's the action here? What did I miss?
Well, you haven't missed a whole lot now. There's been a lot of raise and folding, as you would expect. I was just saying to Kat that sometimes when I'm sat at a table and a guy raises and everyone folds, I'm thinking, I wonder, is it just that everyone has nothing and one guy has a decent hand? And that seems to be what's playing out here at the minute. I don't know how many of the players you know here on the table. I know basically only Dara O'Kearney in seat 2. I thought this was interesting that Lawrence here, US citizen playing in Bucharest. I can't imagine you get too many of those.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. All the way from the United States. And you can tell, right?
Yeah, well, that's a Houston Texans cap he has on, so maybe he's a Texan native.
Interesting. He's been rather tight so far.
Okay.
Now he's 3-betting the 8-6 suited from the button. I like it.
Don't they have lovely seats on this feature table?
They do.
Proper leather. They look expensive.
Except for Baptiste, actually. He has a different chair.
Maybe he's not a fan of leather. What do you think of Dara O'Kearney's shirt?
I was discussing it earlier with David Lappin.
Yeah. Well, he can't really speak because David Lappin wears similarly ugly shirts.
I was going to say it's polarizing. And I think it's funny, but it's one of the ugliest shirts I've ever seen.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why it's funny.
Exactly, yeah. A Bob Marley shirt, in fact.
Yeah.
I don't even know if Dara likes or knows Bob Marley. That would be another sort of contradiction.
You never know, but he doesn't strike me as like a huge Bob Marley fan.
No.
But you never know.
You never know.
I'll ask him later this week.
We'll find out. I know he's a huge David Bowie fan, but I guess that doesn't look as flamboyant on a T-shirt.
David was telling earlier that they bought it during I think the WSB main, he said.
Oh.
And the guy selling it was perplexed, really. I didn't know. He didn't even have a price tag because he wasn't sure anyone ever would buy it.
Right, yeah.
So, and he paid $15 for it.
Okay.
Well, do you think that's reasonable?
I think it's a very
low?
reasonable price, yeah. I think the guy might be regretting it now, taking only 15. That was his one opportunity to cash in on that horrible shirt.
Dara calling from the big blind.
Wow.
With the 10 deuce suited.
Maybe it's in honour of Doyle Brunson, Lord rest him, who died earlier this year.
You ever met Doyle Brunson?
I saw him at the Irish Open maybe 10 years ago. He was in one of those electric carts.
Yeah.
Did I meet him? I may have got a book signed, but I certainly don't remember having any conversation with him.
2000.
Have Dara leading at the turn here.
Check on the flop. Dara picks up a flush draw. That's it. Andre. Interesting.
Yeah.
Quick fold. Checking behind and then giving up. Okay.
Always a nice idea to bet your draws because of exactly what happened there. You get to take down the pot without needing to hit anything.
I think 16 years ago or 15 years ago, my first... Oh, it was 2008, my first WSB. No, 2007 was my first WSB. I was working for a Dutch poker website, and I said, fuck it, I'm going to go to Doyle Brunson, ask him for an interview, right?
You're trying to make yourself a name, yeah?
He was already in that little cart thing you were describing.
Uh-huh.
I said, Mr. Brunson, can I ask you something? He looked at me. He's like, can I have 1 minute of your time in the next break? He said, no.
There you go.
Well, no is an answer, right?
Right.
But later on, I have interviewed him.
Okay. And did you? I hope you brought it up with him when you did interview
I
him
didn't dare to.
about him dismissing you so
I
quickly
didn't dare
the first
to.
time.
I told his son once. His son Todd Brunson, obviously also a poker player. He has a restaurant in Vegas, and
is that why he puts pictures of food up so much on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I didn't realize that was his restaurant.
he has. It's called Roma Deli.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite good.
Okay.
And it's easy from at least when it was still back in the Rio. You could easily go there on dinner break and easily make it. And I don't know Todd Brunson all that well, but I had seen him before and stuff, so I brought it up once, and he said, "Yeah, sounds like my dad."
That's my dad for you. Yeah.
Actually, there's 2 Roma Delis in Las Vegas.
Okay.
And they are not related.
Wow.
But exactly the same, and the logo kind of looks similar.
You would have thought there's a lawsuit there somewhere.
Yeah.
Especially by the person who was first.
This is gonna be some trouble probably for Patrice here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Call the raise from the big blind with a premium hand.
Not exactly the safest board for aces either, Frank.
No. I don't see Patrice going all mental here on this board, but still, it's going to cost some chips, I imagine. Oh, he's betting out now?
Leading out at it.
Or is that a... It's a big bet. No, it's a little over half the pot. Fair enough.
This should really put the brakes a bit on the aces.
Still the quick call. I mean, you're not folding.
No.
Just yet. Oh. That is exactly what Patrice needed.
Exactly.
Florian obviously not happy, so...
No. Let's see how much chips go one side here.
8,900 in the middle already. Oh, and a quick fold.
Quick fold. Wow.
Nice laydown, right?
That's incredible. Yeah.
Not even, not even a second.
No. You would have thought aces and kings. It has to be a quick call, but no. Great laydown. Quite amazed at that. Like I said, the board was getting more and more dangerous, so obviously he had it in the back of his mind. He wasn't liking this run out.
He didn't like the turn. He didn't like the river.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now they're talking about it. You are no longer a pro player. You used to be a pro player, right?
Yeah, I suppose I was never strictly a pro player. I did used to play a lot of poker, sort of in my early 20s, into my late 20s. 38 now, and probably the last 5 or 6 years, really haven't played as much. I still have a great interest in the game. Still, sort of like to think I understand it a little bit. But certainly coming here this week has been nice. It's been a kind of a bit like returning to old times. Of course, when you're starting off playing poker, I was chatting with another Irish player earlier. I was saying, like, started playing when I was in college, when you've a lot more time, and now that I'm working full time, you don't have as much space or time for poker. So you find that the weekends you're meeting up with friends, and next thing it's back to work, and you're back into another week, and it's a great game for anyone with time, whether they're retired or they're students or somebody. It's a really great pastime.
And the Unibet Open is perfect then, right?
Absolutely,
I mean, it's not a massive buy, but it's still a decent chunk of money to be won.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And these sort of fields I really like too, because they're manageable, they're visual, they're not insane numbers where you're totally intimidated by it. You sit down at a tournament like this, you think I could final table this, I could win this, which is a great feeling to have going into a tournament, no matter who you are,
Dara, 3-bet on the button, and then Florian in the big blind wakes up with kings. He has them easily covered as well.
Right.
Sometimes the starting stack.
Aces and kings back to back.
He lost the aces. Will he win with the kings?
Yeah. Now he's thinking, how am I going to win with kings? If I can't win with aces, how am I going to win with kings? I think he's going to take an aggressive line here.
I imagine so. out of position.
Right.
You want
I
the
mean,
chips to go
all
in.
he can see at the minute is an ace high flop. He's thinking, I need to get some chips in here before
That
I get to that
is
stage.
a cold 4-bet, I think, to 9,000.
Okay. I would have thought that would be the end of the
9,000.
action.
Dara is gonna fold as well, you imagine?
I think so. I mean, he doesn't.
5.7k to call. Still
He
be in
doesn't-
that 20k pot.
Yeah, he doesn't remind me of the sort of player that would like to go to a flop here.
Nope.
There we go.
Good read.
Yeah.
So if you're no full-time pro anymore, not a pro player, how did you end up here?
Yeah, so actually I won a Twitter competition, which has been quite hard for me to explain to people, because when they're saying you qualify online or did you buy in, I'm saying no, I won a competition online. They said, oh, you qualified online on the site. I'm saying no, actually there was a Twitter competition, which I don't think I've ever seen before for a poker tournament, where you can win a package via a Twitter entry competition. So basically you had to tell a story. It was a bad beat story was actually the heading. And I kind of took a little bit of a liberty with that. Some people were saying poker hands and stuff.
Yeah, you're not gonna win a package with a bad beat poker hand, right?
Well, to me, I thought the story was more important than sort of the stats or whatever. And it did emphasize that on the competition. When you looked at what they were looking for, it said a lot about we want to be excited or interested or sort of moved or in some sort of way about the story. And that's when I thought of a story that happened to me when I was playing a lot of poker back in, I think it was about 2011. And I ended up in a bar in Galway, west of Ireland, and got talking to a girl. She was on a hen do that weekend, and being a single guy, got some courage to go up and talk to her. And there was actually a group of girls, and they were actually happy.
She was part of the party, not the bride-to-be.
Totally separate hen party. Just happened to be at the same hotel as the poker tournament, and decided to go over. Single guy, try and chat to the girls. See, not really with any expectations, just more out of fun more than anything else. And got talking to one girl specifically, and we were getting on well. And she was sort of curious as to what was going on. I was saying, a poker tournament here this weekend. She said, oh, you play poker? Yeah. Oh, I don't know anything about
Interesting.
poker.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah. Don't think she'd ever met a poker player before that moment. I was the first sort of poker player she'd ever met. And we kind of had a drink together and stuff. And I thought, this is going quite well.
Surprisingly well.
Yeah, maybe love was in the air finally for me. It was going great. I was talking more to her than the group, and it was at that point that Gus Hansen came into the. It was sort of like this setup, a hotel bar kind of thing, and of course when Gus Hansen walks into a room, he gets a lot of attention, as you can imagine. A bit like what we were saying about Doyle Brunson, everyone wants to talk to these star names.
But she had no idea who he was.
She
right?
had no idea who he was, and foolishly I decided to really explain who he was, which, looking back on it now, I think the 38-year-old Gary would not have been as promoting as I was of Gus Hansen. No, but to be fair, nor did I realise what was going to happen next, because I assumed that Gus Hansen would have absolutely no interest in some sort of Irish.
And that's where you were wrong.
That's where I was wrong, yeah. And much like poker, you could never rule out someone trying to steal something in you, whether it's a pot or a girl or whatever. And the funny thing was, I mean, had it been a bit more, it seemed, looking back on it, it seemed quite nasty what sort of happened next. I think if it was, I mean, we've all been in situations in bars where you're trying, you're single and you're trying for a girl, and maybe someone else leaves with the girl, and that's just life. But this one felt a lot like he manipulated the situation a bit. So basically, Gus Hansen comes in, he gets a lot of attention, a lot of people looking for photographs and whatnot. And she said, "Who's this guy?" I says, "Oh, well, that's Gus Hansen. He's a really famous, successful poker player." She said, would he have lots of money? I said, oh, he'd have lots and lots of money, which obviously was probably not the smartest thing to do when I should have been trying to plead my own case, not his.
Yeah, you should have said, like, I've heard he's broke.
Yeah. If I could go back in time, I would have been pitching a very different profile of Gus Hansen. But me being the poker fanatic, wet between the ears, I thought, no, this is an interesting story. The fact that he was even in the west of Ireland was an interesting story at a full tilt poker festival. And I think it may have even been me that decided, shall we go over and say hello? Which you can meet him like everyone else. And she said, sure. So we went over and, hi Gus, I'm Gary. Actually got a photo with him, which I put in the tweet, the photo of myself and Gus, which little did I know what was going to happen next. But got introduced to Gus, and Gus was very friendly. He was talking to me, he was talking to Sarah, the girl I'd met. And the three of us were getting on pretty well. But I noticed that he seemed to be spending more time with us than I thought. I thought it was going to be a kind of a quick interaction, but it was more, let's have a drink, and then the three of us were having a drink together. And I noticed that she was talking a lot more to Gus than she had been to me, and she was saying, "Oh, Gary's playing poker, but I understand that you're like a poker celebrity, kind of not like Gary sort of thing." Don't know if it was as curt as that, but it was sort of
that was what it comes down to.
It sort of was coming down to that in certain ways, and I remember thinking, "Oh no, this is not what I wanted." And he was. He was just far more clever than me in those sort of settings.
A womanizer.
Right, and he was able to shift his body in a certain way that kind of maybe pushed me out of conversation a little bit. And I think the real turning point was when he asked us about going for a cigarette. He said, maybe we'll go for a smoke. And as she very correctly said, she said, oh, well, Gary doesn't smoke, which I didn't. So that was his opening then to bring her outside, and therefore that was the end of me sort of thing. And as bad as that was, I also had pretty much the whole of the Irish poker community was at that tournament, and it seemed like almost all of them were in the bar that night.
And everyone knew.
And everyone had witnessed the build-up to this, and I got a few sort of people nudging me in the stomach and thumbs up in the distance, saying, maybe your luck with love is going to change here. And sadly, I didn't see either of them again until Gus Hansen and young Sarah were walking up the stairs at the Galway Hotel. At which point, I sort of saw 20 faces looking at me, and kind of some of them were laughing, some of them looked sort of melancholy, some of them were, sort of like they were saying sorry to me. But it was kind of a hilarious story when I look back on it.
In hindsight.
It's a real coming of age moment, and that's sort of what I wrote about in as the bad beat. It was sort of a bad beat away from the felt, and
it's a bad beat, but you misplayed it as well.
I really misplayed it, yeah. And I was able to sort of say that in the tweet, like how it shows, especially when you're young. I mean, we've seen so many movies and stuff with coming of age and teenagers and stuff where you're looking at it and you're almost cringing when they do the things they do. But certainly, I don't think I even now would have realised what was going to happen.
Did you ever see them again? Either Gus or Sarah?
I never saw either of them again. And actually, someone was asking me earlier today, do they reckon Gus ever saw the story or heard about it? I think he would probably laugh if he read it. He seems like the sort of guy that really wouldn't care,
No.
Especially if he'd done it in the moment. But it was funny. I mean, it's these sort of stories that I think are the most memorable from poker festivals. Like what happens away from the felt is the stuff that really becomes legendary, as opposed to as well as the stuff on the felt.
I was in Copenhagen once for the EPT, and we did video interviews as well for the Dutch poker website. And Gus Hansen was there with two beautiful ladies on his side. Really,
right.
Just they were about to leave, and I said, like, can I have a minute of your time for an interview? And I thought, like, all right, small chance, because he's with these two ladies. They're obviously going out because they were, all dressed. They were just saying hi, I think, to what's his name, Theo Jorgensen.
Oh yeah.
At the time, and I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna try it. And he said, yeah, sure. And I said, like, I'll be real quick. He said, no worries. Like, while these girls were standing right next to him, like, obviously.
Right, it's slightly awkward for you to have them standing there while you're doing it. Yeah.
The interview lasted, I think, 28 minutes.
Wow.
And the girls there, they were standing there. I think they didn't understand anything. They were just waiting there for Gus, and he was, taking all the time in the world for this little Dutch random news website who's interviewing.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was awesome.
But while all the time probably filling his own profile in front of them, going, "Who is this guy?" He's like getting interviewed.
They knew.
It seems to be.
They knew.
There seems to be a very significant person here.
I know another Gus Hansen story.
Oh, really?
It's, I had two colleagues in Vegas, Donnie and Gary, and they had a housemate, and I don't remember her name. She was very friendly, very funny girl, and I knew them, all of them. But she helped Gus Hansen out a couple times in Vegas. She was not like a PA or anything, but she would, pick him up something if he needed to go somewhere before Uber and Bolt and whatever. And I don't know, they probably did some other stuff as well, whatever. At the end of the summer, she brings him to the airport, and he gives her a 25K chip.
Wow.
Yeah.
My God.
But you can't just cash a 25K chip because that's
everything is traced and
so Gary actually went and played high stakes blackjack with it,
to try
and he actually won a little bit and then cashed out.
Just to sort of put his own name on the chips, as it were. Wow.
But I mean, in the end, that whole story, it's both fun to tell your friends and whatnot, and it landed you here in Bucharest.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah.
I mean,
I'm delighted with the outcome, especially 10 years later. It seems like it's like almost like a foreign, distant memory to me now at this point. But I think retelling the story got a lot of laughs from people, and that's really what the whole idea of the competition was.
If I ever run into Gus, I'm gonna ask him.
Yeah, ask him had he ever heard or read the story about.
Did you remember fucking over Gary?
Yeah, the Irish guy in Galway. He thought he was about to get lucky, while the whole of the Irish community were rooting for him. You shouldered your way in and swept the girl away to your room, while Gary was left looking like a complete mug.
The love of his life stolen away.
The whole story
maybe
was...
you and Sarah would have been together, maybe. You never know.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I have a feeling that she's not with Gus anymore, so it might have been a bad decision by her.
Or
Who
not.
knows? Who knows? Yeah.
Great story. Gus Hansen, I saw he's still playing.
Yeah.
He's doing the WPT meetup tournament. I saw in Vegas. Some of these old school legends, they're still there.
Yeah.
Patrick Antonius still plays.
Yeah.
Ivy still plays at a high level.
Yeah.
Everyone is getting better, but so are they.
Yeah. Great to see it. I sort of feel like we need to have recognizable faces and names in poker for anyone. I remember when I started out, I used to watch late night poker on the TV, and it was a huge draw for me to get into the game, to sort of see these players and what they were doing, and familiar faces.
Late night poker. Jesse May?
Jesse May.
Yeah.
Jesse May
My
was
buddy
commentator.
Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A legend. Legend commentator.
Yeah, we had EPT on Eurosport. The tournaments, really, but I was already, hooked.
Yeah.
I wanted to see every single minute of it. There was there was internet, but, you couldn't just look up movies or shows or whatever. So,
Right.
I would, late night, 1 o'clock, 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Tune
Same
in
for
on
me.
my little small TV.
Same for me, yeah. Same for me. I was thinking, what is this poker?
And we
Like,
had Poker After Dark at one time.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's funny because that's kind of what drew me into poker in the beginning. And then now I'm commentating in the Netherlands on Poker After Dark.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Still,
So
it's
full
still
circle.
on at 1 a.m. But
Yeah. Well, that's when it should be on. That's when people are most susceptible for getting into poker. Later, the better.
You got into poker really through those shows, or anything
Absolutely,
else?
yeah. No, I started playing with friends initially, and the poker shows on the TV really sort of heightened my interest into. So they have tournaments, they have casinos. I would have never known about these things till I started watching poker on TV, and it was very accessible. And that was the thing I thought was very important in poker too. Like I was able to play live tournaments, I think, for €10, which when you're a student with no money, that's really a lot of money.
Yeah.
And if it was any more, I may have never even played.
Yeah.
So I think access is a very important thing for poker.
That was the problem in the Netherlands at the time. We didn't have low stakes tournaments at all, or either, or you would end up in illegal games, really.
Right.
Because Holland Casino, the only legal operator, those tournaments started at like 500 euros, which was like 10 times too much for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
At one point we had 10 euros sit and goes, but the waiting list would be off the charts.
Right.
Obviously. But online, we had some option. Ooh, there's the password for the next free roll. The password is table. 250 euro. Fire up the Unibet client.
Absolutely.
Log on. Find.
And what an optimal time as well. We were just talking about access and people being able to get into poker. There you go, straight away.
I started playing as well a little bit for play money, and then you had at the time. I don't think they exist anymore. Everest Poker.
Oh,
you
yeah.
had Shastas, 1 cent free roll or 10 cent free rolls or whatever. They're constantly sitting going. Now this, 250 euro. It's free.
Yeah.
My mother, she didn't believe me when I said no, it's free. But you can win real money. She said, like, yeah. She's like, there must be, some
where's the
sort of
catch?
angle.
I can't understand this.
Yeah.
It's free entry, but you can win money. How can that be possible?
Yeah. No. Obviously, they want you to give it a try. 250 euros in the prize pool, up for grabs. Put on the stream.
It's great.
Put on the free roll.
Yeah, go and grab that money. That literally free money.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And if you ever end up in some sort of bar and you're chatting to a girl, someone taking away, maybe in 10 years' time you can get a free package to a Unibet Open. You never know.
This is where the real stories of legends are created. Uh-huh.
All right. Back to the action.
This looks like it could be an action hand here.
It's a big open if it's 2000. So the blinds are 300 and 600. Open to 2K under the gun +1. King 9 suited. That is creative.
Sure is.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's almost like a bet that you don't want action.
Boom.
And yet
Flush
here
draw.
we have not only action but an action flop.
He had the worst hand to start, but it's not all bad now with the flush draw.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the best he could have hoped for almost.
Florin, is he gonna?
Also, you can put
toss away
pressure on the
the
tens
tens?
here with the ace high board.
Yeah.
This has worked out pretty well for King 9.
Raise, continuation bet. That's it.
Yeah, there you go.
I have said nothing about opening King 9 under the gun +1.
Yeah, this is why it's so important to bet those draws. Two ways to win. You can hit the draw or you can just take it down there and then, which is what happened. I actually have another very outrageous story involving Everest Poker that you just mentioned there. Everest Poker. I remember playing on Everest Poker in maybe 2010, around that time. And it was a great site. It was a soft site at the time.
Yeah. French players.
Yeah.
The French loved Everest.
And I started, building up my bankroll on Everest Poker, and they actually ran a World Series of Poker main event satellite on Everest Poker.
They were a sponsor at that time, I think.
I think, yeah.
They were on the tables. Yeah.
Around the same time, yeah. And I played a satellite for the World Series main event.
10,000 buy-in.
It was a $13,000 package.
Yeah.
So $10,000 buy-in plus $3,000 cash. You can stay where you want, do what you want, take whatever flights you want. There's $3,000, figure it out yourself. Perfect. All in here with ace-10.
Christian, is that an open shove?
I think so, yeah. 13.4K.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah. He just wants to get this over with.
Yeah. All right. Well, King 5 isn't going to cut it, I think.
No.
Yeah.
I wonder what hands would call here. They'd certainly need a good ace, I think.
Playing the satellite. $13,000 package.
$13,000 package, and it was a proper satellite, as in one prize, nothing for second. 40-something players.
You had to do something to get in?
I think I might have had
like a rake race or something?
No, I think maybe a feeder satellite into the satellite.
Okay, fair
so
enough.
let's just say the main satellite is $500, somewhere around there. there might have been $100 one in it or something like that. So anyway, I'm in the satellite, and this is back in 2010, and it was around the same time that in Ireland anyway, there would be internet connection issues. So
The whole of Ireland had internet connection issues.
I can't remember the last time I've been at home and the internet has dropped. But I do remember sort of it happening more.
It was a more common
years
thing
back.
at the time.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
Especially with certain providers, they might be a little bit maybe cheaper and maybe not as reliable. And I'm on Everest Poker playing the World Series Satellite. 2 tables left, starting to get interesting, as you probably expect what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
Internet drops. What to do? Of course, I'm rebooting the computer. I'm trying this, that, and the other. Plug the modem out, plug it back in. Trying to get the internet back. Can't get it back.
You didn't have a hotspot at the time, obviously.
Hotspots didn't even exist.
No.
Internet was only just starting off, almost, it seemed. Another flop here.
Dara with a slight advantage going in, but misses on the flop.
That's a very Irish-looking bet. He put the one finger in the air just to signify what he was saying.
Quick check raise from the new player at the table. Dara gives it up.
Nice move there.
Yeah, quick and big check raise with the 7s on an ace-high board. Okay.
I like the aggressive play. So where were we? Internet connection drops.
Yeah.
Can't get it back. So I do what probably anyone else in the whole world would have done. Can't get the internet back. Who do I know that plays poker that I can get to log in, go around to their house, finish the tournament? Guy that lives...
Gus Hansen?
Gus Hansen would have been the optimal choice. And he would have owed me a favour. Well, retrospectively, he would.
Sarah opens the door.
Yeah, Sarah opens the door. Remember me? Yeah, Galway 2011.
Sorry, this is 2010.
Oh, yeah, retrospectively.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andrew Grimison, I text him. I say, can you log in for me? I can't get in. Here's the log in, the password. He lives maybe 15 minutes from where I live. So he logs in. He says, I think I was maybe talking to him on the phone, driving there or something. And he goes, what do you want me to do? I said, just play the way you normally play. He goes, I'll probably play slightly tighter. I said, that's fine. He says, because I don't want to bust you by the time you get here. I said, look, well, it is what it is. I get there anyway. And I think maybe we've gone from 18 down to 16, perhaps something like that. Not a whole lot has changed, similar stack. I join him. Obviously, I say we're playing together, but he was the sort of guy that was, here, you make the decision. I don't want to, it's not like we were playing together. We just happened to be in the same room together. And we were probably talking a little bit, but mainly, I remember any of the big decisions.
One player to a hand. But
one player to a hand, but all of the big decisions. It definitely sounds wrong, but all of the big decisions I actually was making. And as you probably know what's going to happen next, I end up winning the package, right?
And then comes the investigation?
Well, then comes, here's another moment of naivety by Gary Clark. I write a blog about what happened, which was, like, even when I'm saying that now, I'm thinking...
Gary, come on, man. I'm just starting to get to know you.
Yeah.
It's disappointing.
I mean, sometimes, you're unfortunate in life, and sometimes you deserve it. This was one I deserved. I'll be the first to admit it. And, I basically wrote a blog about winning the package, and, unfortunately, I got him to log in, played for 15 minutes. And believe it or not, I met a guy in Everest Poker a couple of years later, but he told me that, and not only, I wrote a blog about it, the only saving grace I had was, I think I put the blog up at like 1 a.m. And I remember waking up at, say, 7 a.m. in a cold sweat going, why have I got that? And I took the blog down.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, okay, it was on the internet live for 6 hours, but perhaps I'm not Doyle Brunson, I'm not Gus Hansen, perhaps not too many people have seen it.
Yeah.
Probably a handful of people max have seen it.
You came to your senses at least.
I came to my senses at least.
Or redeeming quality. Yeah.
Maybe I was so high on going to Vegas that I lost my senses when I wrote about it in the blog. Came to my senses, took the blog down. For at least a day or two, I thought, got away with that one, thank God.
Yeah.
Then the email comes. We have been notified about this blog. Someone had copy and paste screenshot,
Really?
sent it in.
Oh, someone really.
I think this guy should
Did
be
you dirty?
disqualified.
Oh,
should
the
be
runner-up maybe.
Well, the funny thing is, it was a French guy runner-up, and as I found out subsequently, he had no idea about anything that was going on. When he ultimately I got disqualified, he ended up getting the package. I got nothing. And when he was told, again a week later, he gets email or a call or something. The guy, someone else logged in, so we disqualified. Now you the package, and he said he was dumbfounded when he found out he had actually won the package. But yeah, in those 6 hours, they said that I think they had maybe 4 emails from people saying this guy should be disqualified, and he said that they were all Irish guys saying it.
You were not very popular, were
So
you?
I was going, wow. So yeah, it made me feel, exactly that. Not too well liked, but incredible story. All on Everest Poker. So I seem to be a man that stories follow.
Yeah.
But
Did you ever go to Vegas?
It was definitely my own fault with what I did. I have been to Vegas a few times. Yeah.
Did you play the main event?
I did play it. I think the following year. I think I qualified online by myself. Didn't write a blog about it. Didn't get anyone else to log in, and I was able to play it. But never didn't cash or anything like that. But yeah. But you have to be so. I really do think it was my fault overall. A bit like Gus Hansen. You know, you grow up. You know, you're not always as smart.
Yeah.
You know, when you're younger.
You're a little bit of a fish.
Yeah, I
Fish.
think I was exceptionally naive in my youth. But like I say, these are the stories people want to hear. They don't want to hear what you won or what you did well. They want to hear where you fucked up.
True. Yeah. I mean, yeah, when you're writing a blog, I mean, they can't, they kind of have to. Yeah.
That was an expensive lesson.
Yeah. But you got to go to Vegas anyway.
I did.
A year later, and you played it. So okay.
And funnily, as I said, amazingly, these are the stories that you remember better than any
Yeah.
success stories in poker, really. Tell us about the time you lost all the money. We don't want to hear about when you won.
I once lost all the money I had in the world, robbed in Vegas.
Oh, lovely.
I was still living with my parents. I had everything that I owned was in cash.
Nice.
Smart
You see,
move.
you were naive at times too.
Yeah. Stolen from the hotel safe.
By a stripper.
Stripper is a nice word to call someone with that profession. Anyway, ooh, that's a nice turn there, Christian, with the flush draw on top of his open-ended.
Yep.
We don't know what Dan has. Was raised by Dan, pre-flop to 2K. Christian called from the big blind. Check on the flop. Cutoff versus big blind. Christian now involved in a 5K pot with a little over 12K behind. Oh, boom, there he goes. All in, shove.
This is the way you play these draws. Just bang it in there.
Call.
2 ways to win.
Quick call.
He's going to need the second way to win. He's going to need to hit, probably.
He's gonna have an ace, I imagine. Show us the cards, Dan.
You can beat Jack High, surely.
Ace 5, okay,
Wow,
okay.
nice call.
Quick call. 6, a blank. That does not work for Christian. And he's
Dan
out.
is here to play, isn't he? He ain't hanging around. He's getting the chips in. Seat open.
Seat open, yeah. Okay, just like that. We lost the Swede.
Multicultural table. Had a Swede, an Irishman, with a Dutch guy,
American.
with an American.
This, I think he's from Latvia.
Latvian.
Latvia, yeah.
A few Romanians, as you should expect.
What is the level of play here for you?
Yeah, I mean, I got moved tables a lot of times yesterday. I think I got moved tables 6 times.
Oh, that is a lot.
It was a lot. So I did get to play with a good few different players.
Generally speaking, you don't want that, right?
No,
Like
every
you
time
want-
I got moved,
Yeah.
I didn't want it. And by far the worst table of the 6 was the last one, which I couldn't get moved from. Of course, I was left on that table to die for 3 hours. It was that my last table was very tough, but I thought the first few tables I was on, I remember thinking, oh, you know, I'm definitely one
Not
of
the
the
Better players.
The better players in this table. I said, oh, he's doesn't seem better than me. This guy doesn't seem better than me. That's what you want when you're playing. So there was a good mix, I would say.
If you can't spot the fish at the table, the
Right.
sucker at the table is what Doyle Bruns said.
Yeah.
Rounders, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that last table, I definitely couldn't spot the fish at the table. So, unfortunately, I was left on that one. It's always the way. You get left on the table, you don't want to be
You
moved
didn't
from.
survive the day?
No, I didn't. I got knocked out second last level. Actually had a nice spot. I was three-way all in, and I had 2 overs against 2 pairs.
Okay.
So
you're live?
Yeah, very live for a triple up, but
Oh.
didn't get there.
Oh, Dara's just calling from the big blind with 9-7.
That's kind of
Battling
fruity.
against Ace Queen and King Queen. Dan flopping a king. He has everything going for him, huh?
He sure does.
Dan is on fire. He's almost up to 100k.
He's playing the rush. Play that rush, Dan.
I mean, he doesn't strike me as someone, using the solvers and studying
No.
every night.
No,
but he's playing well.
He's just there to
aggressive.
turn up and crush.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. I like it.
Baptiste is hanging around.
Huh.
Little does he know, he only has a
He's picked up a draw.
couple outs now. He adds some to that. Yeah. Any ace or 10 is good. Check.
You got to imagine Baptiste has a plan calling with Ace Queen, so we'll see what it is.
Little over half pot bet, I think.
Is Baptiste gonna overt this plan, or is he gonna?
You know
do
you're going to
something
face an
creative?
all-in on the river. Dan is not messing around, yeah.
I'm surprised he called that flop bet. I mean, if Dan can just keep doing this all the way until the end, he'll win the tournament. If you keep getting chips, you can never go broke. Seven-handed here. Not sure what players generally would prefer in terms of how many people at the table. I would be quite happy seven-handed. I don't.
A lot of the younger players like to play six-packs as well.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I know back when I was still reporting every year, the 5K six-packs at the WSP was one of the toughest tournaments because all the online grinders came out for that one and then the main.
Yeah.
That was a tough tournament, yeah.
That was like the after the main event. That was like the next main event.
Did you play it?
No, I never played it.
What's your biggest accomplishment in poker outside of those 2 bad beat stories?
So you want a good story?
Or a deep run? Or
a deep run. Actually, my biggest cash was my first ever handed mob cash, and I was second to this man in shot right here. This was in the European Deep Stack in Ireland. This man, it was his first cash as well, I think.
Oh.
He ended up winning the tournament, and I came second for €34,000 when I was 21 years old.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
Believe me, I think I had €34 at that point. So €34,000 was quite a life-changing amount. And it was great. I mean, that's the time when you want to get handed a big pile of money.
Were you
when you're
responsible
21.
with it?
For a while I was, but now I have no idea where that money went. Yeah.
Well, you had a good time.
I had a good time, yeah.
You bought Sarah all those drinks.
I
of
know,
course,
right? Yeah. I was buying everyone drinks for the next couple of years, I think. But I was happy to do it.
Dara with the 3-bet to 7K with Ace King off from the small blind. Lawrence.
This is a
can't
hand
be
that Dan
happy.
won't win. Here we are. 2008 European Deep Stack winner, Darrow Kearney. But really, the best player, I think, came second in that tournament in 2008.
Yeah. That's the story everyone's talking about.
As evidenced by me sitting here and him sitting there. So you know Darrow well?
Reasonably well.
Okay.
I've been coming to the Unibet Opens for quite some time. He's always here, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like we're friends or texting or anything, but,
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
we say hi. And
Okay. So you don't like him?
well, you know, he beat that really good player heads up one time, so, you know.
It's true.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I'm a better friend of yours
Already.
than him.
We just
already.
met.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what I like. I have actually played a few Unibet Opens over the years, and they've always been, I think, for someone coming to a tournament, a little bit like I always maintain the Irish Open is one of the most fun tournaments you can go and play, because not only is the poker good, but the atmosphere and the
it's the best tournament
fun,
in the world.
yeah.
One of the best.
Yeah, you really, for me anyway, when I was playing poker, I was there. I wasn't playing poker to let's try and make as much money as I can. I got drawn into poker because I was playing with friends, and then I went to the clubs in town, and yeah, it was a social game. Like that's what poker is, a social game. And I think that Unibet Open has always done well on that front. Yeah, they understand that it's the social aspect there as well, and they're not just there to pass money around and everyone try and make money. It's not just down to money. It's about having fun too. Nice flop for Queen 7.
When I started poker, the first poker tournament I went to was the IPO, International Poker Open, also in Dublin.
In Dublin, yeah.
Oh, that was amazing. I think it was like a 200 buy-in or something, or whatever, 300, and it was small, but the first place prize was massive, and everyone was there. We went with, like, on our forum, like, well, I think 15, you know, young guys, or 18, 19, 20, whatever.
That's what it's all about, right?
We had so much fun, and we went. What's it called? Fitzgerald's name? Fitzwilliams Club.
Oh yeah, Fitzwilliam Club. Yeah. No longer around. The
yeah, I've heard. Yeah.
But it was a huge poker club in Dublin for a lot of years.
You still have all those poker clubs?
Not really.
At the time, you could, you know.
Yeah,
it was nice.
It's always been awkward in Ireland, as it is in most countries, with casinos and legislation, and it was. You see, it was a private members club. You had to come in, and I wanted to become a member, and you had to give your ID. And it wasn't like Vegas where you just walk in and gamble. This was, you had to kind of. It's almost like if it's a private members club, then we can have a game, but it's not strictly kind of as legal as you would like. So, at the minute,
it wasn't like they were hiding it.
But even like here, we've poker in the hotel. We have a lot of that in Ireland, where there's hotel tournaments but in terms of a bricks and mortar poker club casino, not too much in Ireland at the minute actually. Did you drink any Guinness when you were at the IPO?
I love Guinness. I still drink it even at home.
You think it's probably the best thing to come out of Ireland, other than Gary Clark?
Yeah.
Top
probably,
two. Yeah. Jameson? No?
Not a big fan.
Okay.
I mean, I've had my fair share. Ryanair, I'm a big fan, actually.
I'm just naming all the famous Irish things.
If I'm starting to ask you if you had any of the Dutch stuff, then maybe, it's going to get bleeped out here.
Right. Well, the thing I think is most famous in terms of Dutch at the minute is Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
Right? He's one of the most famous sports people in the world, right, at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Formula 1 is getting bigger in the States as well.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to win, if there's going to be 18 races and you're going to win 15 of them, it's pretty impressive.
I think he won 19 races. And
Did he? Was it 19?
There's 22 races.
Oh, there you go.
Two of them.
I knew it was a couple he didn't
Perez
win.
won, and Carlos Sainz won one.
I think he's your most famous export at the minute.
But I think he could still easily walk through Vegas, and not a lot of people would recognize him. I think Lewis Hamilton is a little bit more.
He's more the David Beckham of Formula 1, right?
Yeah. He's
and
the
of course,
Phil Ivey of Formula 1.
And of course, he seems to have all of his friends. Like, he doesn't even have B-lister friends. It's like, unless you're an A-lister, he won't even, realize you exist. Yeah. Anytime I see him talking, he's either talking to Justin Bieber or Brad Pitt, or it's like, oh, my friend Brad, my friend Justin. My friend. So he really plays the celebrity image.
Lewis Hamilton plays poker, you know that?
Does he? I didn't know that, no.
He played on an online event, GG.
Yeah?
Yeah. As a celebrity invite.
Oh, yeah. Did he know the rules? Yeah.
Supposedly, or maybe someone was helping him out. He didn't write a blog about it.
Well, I'm sure he's a lot smarter not to write a blog about it. That's the key. If you're going to get help online, don't write a blog. Haven't seen much of Andre.
Andre was off to a hot start.
Ooh.
Calm down a little bit. Now he's opening.
We might have
But
some
he's,
action here.
Yeah, he's going to face some action here. Darrow with the kings in the hijack. And then Darrow has been active, huh?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
He
yeah.
3-bet the ace-jack and then folded to the 4-bet. So
Yeah.
you know, he's Florin, queen jack on the button. He's going to fold, yeah. On to the blinds. Baptiste, quick fold, hope. That is Dan over there. Instantly calling.
Cold calling a 3-bet, am I right?
With the classic King 8 suited. You know, now it's more interesting for Andre to join the party as well.
Right. That's just lured him in a bit more. It's
Oh, no,
3.6K.
he folds.
Right. Okay.
Then
Anyone was
14%
expecting this play,
equity.
Down to 2.
That is not a great flop for our Dan.
No
I'm
matter how
expecting a
creative
small
Dan
bet.
decides to get here, I don't think he's winning this hand.
Oh.
There's the there's the I'm not a local bet by using your hands to say what amount you're betting.
Well, good pot for Dara.
Important being active. I mean, playing those few hands I found yesterday towards the end of the day, I played so little hands. And then eventually, having fold, I look down at 2 aces. And I just know I'm not going to get action. How can I get action? Everyone at the table knows I haven't played much in the last hour or two. And of course, I raise up and everyone folds. But I knew that was going to happen. But that's why it's so important to be active. Because when you do get the hands, you need to be able to get some action.
Yeah. I will never forget the day. I was always hanging out with Lex Veldhuis. He still plays online Twitch. He was always in a like a fight with Rolf Slotboom at the time. Two kind of famous Dutch poker players.
So let me just recap here, just to make sure I'm on the right level. Lex was the guy who played in high stakes poker at one point.
Yeah.
And Rolf was the guy who had the PLO book about short stacking and stuff.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
they hated each other basically.
Okay. Yeah.
And at one point, you know, Rolf would always write columns for this website Poker City, and in one of the columns, he was complaining that basically he always got it in with the best hand and lost.
Okay.
And then Lex replied, "If you're always getting it in with the best hand, you're not going all in enough.
That's
not,
true.
Not early enough."
Yeah.
And that,
You're
you
not
know, like,
getting it
huh?
enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's true.
It's not just snarky, but it's true as well.
It's so true.
If you're waiting for that big hand, that you
if
always
you're
have to
waiting
bet.
for the big hand, you won't get the action, and vice versa. If
Well,
you're
you get
playing
the
all
action,
hands-
but you know it's small because you blind it off.
Yeah. If you're not getting it in behind, you're not getting it in. It's so true. Yeah, I agree.
So that set off another fight, obviously.
Yeah. That's the thing that happens a lot in poker. People have egos, you know. There seems to be no shortage of that.
Yeah.
The amount of conversations I've heard over the years with, well, this guy's better, or I'm better, he's better. You know, it's.
Well, it's usually this guy sucks.
Yeah.
But he's running hot.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. The funny thing I always found with that, though, like, this is a game of cards. It's not like if you're Cristiano Ronaldo, I can see why you're arrogant. To me, an arrogant poker player has never made sense to me, just because of how, like, anyone can play this game. It's a simple game, simple rules. There's nothing. You haven't landed a ship on Mars by being good at poker. I don't know where ego comes from with poker, and yet it has always been prevalent. And it's quite funny, I find. It's almost childish, this ego and, you know, Twitter battles and what have you. It's I find it amazing, to be honest. And it's always been the case.
I think that there's obviously a lot of variance in poker. Everyone knows that. But it's hard if you're doing the right things and you're going well, then it's easy to get cocky because you think that everything
Right.
you're doing is great and it has success.
They
And
get
then-
carried away with the wave.
Yeah,
right.
and then at one point, obviously, things are, they're on a bad streak or whatever.
Yeah.
They still think they're doing well, and then they see some other idiot who's not playing well, but he is getting the results, and then they,
getting the respect, and people are talking about him and not you. But they're delicate creatures, poker players, and they have that big bubble that if you get a pin and you stick it in, they can explode.
But I mean, that makes for at least some interesting.
It makes
bits in the
entertainment
poker
for us
world.
on the sidelines, right?
I mean, Mike Madison wasn't the best player, but he was funny, and it was
absolutely
entertaining to see
Yeah.
him blow up.
That's what we want.
yeah. A lot of big hands. Florian now, ace king. And Dan with the jack 10 off.
He came to play
Easy
today.
goal.
Now, as you say, all these sort of 7-5s are getting enticed. Once you have people getting involved in the hand, everyone else has that extra appeal to get in.
I was going to say, Darren needs to have a real bad hand to fold, and he did. 6-3
He did.
off.
He had one of the bottom 20% hands.
Because he knows by now that Dan is creative.
Absolutely,
He wants
yeah.
to battle with Dan. Oh, both flop a pair. Obviously, Florian's pair a little better. And Florian is no idiot. He's checking. He's waiting to see what Dan is going to do.
Yeah.
Let him do the betting and the bluffing, probably.
A puzzled look and a reluctant call. I love it. This is poker.
6. Great card for Florian.
Isn't Florian playing this hand well?
Ooh, this is a big bet.
He is just letting Dan do his thing.
Is it 9,000?
Against him.
Is that over the size of the pot? Florian is not contemplating a fold, I imagine. Oh, it's 4.5K. It's not too bad. It's
So
half
he's-
pot. Yeah, there.
There we are. He's pretending to be contemplating.
But really, he's thinking of the Mirage. 7 on the river.
Checks again.
Florian, check,
Yeah.
check. Then at showdown value. Fine check behind.
Yeah.
From Dan.
Yeah.
From our man Dan. Dan the man.
I think Florian's probably is starting to regret not betting the river. I mean, he knew he was ahead the whole time.
Yeah.
And Dan was smart enough to know, look, this guy isn't going away. There's no point in trying to bluff this hand of showdown value. Just
Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot from the Dutchman here.
No.
He hasn't
Quiet
been in-
guy. You know this guy?
No.
Okay.
I think he's a qualifier, but not 100% sure. Oh, 9-6 under the gun.
Yeah. Play the rush.
Race to 1300. Baptiste with the deuces. He folds. He's down to 20.
Dan was never folding that hand.
Dan hasn't come all this way to the Marriott Hotel to fold King Queen.
Definitely
Come on.
not. Yeah. Not at this stage of the tournament.
No. Dara, King 4. It is suited.
I
but
would be surprised.
Is he thinking of squeezing?
He's certainly thinking about something. I think he's thinking about folding.
He's not going to call, right? Is he? No, he's folding.
go.
Okay. Patrice, Jack 4 off.
This would be an interesting time for him to squeeze, but I can't see it happening. He would for sure have got it through too.
Well, Dan, I don't know.
Yeah, you never know, Dan. So we have the classic matchup here, 9-6 against King Queen going to the flop.
Queen on the flop.
I think it's safe to say Dan is married to this hand now.
It's again Florin versus Dan. And there comes a bet, and that's the race. He looks very confident. Florin's gonna Hollywood a little bit, but he's not gonna do anything, right?
He just has that puzzled look the whole time, doesn't he? It's
Yeah.
just one of those contemplating looks.
He's trying to figure out what Dan is doing. We see that he sometimes has real hands, but he's playing the rush. Florin folds. Wise decision.
So this is a pretty impressive setup we have here. When I was asked to commentate, I had no idea we were going to have all the, even this thing. I have no idea what this is, but it looks expensive.
That's the mixing board, yeah.
I feel like I'm Tiesto or something with this if I was to start moving things.
It's hot in here, though.
It
it's
is.
still cubicle.
It's hot in here, but it's fun.
The action is heating up.
Action is
Dan, the big stack. 98k. And then Baptiste, the shortest one, at the table with 19.3. Dara, just on the starting stack.
He seems to spend his life on starting stack, whether it's online or live.
It's true, yeah. Cheers, okay.
It's true.
Yeah, see ya.
What's the biggest buy-in tournament that you ever played? The main event?
World Series main event, yep. All the way back in 2011 or 2012, I think. Great to play it. It was a real ambition to play in that, as I think it is for most players to try and...
I want to play it one day.
You will. You playing anything this week?
No. I don't have the time anymore to play
This
a lot.
is what I said.
And
poker's a great game, but time is also...
I was in Vegas last month, and that was the first time in a while that I got to play. I just played some cash game, 1-3.
How was it? Enjoyed it?
I loved it. I lost a little bit of money. It's okay. I mean, I love Vegas, but if you go to Vegas and you play slots or whatever, it to me it's kind of boring. But now I go to the poker room. I love the Win poker room.
Yeah.
Sit there all day, have a coffee, chat to a lot of people.
Yeah.
You meet very interesting people at the table.
I was going to say, I'm sure you met some characters.
And then, you can even win money or you lose a little bit of money. Huh? That's not the end of the world.
It's great.
Yeah.
This is exactly what poker should be.
Order some food at the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's the perfect game.
It's the life, right?
Yeah. I used to go to all the tournaments as a reporter, and Govert Metaal, you know him, he's a Dutch older gentleman, plays high rollers and plays everything. And he said, at one time, he was retired, and he said, this is perfect for me. I have a reason to go to all these nice cities. I have something to do there because there's a poker tournament. If you bust, you can play another tournament, or you can go see the city or whatever. If you're just regularly retired, what are you gonna do? Sit at home all day or do a cruise? Or no? He found the perfect thing. He was okay at poker. He was not the greatest player alive, but he wasn't losing a lot of money at it either. He enjoyed himself. His wife came along, and there was always, obviously, a beer to be had, and whatnot after the tournament. I mean, having a good time.
I really hope poker can retain this, because I think that's the big worry for me at the minute is with the technology, the solvers and the software and stuff. I really worry that poker might, because it's a great pastime. It's something that, and as you say, it's accessible to everyone any age. There's nothing physical about it, and the social aspect of poker is something that we really have to try and keep reinforcing and keep it.
That's why live poker is so great.
Absolutely,
I mean,
yeah, for all the reasons you just said.
Throughout, the times online has gotten tougher, and there's all these things. And I still enjoy online poker as well, especially for tournaments and qualifying and whatnot. But live event, it's just perfect.
Yeah.
And They don't have their laptops out,
No,
here,
this
so.
is how I think almost everyone got into poker.
Patrice now with the queen 10 off on the button, raises it up. Hasn't played a whole lot of hands, but still, Florin is interested with ace 4 off in small blind. He has the bigger stack. Here comes a 3-bet. That's 5,600, I think.
It's so frustrating for Patrice. I mean, I know this feeling where you just feel like hands are going, time is going by, and
then you finally open up.
And next thing you're getting 3-bet, and he's going to struggle to do anything here.
Baptiste hasn't folded yet. He's interested. We don't know what he has, but he is definitely interested, and he sees the same thing probably. Oh, he folds anyway. We don't know what he has. Back on Patrice. Oh, he hasn't folded yet either. Is this a little bit of Hollywooding, or does he have some big plans for this hand? Is he going to shop?
Like it.
No.
He knows that this is just mean what's happening here.
Yeah, he's getting bullied.
Getting bullied, and he doesn't like it. You can see the shaking of the head. And this is the sort of stuff that can send you on tilt. I mean, he hasn't lost many chips there, but it's just a frustration thing where you feel like, I can't enforce myself on this table.
I know what's happening.
I'm folding, I'm trying to get involved, I'm getting snapped back again.
Well, he's still on a decent stack.
Exactly, he's on a
40K
decent stack. There's no reason to panic, but this is stuff that can make you slightly tilt.
Did you do anything here in Bucharest?
I haven't had a chance to now. I don't think I've ever slept as much as I did last night. I woke up at 3 p.m. I don't think I've ever woken up as late in my whole life. 3 p.m. this afternoon I woke up at. That was the end of me doing anything. 11 hours I think I slept, which is...
Wow.
It was a great sleep though. Comfortable beds here in Bucharest.
Yeah.
Have you done anything yourself?
I went and visited the salt mine.
What's that?
Yeah, you go 200 meters underground. There's a massive salt mine.
Salt mine?
I mean, people at home can't see it. It's on my Instagram, actually, at WebJoker. It's really impressive.
Wow.
These are the people. So it's massive. You go 200 meters underground. The air is extremely fresh. It's always it has natural air conditioning. It's always 12 degrees.
Yeah.
For kids it's fun as well because there's like a lot of stuff to play around with. People are playing soccer. Some of the Romanian people who go there for an entire day. There's like billiard tables and whatnot. It's a
fun place.
But it's a 2-hour drive, so it's not nearby.
But it was worth doing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can only
When are you ever going to get to do something like that again?
Exactly. I'd seen a photo of this online, and then I was like, okay, that looks very interesting. Oh, it's in Romania? Okay, I'm going to go to Romania, in a couple months.
Yeah.
And then, okay, it's 2-hour drive. That's far, well, on these roads. It's only 100 kilometers, but they have terrible roads here in this... definitely worth it if you're ever in the neighborhood. And this morning there was a military parade that I visited. Yeah, they had fighter jets, a lot of tanks, and yeah.
That's an impressive looking tank you're showing me.
Yeah, they have. It's like world-class stuff.
Yeah.
These is not old Soviet stuff that they're using. This is brand new stuff.
Yeah.
So
they're ready for battle. Literally.
Yeah. So that was cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
fair play to you.
First couple of years that I went to poker tournaments on reporting stuff, I never did anything. I just was in the hotel, did my work, and went home. And then later, I realized that
these are great opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I had been
in
Barcelona 7 times, and I had never seen anything. So.
But you're changing that now.
I changed it like 10 years ago. I always try to book a couple days extra or get up very early in the morning and do some stuff. All right, new table. And I know one gentleman, the Dutchman in seat 2. Max, good player, very funny guy.
Right.
I love that guy. So
he looks like a guy that Gus Hansen wouldn't try and steal a girl on, I think. You have to pick your battles in this life.
Real line for this table is 2,000.
Just so everyone at home understands, this was a table change. There was a break, but we're skipping all the breaks today.
Nice. Yeah.
So people,
Keep the action going.
keep the action going. And we're gonna go for a couple more hours, so you don't have to switch off, turn it off. You can just stay here and see some great poker action. And some live stories on the side, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what we want. We want poker and stories. You had any dramatic poker stories in your time or events that you witnessed?
Got a lot of great stories, but I don't know if the broadcast is fit for...
These are the best ones. We'll have to set up a separate channel for those ones. I have a few X-rated stories as well, actually, come to think of it. Everyone watching is probably thinking, tell us the X-rated stuff.
I used to love to cover the high rollers, the super high roller events. So
Right.
I was in charge of all the live reporting for Poker News.
Okay.
So I could pick the tournaments I wanted to report myself, obviously. So
Perfect.
I covered the million drop in Monte Carlo, the 1 million buy-in tournament, the $1 million buy-in tournament in the States, all that kind of stuff. The high-level players, I loved it. I mean, that's not any super exciting stuff over there, but it's high-level play.
I mean, if you're going to report on something, you might as well report on the World Cup final or the whatever the poker equivalent is.
They're listing me here as Henry. I know him as Max, but maybe I'm mistaken. Henry with the 9-8 in the big blind needs to call 2,000. He's not going to do that. Arthur is getting away with it.
Seemed like an interesting mix of guys on this table. All different ages.
Playing 8-handed again.
Yeah.
Do you play any other poker games other than Hold'em?
No. Like I have played Omaha before. I remember in Dublin it was sort of hard to get a Hold'em cash game. It was all round of each, so round of Hold'em, round of Omaha. So I would have played a lot of Omaha then. But I always felt more comfortable playing Hold'em. I remember sort of I'd be telling people Omaha hands and they'd be saying about this draw I had and that draw I had, and I wouldn't have realised I had that draw, and I thought this can't be a good game for me if I'm missing, key information here, there and everywhere. Lucky dealer. I've been hearing this since I started playing poker about lucky and unlucky, and it's amazing. And I even saw someone yesterday at my table. He in fairness, he got set over setted, but he stood up. He had the camera phone out, and then he was sat down, and I could see him, furiously texting, obviously sending the pictures to whoever, and it's amazing. I mean, I don't want to be so cruel as to say that no one cares, but I don't know if anyone cares. I mean, if someone sends me a picture of a set over set, I'm just going, okay. I mean, we've all seen it, but it's amazing how into it people can get, and it's like as if they're so in this world at that moment that they think that everyone needs to know about what happened, and it's almost like a poker fanatic. You're so involved, and
I mean.
It's good to see, actually.
I covered poker for 15 years. I've seen all hands, basically.
So you have seen a set over set.
Seen.
What would you think if someone sent you a picture of a set over set? Would you be amazed?
I can still feel what people are feeling, so I don't mind it, actually. But there's not a whole lot of hands that I still, remember or tell someone about, because, you've seen it all.
Right.
I mean, it's nothing special. Set over set happens every single day.
Right.
We had we covered every single WSP event, obviously, so like 78 events or whatever. Every single day, you had the craziest hands. You couldn't believe it. But
of course.
Yeah, it happens.
You have enough poker tables going at once, you're going to see everything.
Yeah. There was one time a guy I think it was in the 100K at the WSP. He folded quads. That was an interesting.
Wow.
I mean, that's one I remember. That's one. That was exciting, and we were writing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually had quads yesterday early in the day, and the guy beside me said, wow, quads. He said, the best hand I ever had in my whole life playing poker was quads. I only ever had quads once, and I lost. This game.
Have you had royal flushes?
I haven't had a royal flush, no. Or have I? Maybe I have online. I probably have online actually, but I don't ever remember having one in a live setting. Yeah, that's one I would probably
Get
take
your
out
phone
my
out.
phone and take a picture of that one. Yeah, ideally with the whole table thumbs up with the dealer and everything.
Except for one sad guy.
one grumpy guy looking the other way in the corner.
That's the issue, though. You always have the nuts and the second nuts. If you have something
Right.
like that, so
Yeah,
usually you don't make a whole lot of money.
Yeah. The bigger the hand, usually the less money you make. It's those in between hands that win or lose tournaments. One thing I noticed yesterday, and I'm looking at it here in the shot, is the two guys with watches on. I think every player on my table yesterday had a watch, and I was thinking to myself, I never wore a watch, but obviously it's a fashion accessory or what have you, but really a watch is defunct in this day and age. I mean, the phone, this guy hasn't got a watch, but you can get the time on your phone, and it even changes when you move countries and everything, but yet watches remain.
Yeah.
This guy has a bit of a what's that guy that Moneymaker beat heads up about him?
Steve Denneman. Oh, Sammy Farah.
Sammy Farah.
Sorry, yeah.
Seat 1 reminds me a little bit of Sammy Farah.
Yeah, I can see that vibe. Uh-oh. Alexandru, ace king suited, Quinton, pocket kings in the small blind.
This
This
big
is
stuff.
gonna get interesting.
Huh.
Quinton,
This is the most dramatic hand we've seen.
so far.
Uh-huh.
Quinton has the disadvantage that he's in the small blind. Obviously, if you 3-bet here, it's always a little bit
we go.
stronger.
Yeah.
Usually. 6,300. Big blind folds. 6,400 actually.
Uh-huh. This could be a pre-flop.
25k, we're playing 300, 600?
Yeah.
No? Are we?
This could be a pre-flop. Everything goes in.
This is very strong. So he's already telling me how much he has. But still, ace king suited. Looks so beautiful, huh?
Always nice to have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle card protector.
We don't see a whole lot of card protectors anymore. Huh? There was a time that everyone had a card protector.
Right. And they were always lucky. That's my lucky one.
Yeah, that's the problem. If everyone has a lucky one,
There's only so much room for luck in this game.
There's only so much luck to hand out.
What to do?
Alexandru, what would you do?
I would
Bet?
be. In
Full
either
bet, get
seat,
in.
I would be.
Oh,
getting
there he
it.
goes. 4-bet. Insta shove. He's getting a good price now. I think he already called. Yeah, the cards are already up. Bad news for Alexandru. I mean, he still has.
There's always a chance.
Oh,
There it is.
Oi, 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 oi. Ace on the flop. And just like that, Quinton only has one out. And he's the player at risk. Yeah, this is a bad beat story.
How quickly
Where's
you
your
can
phone?
change.
Where's
I
your
know.
phone? Queen on the turn, that changes nothing.
This is an early contender for next year's bad beat competition.
Oh. And a blank on the river. Yeah. Ace king versus kings. You still have like a little under 30% equity, I think. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it in with the best hand. I mean, what more can you do?
You can do no more. And sometimes I feel sorry for the likes of when you have ace king in that spot, because a lot of the times you're going to go out. But it's unfortunate that you can get ace king when someone else has king. So when the ace king wins, there's a certain part of me that says, well, he was unlucky to face that situation. Obviously, it's very unlucky to lose with kings. But it's unlucky to have ace king against kings. So Back to seven-handed. Some nice stacks on this table. George with 86k, Henry 81, Tryon 72. Seems like we have, you know, $250,000, 300,000 this table. It's a lot of chips.
Yeah.
Sorry. English, please. Romanian, please. You can also learn me Romanian, then you can.
It's easier than your language.
Yeah, for sure. For you.
His name actually is Max, so I'm not going to call him Henry just because it says so on the graphics.
Yeah. It seems like there was a misprint somewhere.
Maybe Henry is
Oh,
his
I
birth
think I've
name.
seen Henry there.
I think it's his birth name.
Uh-huh.
Ce-am făcut?
I always find that amazing. There's a lot of people I've met over the years where you get to know them and their name is Max, and then it becomes, well, actually that's not my name, you know. And I always found that so bizarre, you know, like that you could have a name that isn't your name. I mean, when my dad met my mum, for instance, he said his name was Paul, but his name was actually Sean. And like to this day, I still can't understand that. It's like, you know,
What? Why did he go by a different name?
I don't know.
He was just messing about.
He was just messing about, I think, in front of his friends or something. But the problem was that he messed about for way too many years, and he had like.
And there's no way to go back.
Right, and all of my mother's side of the family still call him Paul, which is bizarre because it's not his name. But yet he because he didn't admit it for years and years and years. Unfortunately, the boat had gone too far. But I've heard the stories like that lots of times. A guy I work with I was organising a flight for him recently, and again another Sean. Must be a Sean thing, but he sent me in a picture of his passport, and it was John Joseph was written on it. And I said, Sean, this is it's your picture, but it says John Joseph, and that's my name. I'm saying, but like, you thought it was Sean, you know. Then I feel uncomfortable calling him Sean, having seen his passport, you know.
Ooh. Both hit a pair. Okay. Max is gonna lead out, seems. No, it's just
Max Henry.
Continuation bet. Another king. Alexander checks, Henry checks back. Small, little, I guess, value bet.
What to do?
3.5K. He's gonna call and he's gonna regret it. There he gets the bad news.
Yeah, that's one of those calls where you can almost see what you're going to see before you see it. But you do it anyway.
When my mother was born, my grandfather went to the local authorities to register the kid. And he said, yeah, we're calling her Sheila. And the lady behind said, like, Sheila, you don't mean Shaila? And he said, like, yeah, I guess.
Wow. Yeah.
And my grandmother was so angry. So
right.
Still this, I mean, they're both dead by now, but
yeah.
So, but she went with Sheila, obviously, but in her passport it was Shaila.
Yeah.
And that was just because my grandfather just messed up.
I know, but like of all the things to use the whatever line, like it's different when it's, you know, I meant ketchup, not mayonnaise, but when it's someone's name, it's amazing that someone could be so flippant about whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty big thing to not try to sort of make sure you got right, you know.
Yeah.
Because this is something that's binding for life.
Yeah.
But I do like how casual he was.
Yeah, he was not that involved, so.
People are getting a lot more creative with names these days as well. Like before, you just you know, if it was a daughter, it was the same name as the mother. If it was a son, it was the
Yeah.
same name as the father.
Like Phil Helmut Jr.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Everyone was a junior to a junior to a junior.
Oh. George wakes up with queens when Alexandru raises it up from the small blind with the good old 10-6 off. There's the 3-bet.
Here we go.
George obviously now up to almost 85k after that ace king versus king's hand.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I feel like you had fewer real names where you could pick from back in the day. I mean, you still had a lot, but for 3 times in my life, my best friend's name is Frank, and my name is Frank as well.
Right.
So,
It's a good name, though.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Some people, I think, just don't like their names. You know, they get given a name and they don't, you know, they want another name. It's just,
Yeah.
I never had that issue either.
Well, you know, if something, you know, very humiliating happened, like someone, you know, stole Sarah away from you, you know, you could think about changing your
Right,
name, maybe,
yeah,
you know,
because
or-
you've so much shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you,
almost
you know, wrote a
needed
blog
name.
and it's under your original name and you change your name, that
Yeah.
could help. Yeah.
Yeah. David Lapham was telling me a funny story yesterday about, here we go, all in.
I had enough of this. 5,100 with
love that.
pocket sevens under the gun. Good luck.
They always have had enough of this when they have a decent hand.
Yeah.
It's never like 3-4, I've had enough of this all in. Or one of my favorite lines in poker is when they say, I shouldn't, but I call.
Yeah.
Any two, that is literally any two. 8-3 against 8.
Blackjack. Champion.
That is a blackjack hand, right?
8-3.
That is a double down hand.
Now you will see my favorite dealer. On the flop, she put me out.
Here we go.
On the turn already. On the flop, please.
This is the attitude. I love this.
There's a
There's
3.
the 3.
3, now 8.
Now 8.
I love how hard he's rooting against himself.
Yeah.
It's like the counter rooting.
Counter jinx he's trying.
Yeah.
Okay. King. No flush draw, no.
You do well to get a flush from there.
Poor black card. River is another king. Anton survives.
I'm
doubles up.
glad he doubled up.
It's his lucky dealer, you know.
He's providing entertainment for us here.
Mhm. We were all praying for you. David Levitt told you a funny story.
He did. I'm trying to remember if I can remember it. Yes, it's not about changing names, but it's about citizenship and where you live, you know. And I think he was cashing out from a tournament somewhere, and there was a tax question and where do you live? And of course he's from Ireland, but he lives in Malta now. But he certainly had a little bit of like a confusion over where he, because the person that was cashing him out was asking him where's he from or where's your residence, or whatever. And I can't remember which answer he gave, but after he gave it, he realized that he was going to be taxed with that answer. So he then started to say, oh no,
Actually,
I just spend a lot of time in Malta, but I live in Ireland. And of course the girl was like not believing him, and they're saying, but this is where your ID or you're registered down as. But it's funny, like when someone, where are you from, and next thing it's, oh well, actually I'm not,
I'm not from there.
Once you give the answer, when they say where are you resident and you say Malta, there is nothing you can come up with afterwards to try and get out of that.
I used to go to Las Vegas a lot, and then, I guess it changed, but in the beginning, people would ask where I'm from, and I said the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Not everyone had heard of it, but Amsterdam, everyone knows Amsterdam.
Right.
So sometimes I would say, yeah, I'm from Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Which? No, actually, I'm not from Amsterdam. I'm living close to Amsterdam, but
Right. Yeah. You just say whatever works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. Isn't that funny? Like, that's the weird thing about Americans. Like, they would know if you said London, they would know London. But if you said England, they would be England. Where's England? What's England? It's amazing how a city can.
Well, you got it's tough. Great Britain, United Kingdom, England.
Yeah,
It's,
it's confusing. Yeah, it sure is. Not as confusing as having Ireland and Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland, and isn't it all? Yeah, well, yeah.
It's a delicate situation.
I know.
It's a sensitive subject.
Right, and I've been ever since I've been coming to poker tournaments, I've been hearing, you know, you from the UK? No, I'm from Ireland. Oh, same thing. Well, no,
Yeah.
not really. No, no, it's not really same thing. We are close though. They're our closest neighbours.
Best neighbors?
Not quite.
No.
Not quite.
The only two words he knows in English are Sunday and million, right?
Yeah, and time.
Oh, in time.
Dat is per two times Sunday million, one time warm up. No, this is for serious.
Trade pass, pass the pass.
We don't see as many shades anymore, right? Sunglasses.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
We used to a lot.
It used to be mandatory almost.
We had Marcel Lusk in the Netherlands, you know. He had
I
the
know.
upside down sunglasses.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That was his trademark.
And the suit.
And the suit. But
Yeah. Don't see so many suits anymore.
No.
You can watch on the stream.
Marcel Lusk just wears a suit now when he makes a final table, so
Oh, okay.
he doesn't make a whole lot of final tables. So
Uh huh. Right.
I think he still brings it, you know, to a tournament. But
I like that. Final table suit.
Max, or Henry as they like to call him, in the big blind with Queen 10. Again facing off against Alexandru, who has A6 suited. That is raising chips. Max check raising here from 2K to 6,200. I don't know. I think it's gonna work here. It doesn't look too excited about it. Max gets away with it.
Now we're getting to see the great player that you know.
No finish like Finland.
Oh, finish? No, no.
Finish like Finland. I like that. As opposed to finish like I'm finished.
It's so easy in this type.
I played a poker tournament one time in Marriott in the Åland Islands.
In the what?
It was Åland Islands. So it's like the Isle of Man between Sweden and
Yeah, yeah.
Finland.
Oh,
Åland
okay.
Islands. I think they had their. It was PAF Poker Tour, or PAF for the website, but
Okay.
they
Was it legal there?
Oh yeah, I think their base it was probably a tax haven of some sort, but their base was there, and I played a tournament there and qualified online. Ooh, king's
Another
here.
big hand.
Yeah. But when you registered, they gave you a country flag, like a sticker that you put on your sweater or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Show what country is.
Oh,
Here we
oh,
go.
oh,
Here
oh,
we go.
oh. That's bad news.
I need luck. I need only not to have bad luck.
That's well said again.
Anton shoving.
Anton has all the one-liners.
Arthur has folded by now, I imagine. The ace jack. But Florin is not gonna
Florin
fold.
Will not be folding. That's. I'm more sure of that than my own name at this point.
Pocket 10.
Have we a three-way?
Yeah, someone else folded an ace and a jack. That's not a good situation to be in.
No, that's just made this bad situation worse. Can he get an ace?
He cannot so far. No backdoors or anything. Oh yeah, backdoor Broadway. 10 on the turn. 6 does nothing, really.
No clubs.
He has 2 outs because the ace of spades was already folded.
He is putting the jacket on though. Sometimes that works.
Not this time.
Not this time.
Too bad. Anton out.
But Anton looks like he's had fun. I mean, this is what poker's about. You know, so many people are going to get knocked out. So many people won't cash. That it's nice to see someone busting and actually looking kind of happy. You know,
Yeah.
laughing and joking. And look, this is.
He had a good
this is
time.
Yeah.
He enjoyed himself.
Yeah. He was short. Anyway, to finish my story, they had no Irish flag to put on the
Yeah.
on the sweater. So I said, look, just give me the Finland flag. So I put the Finland flag on, and I was sitting at the table, and obviously I was talking to somebody, and the guy next to me started saying, "Your English is really good," you know,
Yeah.
saying, you know, almost perfect or perfect or almost.
Almost perfect.
Almost perfect, yeah. But I said, "Oh, I'm not from Finland. I'm from Ireland." Oh, so I thought you were Finland, but yeah, my
Did you cash?
English almost perfect. I don't think so. No, no. But great great place to go to.
One of my friends wants to cash in as many countries as possible, so that,
Right.
you know, on his handemobile he has
Yeah.
all the different flags.
That sounds fun.
like a
Yeah,
good
that's
place.
that's well. Now I know why you ask, because that would be a really unusual flag
Yeah,
if
exactly.
I got that one. Yeah, I do have an Isle of Man flag, which I think
good.
is probably rare. Manx cat, weird looking flag.
When you cash at the World Series, they do everything. Well, I don't have to tell you, but they do manual. So they
Right.
write down your name, your country code, and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
I'm from the Netherlands, so I cashed at the.
No, you're from
World Se-
Amsterdam.
And they need to put down NL for the Netherlands,
Yeah.
but you know they scribble, and sometimes the other person cannot read it. So
Uh-huh.
there's a lot of people from Naura.
Oh wow.
Always, but those are Dutch players, obviously.
Uh-huh.
But with me, they made the mistake of NI, or someone read it as NI,
Okay.
so
Northern
Nigeria.
Ireland. Oh, Nigeria.
So I was, for at least a year, the all-time money leader of Nigeria with my cash of $3,500.
Amazing.
So I emailed PokerStars at the time and said, like, I'm the all-time money leader from Nigeria. Don't you think I deserve a sponsored contract, right?
Right.
And they said, yeah, contract is in the mail. You know, I guess it got lost in the mail because I never received it. Yeah.
It almost
Unfair.
seemed like the perfect story there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfair. but-
I love how you played that hand. You know, look, I'm from Nigeria. Actually, now that I consider it, I should be a sponsored pro. I mean, I'm the best player in Nigeria. That's a new market for you guys.
Nu este? Deci nu te remunerează mai bine dacă ești toată ziua în condițiile astea de stres?
I imagine you don't speak any Romanian.
No, I have basically bar maybe 10 words of French, nothing else. Typical.
And according to that one guy, not even English. all
Right,
that well.
yeah. Almost perfect
Almost
English.
perfect, yeah.
And maybe 10 to 15 words of French, and that's it. I imagine, though, you're quite multilingual.
No, just I mean, I understand a little bit of German.
Uh-huh.
I can understand most, and I can read it, but I can't speak it really.
Can you speak French?
Not much more than you probably.
Okay.
I mean, I should.
I was going to see if we could have a French off,
No.
because mine is pretty bad. I think I could make you feel good with mine.
I did a year of Spanish, so I know a
Right.
little couple words and whatnot, but
Okay.
no.
And in school, you did German in school, or
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's very similar to Dutch.
Okay.
So even if I hadn't had it in school, you can still.
Yeah.
So.
I've been impressed at the level of English here in Romania. I mean, anyone I've spoken to from Romania, I thought has had pretty
Yeah.
much almost perfect English. Yeah.
Yeah. Max gets away with it.
Max Henry. He's channeling his inner Max Verstappen.
Max Verstappen.
He's gonna race away with all the chips.
Did you like the Vegas race?
Yes, loved it.
It was a great race, huh?
Loved it. And it's going to be they have a contract for 10 years.
10-year contract, yeah.
It's going to be great.
People in Vegas hate it, the
Yeah.
locals, because
Of
it
all
messes
the
up with all the parking
Yeah.
and whatnot. But
It's it's great to
did
have
you
it
like the
there.
sphere, the big globe thing?
Yeah.
I thought it really cool.
Yeah.
So I was in Vegas 2 weeks before the race, or 3 weeks before the race, and
Did you go and see U2 there?
no, I went to see the movie. So U2 has four times a night, and on the nights U2 isn't playing, they have a movie there, which is
4 times a week.
3 times a week. So
Oh, yeah.
whatever the other way around, and that's like $70, and it's incredible. It's super impressive.
3D
Giant
movie.
screen.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
As 3D can be.
yeah, it's really cool. Also on my Instagram.
Yeah.
People should be just. I'm like an influencer.
Right, you
I
are.
hardly use Instagram, but if I see something cool, then
I mean,
uploaded.
you're putting up all of the interesting stuff in the world on your Instagram.
A friend of mine, Dutch guy, lives in Vegas. And he had asked me to come by during the race. But too busy and whatnot. And I was there 3 weeks before, so it makes no sense to fly back home and go. But before the contract is over, I'm going to visit Vegas F1 for sure. I want to see it. But he said even as a local, the ticket prices went down.
Yeah.
But the grandstand didn't get below 800. Still too much.
Yeah.
Even for me.
Yeah. But I mean, if you know you're going to go next year, you can start planning.
Yeah.
Or 2 years or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
No, I mean,
you wouldn't mind putting money away for.
I don't need to save it, but still, I find it excessive.
Oh,
I have it. I have 800 euros, but I find
you're not willing to pay it.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I get you.
I was in Zandvoort this year, and that was
What do you think would be a price you would be willing to pay?
well. So in Zandvoort, I paid, but it was for
Zandvoort, yeah.
for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It was 450.
Right. So that's kind of you're thinking why?
I mean,
why?
I still think it's very expensive, but okay.
Yeah.
You know, but not 800 for just the race.
Right. And you have to get to Vegas, whereas Zandvoort, I assume, was accessible for you.
Yeah.
What was Zandvoort like? That looks like one of the maddest races.
It was cool, yeah, and it was rain, start drying up.
Right.
Lawson getting new in the seat, obviously after the crash, and
He was
it was
great.
very cool, yeah, and very impressive. But it was my first Formula One race at the track, and it's hard to keep track of what's going on because you see one corner, and then you're like, is that Max or is that Checo? Okay, so there must have been a pit stop or whatever. I don't know.
You didn't have the big screen to.
Yeah, I mean it was there, but it is. I don't know. And you have like a big commentator, so that they're.
Yeah.
But still, it's much easier when you're at home. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Were there any Max Verstappen fans at it?
A couple. No, he's popular. Yeah.
Seems like quite a nice guy, actually. I know when things go wrong, he can go berserk on the
team radio.
The team radio, but
GP.
like, but he seems like quite a.
I think he's kind of level-headed.
As down to earth as you could be, being in his shoes.
And he's very blunt, right? He says what is on his mind,
that.
and I mean, it's easy when you're the best,
right?
Yeah.
There's going to be no consequence for him, no matter what he says.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
I felt that for a while with Lewis Hamilton as well, where like he needed to be really babied, kind of like yes, Lewis, yes, because they had to kind of pander to him because of who he was, and he seemed pretty needy actually at times, a lot of the time. Some of these big drivers can be delicate.
Yeah, they're just crybabies. All of them.
Yeah.
They have never played poker seriously,
right?
Because then
they
would
need to take a few bad beats, and then they might realize that maybe they aren't so unlucky as they think.
Yeah. Are there any Irish drivers or famous Irish?
We had a guy from Northern Ireland back in the 90s, Eddie Irvine.
Oh, of course, yeah.
He was an Irish driver.
Ace King here in the hijack. Arthur is calling from the big blind with ace-3 suited. Eddie Irvine, yeah.
It's a name from the past, right?
Oh, that's an interesting flop. Both flop top pair. Trajan, obviously, with the best kicker, but Arthur has a flush draw on top of it.
A flush draw.
40%
I think
equity
we might see some action here.
Yeah, I imagine some chips are going to fly in. Arthur is short. I mean, he has 15k left, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was going in some way or the other here on the flop.
It's unfortunate he has almost no fold equity here, but he's going to probably lash it in anyway.
The bet is 3.8k.
He is going all in. I'll bet everything I have in my pocket.
He has 14.8k. Well, he could still call, but no, all in, and the call is going to follow quickly, I imagine. Yes, there it is. Show us the card. Show us the money.
So 40%, 60%.
No.
This is like a proper flip after the flop.
Some clubs are already out. 9 of diamonds on the turn. That opens the option of a chop pot. It's the deuce on the river. That's the end of it for our Polish player Arthur. I think we need a new player now
Huh.
because it's six-handed and even one guy is missing, so five-handed really.
There was nothing he could do there.
No.
Sometimes when you bust the tournament, it's nice to sort of leave and go, well, you know, that was
Nothing I can do.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing worse than busting a tournament thinking, I really made a mess of
Standard.
that. And yeah.
GG, good game.
Yeah.
First time here in Romania?
I am.
Yeah. You like it?
So far, so good.
Enjoying this conversation.
Yes,
Go out.
on Wednesday. Playing.
He's here from Wednesday and he hasn't gone out yet. So.
Wednesday?
Yeah, I won the satellite.
Oh yeah, today's Friday. Oh, I think today's Saturday. No, I had this dinner.
You want to satellite, he says. Oh, there's the new player.
I haven't seen him yet, but he looks like a wild player.
Yeah. Oh. Playing 400, 800. Alexandru waking up with fours in the cutoff. Imagine that's worthy of a race. 1.7k. George on a button. Jack 10. It looks so beautiful, huh?
It does,
Beautiful hand. Do you have a favorite hand?
Well, I was going to say, if I could marry a poker hand, I probably would marry Jack 10 of diamonds. It looks so pretty.
Jack 5? Not so much.
Not so pretty, no.
But, you know, he's getting a good prize in the big blind, obviously.
Now, who's liking this flop?
I mean, no one? Henry has two back doors, but that's about it. King on a turn.
In a way, this is a good flop for your Jack 5 because you can start representing.
Yeah.
Because both of the other guys are going to be scared of this board.
Yeah, now it's a little bit too late to start
Yeah,
representing.
it is.
George hits a 10 on the river.
He's going to, I think, know this is good too.
Is he gonna small value bet? Nope. Jack high, that will not win this one.
Yeah.
George shows the river 10.
By announcing his Jack high, he also got both of the others to reveal their hands. Because when you hear Jack high, all of a sudden your 4s seem big.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden your 10 seems big.
A lot of people leaving the table.
Right.
Maybe they're not allowed to use their phone on the table.
That could be it, yeah.
Except for this gentleman who has his phone in his hand.
He's just finishing off his
Yeah.
text.
2 hours. Yeah, I don't know why.
He's texting everyone he knows saying, I'm on the feature table, tune in.
Tune in 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a little under 2 hour difference now.
Uh-huh.
We've skipped 2 breaks already. It's a little bit of a... Is it a little bit of a disadvantage or an advantage when you're at the table? Because in 2 hours' time, you'll know what players have.
Yeah, I mean, I had this conversation with someone yesterday that I had a hand and we played sort of an interesting hand, and he said to me, maybe 20 minutes later, he said, do you remember what you had in that hand? I said, yeah, I remember what I had. You tell me afterwards? And I said, no. He goes, no? What do you mean, no? I said, no, I'll tell you. You had to call at the time. But he was, like, disgusted at this, you know. He thought I was not a nice guy not to tell him. But the thing is, I mean, once the hand is in the muck, I can tell you, but there's a big percentage that I could be lying. So all of a sudden, the information I give you is...
But why would you be lying, like, after the tournament is over? Why not?
Well,
You don't want to make him a better player?
I'm just saying that, and if you ask, once the hand is in the muck and someone says to you, can you tell me the hand? All of a sudden there's a question mark on whether the truth is being told or not. So to me it's like a redundant question almost. I don't know how we got to this, but...
It's another pocket fours.
Uh-huh.
And again, someone with Jack 10. No Jack 5 this time around. Andre has a gut shot. Trajan doesn't have much. Alexandru's pocket four is still good. Is he contemplating making a move?
Seems like it.
He has 12.5K, 2 overs and a gut shot. There's a bet of 3K. Yeah,
There we
he's
go.
going to do it.
Right, I
He's
like that move. I
on
mean,
his shove.
you're going to end up on this flop sometimes, that sort of stack. You got to try and
Quick fold.
take advantage of a
he's
situation that you're given.
He's happy about it.
Yeah, yeah, I like that
It's a
move.
great result.
Even the dealer clapped a little bit there. Lot of black on this table.
Relatively quick fold from the
Yeah,
fours.
it was actually, yeah.
I mean, you're drawing to 2 outs if he has something, but you know.
I'm sure if he saw the hand, he would have thought about it a little more.
That's the problem, though, of course. Even if your opponent doesn't have anything yet, they always have a lot of equity over your fours. You know, they always have 2 overs. They always have some sort of...
That's why it's always nice to push as opposed to have to call.
Yeah, black is the popular color here. Alexandru with the ace-10. George folds. Edward. You have a card protector?
No, I don't think I ever had, actually.
You never had your cards taken away by the dealer while you were still in the hand?
Well, I still am in the habit of putting the chip on the card when I'm
That's
playing.
smart.
Yeah. I should get a card protector, maybe like a little leprechaun or something. That would get people talking.
Yeah, you have these Gus Hansen bobbleheads.
Yeah.
Maybe that's an option.
I have a feeling something like that might happen to me, especially after this weekend. Someone will get me something like that. But I would use it. I'm happy to, take the fun out of myself.
Gus Hansen, yeah. I read that book that he wrote about winning the Aussie Millions. Oh,
Is this what
I
every
loved it.
hand revealed?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I thought he was so good, and a couple of years later, I was kind of decent myself,
Uh-huh.
and I felt like I don't know. There's a lot of iffy hands in there.
This seems dodgy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think I have that book somewhere at home, but I never read it,
I have
especially
a-
after what happened to me.
I have a signed version.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know where it is now. I had it. but-
It would have been good if I had a signed version, because I could have done the whole go home and burn it, and
Yeah.
that could be my retribution. But I think my retribution was actually much
For
better
Gary,
than that.
From Gus and Sarah.
Yeah. XX Sarah. Yeah.
At one point, they had like some sort of I don't think it was poker after dark. It was some sort of sit and go format, and he needed to finish first or something, and he went all in every single hand.
Really?
Without looking, and he won. Oh,
Wow.
I mean,
this is poker in its purest form.
I loved it. This is the stuff that we were talking about in friends. Have you seen this stuff?
Yeah.
Gus Hansen, the guy is crazy. I mean, I didn't really understand the format he needed, but
Yeah.
he went all in and he kept on winning. He couldn't lose. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Amazing story, really.
Yeah.
It kind of makes a mockery of the game when someone like that wins, because you're saying to yourself, wow, there really is so much luck involved.
Yeah. Well, he lost a lot of money online, so that's kind of like a testament to it being a skill game.
Right, yeah. It doesn't always last, the luck.
No.
Huh?
It's a lot of big hands we're seeing here. Another kings. I mean,
and Max has been kind of active, so this is exactly what I was speaking about earlier. You need to be active when you get your hands so that you can get some action.
But
We need someone to wake up with something.
no, I mean 7 deuce. Oh,
Here we go.
that is kind of what you're saying. 7 deuce. Terrible hand. Okay, it's suited. Wants to see a flop.
Every hand's a winner, every hand's a loser.
That is not what Florin was hoping for.
No. He's going to have to get especially creative now.
I mean, he could, of course, represent a 5 or something. But nope, that's the end of it. And he shows. You're showing it? No, I mean, you're not even telling someone what.
No.
Let alone
Yeah.
show, huh?
I'm not showing unless you're calling. Yeah. And if you ask me, I'm not telling you. Yeah. Which I actually think is nicer than lying to someone by just saying I'm
Yeah.
not telling you.
But you could also just tell the truth.
Yeah. I could do like a balanced range where 60% I tell the truth and 40% I don't. And then it's up to them to figure out which one it is. Almost like a poker game after the poker game.
A lot of big stacks here at the table.
Yeah.
Starting stack is 30K. Got a couple guys
I feel like
running around 90.
yeah, I feel like someone on this table is going to finish the day with a big stack. But who would it be?
Folding Jack 10 from the hijack.
Right.
Just showed the kings, but
Uh-huh.
Andre, ace 6 off in the cutoff. He's the shortest stack at the table. Still plenty of chips. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. That's nice to see.
no need to be in a rush. Ooh, Alexandru, ace jack in the big blind. What are you doing here? Calling? 3-betting? 3-bet, get it in.
The old me would have definitely 3-betted, but I think now I play a little bit more scared, I think. Oh, here we go.
Conservative. Oh, it's the shove. Andre folds.
I did forget about the stack size. I think with the stack size, I may have done the same thing.
Acum aveam și eu. Și atunci...
Yeah, I find I'm playing a little bit more passive now, or certainly this week was. Maybe it's because I'm sort of out of practice.
A, pe 8, 6... Aveam o feeling.
I used to really like squeezing and 3-betting and this sort of stuff. I thought that was like, it's definitely a really good way to play. If you can, especially when you're in the groove.
And then you need every couple hours you need a real hand.
Yeah.
You know, you want to
Yeah.
be messing around.
Yeah,
but
you've got your
every now and then you
advertising,
need
and now
to
it's time to get paid.
show down a winner.
Right. Yeah.
Because poker can be frustrating as well. If you're trying all this stuff and people are, 3-betting you or 4-betting you and you have nothing, so you have to fold. And you feel like they're looking right through you. Is it so obvious what I'm trying to do here?
Right.
And other times, everything is working.
Yeah.
Every 3-bet gets through.
Yeah.
Every value bet gets paid off. It can
Yeah.
be a beautiful game. It can be.
It can be an absolutely beautiful game when it's rolling for you.
Ace 8 suited in the cutoff. Oh, Florin with ace queen on the button. Again, what would you be doing here? Would you be flatting? Would you be 3-betting?
This is a nice spot for a 3-bet, I think.
Oh, pocket sevens.
You see, this is the beauty of the 3-bet.
Ooh.
If he didn't 3-bet there, that 7s was coming in for the flop.
He could have still called,
Could have, yeah.
I mean, Trajan has a massive stack as well, so he's not 4-betting light
Yeah.
or anything.
Yeah. All of his options were available there.
Yeah. I don't think I like the fold, to be honest, but... There's the call.
Wow, he does call.
Let's see if 7 pops up on the flop. Nope. Queen high. perfect flop,
It's a
basically,
bit
for
of a
Florin.
slam dunk flop for Florin.
I imagine this is gonna be check, bet, fold, but you never know.
Yeah.
There is one club out there, so he has some backdoors. It's always nice if you try a bluff that at least you have some extra equity from runner.
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah.
some.
Yeah, give me something. Like
Yeah.
if I'm going to start bluffing at this, give me some sort of a way out.
It's the check, bet, fold.
Yeah.
Smooth operator with the sunglasses.
Yeah.
You'd never been to Bucharest before?
I had been, actually, yeah, I have been. I think I was at a Unibet Open here before. I can't remember which tournament it was, but I was in this hotel maybe 6 or 7 years ago. for a tournament.
2016.
Yeah.
That was.
Unibet?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been here before. This is like deja vu. I've been here before.
I was there. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, nice to be back.
It's a nice hotel.
It is a lovely hotel.
It's,
Yeah. Food has been good. Breakfast, dinner, all supplied by tournament organisers, which is great.
All
yeah.
because of Gus Hansen.
All because of Gus Hansen, yeah. Thank you. The biggest,
Thanks, Gus.
The biggest thanks has to go to Gus Hansen, yeah. Because
Hashtag thanks, Gus.
without him, I literally would not be here.
Florin now with the 8s in the cutoff. George. Queen 10 suited. Big stack. Is he going to call? Figured he would maybe 3-bet, but he's calling, I think. Oh. Edwards. Jacks in the big blind. He's definitely gonna 3-bet, right?
I think he's going to pump it up here.
They are deep, though. You don't want to stack out with jacks now, but yes.
Yeah, yeah, and you don't really want to give away the strength of your hand too
Yeah.
much either. But then again, he's got to know that he's probably good here. Here comes the raise.
We haven't seen this player before.
No.
We haven't seen him play a hand before, I think.
Yeah. He's going to make them pay to see a flop.
8,200.
Really make them pay. I think this is going to get through, but both of them are sort of going to be not delighted about having to let these hands go. They play so well, you know. It's just such a big percentage of your stack with the 8s.
Yeah,
and you're
too big.
thinking, I probably need to hit the 8 to win. So it's... You really need to fancy yourself after the flop to try and navigate this hand from here with 8s. Could he re-raise?
Seems like it, no? It's ill-advised, but it's easy for us to say.
Uh-huh. So what's the bet now?
That looks like 21 and a little bit. No, 16.7 it says.
Okay.
Oh yeah, three 5K chips, yeah. Now what are you gonna do with the jacks? Yeah.
This has been a really interesting hand. This has probably been the most interesting hand I've seen today. It's not straightforward for jacks here.
He's gonna call.
I know this
And
hand
see a
just gets
flop.
more and more interesting. These guys are going to have to play some poker here. Whoever wins this hand is going to have to sweat it a little. This could be a real interesting flop.
Ooh, on overcard to the jacks.
Right, so now they're
Yeah.
both scared of the king. Like we went check,
Now-
check here on
yeah.
the flop.
I was gonna say he's gonna turn his 8s into a bluff. No.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's not check check yet. Now it is. I mean, it's not face up, but it is. There's a lot of information now in
Right.
2 checks.
Yeah.
And he's going to check again, I imagine.
Yeah,
Looks
and
like
he's
checking again.
with the check behind. Edouard is getting more comfortable with the jacks now.
Yeah.
He's worried about the king initially, but it's very hard to believe that Florin had a king and didn't bet the flop.
Yeah. Could still be facing queens.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, that's... He checks again. And that's the problem with, obviously, being out of position. You know,
Right.
you're still kind of at the mercy of what Florin's going to do.
I know, and I think Florin's going to regret not betting at this hand, because even if he bets now or bets the last two streets or the last street, I think he's getting called down.
I think it's going to go check, check again.
I think we have a bet here.
Oh, 15K.
15K. So you're not only thinking about the 15K now, you're thinking if I call the 15, I'm probably going to have to face a bet on the river as well.
Yeah.
So it could be 15 plus another
No,
25.
he has only 23 left, right? No.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So he's going to shove.
So
that's what you're facing.
You're probably facing
Probably.
a shove here on the river.
But I guess not this time. I imagine it's going to go check,
Or
check.
is Florin going to give up? This has been a real interesting hand. This could have been played so many different ways by both players.
And everyone's walking away because you can't use your phone at the table. But this is why you need to stay at the table.
Right.
And see what the other players are doing. Yeah, check, check.
Lot of
Florin gets the
information in
bad
that hand.
news. He
Yeah.
doesn't show.
I
The
think
eights.
the only mistake I think Florin made in that hand was not making that continuation bet on the flop. That was when it was really going to put pressure on the jacks. Because he does have a lot of kings in his range
But you
there.
need to continue your story,
Right.
probably, because
Once the check on the flop comes, all of a sudden the jacks feels a lot more comfortable in the hand.
yeah,
And
yeah, that turn bet is a little bit of a waste.
it's
you
a
know?
little bit
I
too
mean,
late, I think.
Yeah.
If he had a bet the flop,
If you want
he
to,
may well have won that hand.
if you want to bet 15,000, do it on the flop.
Yeah, yeah. You're going to make that stab at the pot.
Yeah,
That was the time
and
to
then
do it.
reevaluate on a turn
Uh-huh.
once get called.
Yeah, easy for us to say, but
Yeah.
I was surprised he didn't continue the story on the flop. I think if he had, he may have won the hand, but in the end, the best hand won.
Oh.
Andre pocket sixes.
A lot of pocket pairs.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
No sets just yet today, but I mean, you don't need them if you're playing kings, jacks, queens. Sixes this time under the gun. Open to 2K. 7-5 for max. Calls from the big blind. With a 6 and a 4 out there. Nope.
Oh. Here's another board where whoever gets creative will win the hand.
A lot of times this will go check bet folds, but let's
Right.
see.
This is one of these hands where I actually fancy the 7-5 to win it, because sixes is going to be terrified and the 7-5 has to do something to try and win the hand.
I mean, if you're facing an under the gun race on this board, it just hits his range so much better than your range.
Right.
So I wouldn't get creative here and
That's
just
what.
check fold, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what he did. New player gone in the last seat.
Yeah, we're 8-handed again. Looks like one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah.
10, maybe? Or are those all 5K chips?
The orangey ones are 5K.
Yeah, so he is not short.
Yeah. He's a comfortable stack. Even though sometimes when you look at the ones, especially seats 1, seats 2, it does seem a little shorter, but still plenty of chips for the moment. The thing you have to be careful of as well with poker, sometimes you get so focused on the table around you and you don't realize that actually some of the biggest stacks in the room are on my table.
Yeah.
You're not as far behind as
And
you
you
may
should
think
be
looking around.
too focused on average or
Right. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I feel obviously you can keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
but if you're still comfortable
Right.
playing 30 BB stack,
Yeah.
the average is 60 BB, yeah, well, who cares?
Right.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
some people might disagree, but not a pocket pair. This time for George, fours in the hijack. 2,200, a little bit bigger size. King Jack off in small blind, annoying hand. I always feel.
Yeah. Again, the position is so important here. Andre's going to get out. I wonder, are we going to see another one of these like ace high flops where, oh,
Max hitting a jack. And even though he's also in the blind, it's a totally different situation because the calling range in the small blind is a lot different from calling range in the big blind. Now he leads the turn. After 2 checks on the flop, and, George calls. 6 of clubs on the river. Max checking. George, oh, he's checking behind. I'm not sure about that because, you know,
you got to know you're losing on that board.
yeah, versus small blind call. It's too quick.
Right.
The check behind. You know,
Yeah.
he was happy to go to showdown, but maybe if he thought about it, maybe
Yeah. Yeah.
analyzed a little bit. When you started playing poker, with your friends, but you took it a little bit more serious than your mates?
Yeah, I
At
suppose I
one
did. I think I just had more of an interest in it than they did. You know, they were happy just to play and leave it as a friendly game with friends. But my first game, sort of game away from friends, was actually in a pub. They had like a local pub had a poker game, and to me that was great. Like I get to go to the pub and I get to play poker. I mean,
Yeah.
it get better than that. But the whole poker journey for me all seemed very, very kind of natural. You know, there was no great decision making in any of it. It was just like one thing led to another, and
Yes.
I always felt comfortable in it. You know, in a way that other people, it was like the idea of going to a casino was so perverse to them. They were like, oh, I don't know if I'd be able to do that. And I was thinking, I never had any reluctance to do it or any.
In your
kind
family? When
Yeah.
you started going to a casino or playing online or whatnot? Or
Well,
they
like that, I have 2 older brothers. You know, they would have both played poker at some stage, but they never got.
But your family
remotely
didn't
involved in
judge
it.
you?
No,
or-
there was never an issue. Actually, my dad really supported it.
Yeah?
He would have watched a bit of late night poker back
He knew Gus Hansen.
in the day. I don't know, would he have known Chris Hansen? He may have. He may have. But he was another one that would have been the first to say that, like, I don't know how to play, or I don't want to play, even though he could have tried to play, you know. But
That
just didn't want to.
is a nice flop for Dan.
Absolutely.
Flopping the flush. Alexandru, top pair and a flush draw. Florin, a set. Basically everyone is in the spot and a lot of people have something.
Right.
This is going to be an issue for Florin, I imagine.
Why is it that when you hit a set, there's always 3
Yeah.
of the same suit on the board?
You know, we can see that Dan has a flush, but I wouldn't be too concerned about. I mean, if another spades pops up, okay, now I would be more than happy to get it in.
Yeah. It's a shame we don't have the king of spades out there as well, just to really ignite this hand.
Yeah, Max can easily get away. Tryon has less than 1%. Where does he get that?
I don't know.
There's no run around a straight flush, no?
No.
No. Oh, it's just a bet and 2 calls.
These graphics are pretty impressive, actually.
8 is as much a blank as we could have wished for. It's still bad news for Florin, who is checking. Alexandru has 0%, and he doesn't know it yet.
Right.
Florin needs the board to pair. He's checking. Dan now with the flopped flush.
He's gonna keep the betting going here.
Florin isn't all that deep. There's 23k in the middle. Florin has 17k.
Dan is probably not thinking about the set here. He's probably thinking someone has enough flush draw.
Yeah.
Wow, Florin.
Florin shoves, Alexandru folds, and he gets the bad news.
He's going to need the board to pair.
He needs...
Quite a low percentage, actually, 16%.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards out already.
Huh.
There's just 5 outs. He needs that board pair. Oh. And he gets it.
Wow.
The deuce on the river. Double up for Florin. Hitting a full house against the flop flush. Ooh. Dan isn't happy.
No.
That's a tough bad beat.
For some reason, that was the 16% I actually really fancied.
Lucky double for Florin. Bad beat for Dan.
Da, acolo pe flop, am zis gata, s-au dus banii, zic o neagră și poate ceva, să am vreo șansă.
Mamă, dar este mai artificii la masa asta. De când am venit, au ieșit 3 persoane, set, culori. Deci că au băgat mai mult.
Kind of liking the atmosphere at this table. It reminds me of some of the earlier tables I was on yesterday. I think this is so important, just for the enjoyment of the game. Like I say, so many of these aren't going to be in the money. They might as well try and enjoy it while they're here, while they're playing. It is a social game. That was how I got into poker. You know, I got into to be able to sit at a table and talk to the guy next to me, not to try and outwit him or to. Obviously, you're trying to do that as well, but I love to see a table with people talking on it.
Yeah. I think you're not allowed to have headphones on the feature table. That helps as well, obviously.
Yeah.
Because I see that Max has headphones there behind him.
If there was a vote on whether you could have headphones or not on the poker table, I would be so against them, you know. I would be 100%
And sunglasses?
against. Yeah, get rid of all of those. Make them...
And
force the kids
the
to
massive
talk.
hoodie.
Yeah.
You know, the Christoph Vogel saying...
no hoodies allowed.
No masks.
No, yeah. You have to reveal almost every part of yourself.
There was this year where Phil Laak dressed up at the World Series. He had like an old person mask. You know the story?
No.
He played day one of the main event in total disguise.
It was legal?
At the time, there was no rule against it, but I think there is now. Probably after that whole debacle.
Changed the rules.
I was a reporter, and we all knew there was something going on. You could see that it was. I don't know. We didn't know it was Phil Laak, obviously, but you know, it wasn't the perfect disguise, but yeah. We've seen a lot of big hands, but not this time around.
No, but we've seen a lot of these hands like this with trying as a 10-3. And he must have some sort of plan for this hand. When is it going to be executed? Well,
Well, 10 on the river helps.
Now we don't need a plan. We have a showdown value. Is he going to value bet it? Will be a 10 value bet. Oh, he does bet it.
And the fold.
Gets the pot anyway. So you didn't know it was Phil Lack?
No, we learned later.
Was that fun in terms of reporting on it as who is the mystery player?
No, I mean, the main event is so big, so we didn't, half the field we didn't know, obviously, but then later, obviously, it was a big story, like, oh, Phil Lack played, but he was disguised.
Nobody saw him.
Yeah, nobody knew that it was him.
Uh-huh. But yeah, I would ban headphones for sure.
Everything.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be for my benefit that I'm banning it. It's for theirs. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable. If you happen to start talking to the guy next to you on the plane and the two of you sit there for 8 hours, passes the time better. Same with poker.
On the other end, I mean, sometimes
it's annoying if someone talks to you on the plane.
Well, I want to either sleep or watch a movie or don't start a conversation with a total stranger. Sometimes I'm up for it. Sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, I get that
and
too.
I love to put my headphones on. When I'm in Vegas, obviously I'm there to enjoy and then play a catch game every now and then.
Yeah.
But, sometimes maybe you want to just play your game and zone out and have your headphones on. Not me really, but
that's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah.
I think, if you're disguising yourself, I mean, it goes maybe a little bit too far, but like headphones on, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're slowing down the game by constantly having to ask, like, oh, how much is it?
Yeah. Well, that's really annoying.
That's annoying. So that should be banned.
Right.
2 strikes you're out, bomb, gone. And what Christopher was saying is always doing is, hiding in his hoodie. Not, gone. Get away with it.
Yeah.
Ban him. One of the best players in the world, banned.
Yeah. Make him talk. Make him have to talk before he wins all his money. The least you can do is say hello to me while you're taking all my chips. Is there any other poker destinations that you're fond of outside of Vegas? Or destinations in general?
I love a lot of casinos and tournaments. I love Barcelona.
Yeah.
So one of my favorites, Melbourne. Used to be awesome. Aussie Millions and the Poker News Cup we had there. I like Saadi Resort in Marrakesh.
Okay, never been there.
It's nice.
I have heard a lot of talk about the one in Melbourne, actually.
Melbourne used to be great.
Anyone
they don't have it anymore.
Melbourne. Oh, it's gone?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
It's so far away, but other than that, it's I love Melbourne. It's a great city. And it used to be during the Melbourne Open, know what it's called? The tennis tournament.
Yeah.
And I don't know anything about tennis or really care about it, but I would always visit it. Anyway, it's $30 for...
that's great.
To get in. Yeah.
See one of the best sporting events there is.
Australian Open. Yeah. The first year I went, I loved the Bahamas.
Oh.
It's lost its touch, I feel, the Bahamas itself. But that first time I went, it was just, amazing. Paradise Island.
Yeah.
Like a long, lazy river.
Yeah.
Crazy slides.
It does sound amazing, to be honest.
But, sounds kind of spoiled, but, if you've been... And now it's lost its glory.
Right.
Everything's so expensive. Staff isn't the greatest. Rooms aren't great anymore.
Huh.
Alexandru makes the best hand there with 4.
The monster that is 6-4.
I always like Prague.
Yeah, great
It's
city. I
a
have
great
been
city, great tournaments there.
there. Yeah.
We had a couple of Unibet Opens there as well.
Uh-huh.
It's nice. I absolutely hated Deauville. Had to go every year in January, freezing cold. I wasn't the biggest fan of the casino over there, or
Right.
no. You have a destination that you dislike? I mean,
well, France is generally a good option. I actually really like. I only been to Paris once, and I went a couple of years ago. I actually really liked it for a bit of balance. But anywhere, let me see. Where did I know? I didn't like Rosvedov. Have you been there?
yes, and I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a place that would be hard to like unless you were really into playing poker. If you're into
Yeah,
play
I mean,
poker,
it's a good
perfect.
destination for poker,
yeah.
but there's literally nothing else.
Yeah.
A strip club.
I think most people. It sounds like we're both the same in terms of we want sort of something slightly more than that. We can get it.
You know what? Two other tournaments that I really liked is there was I think it was a 10-year anniversary of the Unibet Open. It was in Sint Maarten.
Oh yeah, is
That
that the
was-
one when they had the Gangnam Style viral video? Is that the year?
Yeah. That was awesome.
That video
and then
was awesome.
there was a tournament, the EPT Winterfest in Hinterglemm, Austria. That was amazing as well.
Was that a ski resort?
Yeah. And then we had one event in the first time the EPT visited Villa Moura. That was amazing as well.
Huh. No, I've never been to Villamora.
Yeah, the tournaments don't go there anymore because they have very strict rules when it comes to making. You weren't allowed to make photos inside the casino.
Oh yes,
So, and you weren't allowed to live stream anything
Yeah.
or whatnot. It was,
Yeah.
The EPT went there once, and one of my
That
not
wouldn't
friends,
suit
but
EPT,
he
those
made
rules.
he made the final table. Rob Holling, and the photos are of him outside posing, but there is no photos of him on the final table or
table.
anything.
Isn't
I was
that
there,
crazy?
but it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense, right?
Especially for someone reporting on it, like
Yeah, yeah,
reporting
we-
a picture of some guy out in a park or something.
Yeah.
It's going, what?
yeah. Oh, Max here, I guess, saved here a little bit by the flop. He opened to 2.2k pre-flop. Andre 3-bet to 5.4. And Max called. Now it's a check for Max on Ace Jack 5. Andre, very small bet. 2.5k. I mean, you can't fold for 2.5k. It's getting roped in, I feel.
Yeah.
7 of clubs on the turn.
17k behind, 18k behind.
I wouldn't be surprised if it would go check though.
Yeah.
Because we've seen Andre is a little bit conservative sometimes, and
Yeah.
rightfully so in this case, I guess.
I think so too. Oops.
Max hasn't checked yet, has he?
There we go.
Oh, Max isn't even in the hand.
Uh-huh.
Is he? Oh, it's sorry. It is. It is check. Sorry, I was focused on our other friend. Andre isn't all that conservative. No. The river is another ace. It's a good card actually for Andre.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not getting away from kings now.
Max checks. Right now he still has that little idea that he might have the best hand in some weird way. He's gonna get the bad news soon enough. Andre, he knows he needs to value bet, but
Yeah.
you can't shove,
Right.
even though it's under pot size, but
He
who's
has
gonna
to call
you?
if he bets.
Yeah.
So yeah, what to
But
do?
if he bets, oh, he is shoving. He is shoving.
Oh, nice. He's played well actually. This is another. It's a good shove there. It's hard to believe that he has an ace, and he may get paid here, which would be a real nice pay to get.
I think Max is gonna analyze the hand again and come to the right conclusion. The check on the turn, that bothers him. You know? Why is he checking? Okay.
Yeah.
But again, you know, queens, king, jacks, even tens is beating you.
He's folding.
Ace king, ace queen, like basically every legit hand is beating him. Edwards, 122k. Andrei, the shorter one, but he won that hand. Max down to 74k. Had a little over 90 at the top. Yeah, interesting hand. I was wrong at one point, thinking some other player was in the hand. That's nice. 8-4 after this hand. You know, you want a hand that you can easily fold, right? If you get like another 9s or 8, you know you need a raise, but maybe you want to take some time and you're under the gun, you know.
Yeah.
Or like the ace-10 suited or something. It's easy if you get 8-4.
You don't want anything awkward. Yeah, that's what you want.
Florin now. Ace-4. We've seen him luckily double up. Needed the board to pair, and it did. So he's sitting on a 52k stack. And he doubled up through Dan, and Dan is looking interested. Yeah. When he sat down, you said this is a wild player, but Edward hasn't shown to be a very wild player so far, right?
Yeah, he's sort of a contradiction in what I thought. This is why you don't judge the book by the cover. You got to watch how they play and see for yourself what they're like.
There's a 3-bet from the big blind. So he is a little bit wild. King 10 suited. I like this 3-bet. I mean, it's easy because we can see the cards, but still.
Yeah.
Regardless, King 10 suited, you know.
It seems like the most positive way to play the hand, right? I mean, when you're calling and you're checking, I'm sort of learning, looking at these guys, that this is the way poker needs to be played, you know?
And it works.
You play on the front foot, you get your rewards.
High risk, high reward.
Right.
Yeah, and even though usually, you know, on a day one, it isn't always extremely exciting, but it's a good table.
Yeah.
There's some big hands.
This is the sort of table I'd like to be on, to be honest. Really impressed with all the Unibet branding, Bucharest Open. It really looks so professional. Like for a 1K tournament, this really, I mean, it might as well be the main event when you look around the setup, the graphics.
If you're playing with your mates and you want a one-time experience, a proper tournament, but you don't want to spend 10K or 5K, or because maybe it's a lot of money for you, or maybe you're not that good, or go to a Unibet Open, and you experience the same thing as, you know, massive tournaments.
I know.
For a 1K, yeah.
I mean, these guys look like rock stars at the minute, you know? So cool.
And you have, you know, you can end up at the feature table and your mates at home can watch it.
Yeah.
You know?
You can be the poker star in their life.
George opens the action from the cutoff, king, queen off, and then Edward tries to find a set, and Max in the big blind calls as well. George flops best.
This looks like it could be a quick hand for the king-queen.
Usually, yeah. Yeah, and in this case, easy bet and fold fold. How many Unibet Opens have you been to?
I've been to, I'm going to say this is my 4th or 5th one. I was at one in Copenhagen a long time ago. I've been to this one twice. What other ones has there been?
I mean,
I think I played one in Dublin as well. I think there was one in Dublin a while back. Problem for me is a lot of my poker playing happened sort of 7, 8, 9 years ago. So
and it's the queens against 8-3 off.
the classic matchup. This is another one of
Oh,
these
no, he's folding.
blackjack hands.
He's folding. George not getting any action on his queens. All the players are mic'd up, but I think we're hearing someone's mic picking up some noise.
So this has been quite a fun experience getting to do commentary. I mean, this is something I've never
It's your
done
first
before.
time, huh?
Yeah, never done it before. And even now I feel like a important person that I'm getting to commentate on people, you know?
Yeah. It's fun, huh? You can learn something as well.
Absolutely. I've been learning the whole time sitting here.
If you're a new player as well, you know, checking these live streams. Okay, what are they doing? What
Yeah.
would I be doing? What do
Yeah.
we think someone has?
It's amazing how many opportunities there are in poker. That's one of the things I've really picked up this last couple hours is, you know, where you say, well, if he made a bet here, he'd win the hand. If he, you know, so many times the weaker hands can win if they're brave. But it can be so hard when you're sat at the table and you're looking at a board and...
Alexandro opens under gun +1 with queen 10 suited, and I think, oh, I thought Max was 3-betting, but he's calling with queen 7 on the button. Andrei calls from the small blind with pocket deuces. Try and get rid of his cards from the big blind. 3-way to the flop. Oh, Max finds a 7, but Alexandru finds a 10 and a flush draw. Andrei doesn't have much. This could spell trouble for Max. At least he's gonna lose a couple chips, I feel.
Right.
If you're calling with queen 7, you can't fall when you flop a 7.
Looks like Max is coming along. So it turns out twos sometimes do lose.
Really, he needs a 7. He doesn't need a queen.
Right. Queen is going to be bad news.
8 on the turn. I imagine Alexander's going to fire again.
Yeah, he's going to continue the bet here.
Oh,
wow.
No. We learn every day.
Right, commentator's curse.
Check, check. Ooh, he makes the flush on the river. It's a good card for Max because it's going to save him some money, maybe.
Yeah, but he may take a stab at this too. He has showdown value, so. Will Alexandru get paid? Probably not. But I've been wrong already in this hand, so let's see if I'm right or wrong this time.
Yeah, good fold.
Yeah.
Disciplined fold.
I think the size of the bet there was sort of swung it to a fold. A little bit smaller, maybe you could get lured in, but
It is the first Unibet Open this year, and the only one.
yeah.
We had Malta last year.
Uh-huh.
I was invited to play. Lasted, I think, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Nice.
Yeah. Was my first Unibet Open to play.
I was actually nearly gone in the second hand yesterday. I made a big laydown with queens. I'm still not sure if it was right or wrong, but
Should have asked him.
I should have asked him. But he may have lied to me if I asked him. So I think I made a good fold. But it's hard. Like when you come so far for a tournament and you all of a sudden your tournament life's 5 minutes, it's on the line, and this is poker. But you got to be ready at all times. But it's takes the real brave players to stick all the chips in on the second hand.
With nothing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think he had nothing.
Dan with the ace king.
Haven't seen too much of Dan, but we're going to see plenty of him in this hand, that's for sure.
Be careful now, Max.
2400.
Yeah, so nobody really has a hand here. But again, with Dan, he's going to struggle to get action just because he has played so quietly. All these hands are never going to try and play back at him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
7-2.
deuce.
Yeah. All he had to do was sneeze at that pot and he was going to get it with the hands that were behind him.
Yeah. First he lost to that full house. Now he doesn't get action on his ace king. He feels so unlucky.
Yeah. He's going to be feeling a little bit unlucky at the minute.
And he's still in it, you know.
But all these guys are lucky because they're still in it. Absolutely. Any of these players sitting here can win this tournament. That's what they all need to be thinking. Card protector or no protector, watch or no watch, they can all still win it.
Pe calea victoriei.
7, 4.
Who's the most famous Romanian player, or for you, or a player that speaks Romanian?
Poker player? I was going to say
Poker player.
Georgie Hadji. That doesn't count. Former footballer.
Ah.
I saw a guy out in the lobby just before I came in there, and he's won a few tournaments. Romanian player. He won
Dan
a few big tournaments.
Murariu?
I think that was him.
He won two Unibet Opens. Yeah.
That's who I saw.
Yeah.
Shame I couldn't remember his name, but I definitely recognized him when I saw him.
You know that one of the most famous players in the world, poker players in the world, speaks Romanian?
Really?
Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, of
He's
course.
fluent.
Of course, yeah. It's true.
Flush draw for Andrei. Alexandru actually has the best hand right now, but he's a dog in equity.
Good call, Sage. No Sage. Mersi. Bun, așa asta. Ai ști când ai nevoie de yes. Exact.
Bucharest 2023. Nice that we had a Unibet Open this year.
Yeah, for sure.
These are the sort of tournaments and tours that you really want to see. You know, you don't want it to be all. You want as many different tours as you can get. And this is definitely a great alternative tour. Some of the bigger ones.
What do you do now that you don't play poker professionally?
My brother has a garage in Dublin. I work with him doing car sales.
Okay. So you're a car salesman.
It's very busy at the minute.
Yeah?
Yeah. Really busy. It's one of those jobs that no matter how much you do in a day, you go home thinking there was more I could have done. You know. Yeah. But it's a good way to be. It's good to be busy.
Yeah,
It's better than there has been days before where I've worked there and the day was dragging by and nothing was happening. But thankfully, it's busy at the moment. Seems to be a great.
Why is it busy? Is there like a
demand
particular
for cars
reason?
at the minute? I don't know. Ever since lockdown and COVID and everything, since everything's reopened,
Everyone saved up some
business
money.
has never been better. Yeah.
Ooh. Kings for Edward.
Isn't it nice to look down and see kings? Until you run into aces, right?
Yeah. Well, that's one ace up. Ooh.
Here's this pretty
Jack
hand,
10
Jack 10.
on the button.
Florin is not going to fold this one.
9-8 off in the
Can
big
he get
blinds.
enticed in?
I would definitely call.
There you go. Nice bit of three-way action.
That's really something that people have come around, they're calling from the big blind.
Right, I done a good bit of that yesterday, yeah. I was so reluctant to give up my
Like
big
10
blind.
years ago, everyone would just fold 9-8 off. Or
people want to get involved now,
yeah.
especially
The
with
price is
smaller
so
bet
good.
sizes.
Yeah. When my first year in Vegas, I played in the Mirage. You still had a poker room there, and I played 1-4 spread limit hole stud high.
That's a mouthful.
There's only old guys at the table, and me and my buddy, and we would raise. And spread limit is 1-4. You can only bet any amount between 1 and 4.
Okay, right.
That makes no sense. But the
What a
bring in was a quarter. There we had quarters at the table, and we would bet and raise and whatnot. And all the older guys, they were very angry with us because they are used to checking it down if you don't have anything. And
right.
You can raise if you have aces.
Okay,
either,
but only the best hand should be winning.
Yeah,
Right.
You shouldn't be raising. We want to see a turn and whatnot. That's not how they played the game. So we were very modern for them. Nobody plays that high.
Right.
Definitely not 1-4 spread limit, but it was always the table. And it was my favorite game, actually. I loved it.
Nothing more fun than disappointing the local crowd. So Edward's going to get this one over the line. Amazing how many times when you have kings that the ace does come out, but there you go.
Ace magnet.
Is he going to try and value bet? Would he get paid if he did make a small bet? We're about to find out. Probably not.
Check on the flop. Then a bet of 2,800, and now he's gonna bet again.
Sometimes you just get paid there out of curiosity. The guy just wants to see what you have. You've got a little bit of showdown value. You're thinking, I can't really figure it out, but no, doesn't get paid on this occasion. We have a lot of jackets, but not as many players as jackets. So this has been fun. I'm going to be at home now commentating on poker when I'm watching it.
Thinking, what would Dan have done?
Yeah.
What would Edward have done in this spot?
I assume you find it a lot easier to commentate when you're with someone than on your own.
Yeah, for sure. Tryon folding the ace-5 in the hijack. Ooh.
Here we go.
It's crazy how many big hands we've seen. Queens
They
for
are out
Florin.
there.
Uh-oh. Let me see. Dan.
Wow. So Dan's
Back at
gonna
it
go
again.
on.
These two. Can Dan make the sakat this time?
Edward as well.
I think Edward was changing some chips.
He was in the blinds. My apologies.
There's not much really for Dan out there. Some back doors, but usually this will go check bet fold. Or not. Dan isn't convinced, but Florin really has the queens.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there's
Now we have a little flush draw.
it is a little flush draw, but it is a flush draw. Florin should be betting again.
Uh-huh.
Or, I mean...
Yeah, you're still feeling pretty smug with your queens here.
Yep. He's checking. Checking back.
Now,
Do some
what's Dan
space on the
gonna do?
river.
Is he going to try and steal this one?
No.
No, he looks like he's... Well, he's not really giving up his ace high, so he's still got something to show down.
Florin gonna
should
bet.
Put
Yeah.
a bet in there, yeah.
That's 6,000. 7,000 actually.
Dan is thinking, what has he got? What piece of that board has he got?
Problem is you don't beat a whole lot, Dan.
Yeah.
That's the issue. I mean, even if he's somehow bluffing with ace jack or
Right.
ace queen,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you're
you
still
need it.
not winning.
With the
You're winning
two
from the
twos out there too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying to yourself, like, it's
He
only
wants to
really
make
a
that
10.
hero call. He wants to make that
He
hero
does.
call.
He's saying,
he wants
has
those
he
chips
got a
back.
10? Yeah. I think the more this goes on, the more he's leaning towards a call.
Oh,
There
yo,
we
yo,
go.
yo, yo. Could have, would have been a beautiful hero call.
It
But
would have been. Yeah, yeah. That was another one of those.
if he
that was
shows king queen, he's the
yeah,
hero.
It's a curiosity call as well.
Yeah, but he's short now. Dan now in trouble. And it's again losing chips to Florin.
I remember there was an Irish poker player. They said that he often went to bed broke, but he never went to bed curious. Sometimes you pay to know to find out what they had. What have they got? I won't be able to sleep if I don't know what he had.
That's the problem with the cash game. You can, you can be a very expensive business.
Right,
if you're
especially
too
if you're a curious guy.
Yeah.
I might play a bit of cash games here tomorrow, actually.
Oh, do you have cash games here as well?
Yeah, I think they have them down the end. Glenn was one of the tournament directors was saying to me that there was cash down the end.
Oh,
so
okay.
I didn't actually see it myself, but I have been told. So
Nice little 9-8 suited for Andre.
uh-huh. So we've erased the 2K from the 9-8 against 10-7. 3 spades on the flop. But we don't have a spade anywhere. We do have a pair of 9s for Andre, though. How much does he like the 9s on the 3 spade board?
Edward has shown to be a very solid player.
Yeah, I like his play.
He has a big stack. That's a small bet. It's enough.
Yeah, I think those two guys are certainly two of the better players I've seen on this table.
Yep.
But again, the sort of guys that you could sit down and play with and not be, you know, totally intimidated by, or you know, you feel like you've a fair chance against this sort of player, which is it's what you want when you're coming to play poker. Last thing you want is come and be sort of feel like you're getting outplayed a lot. For some reason, Dan to me seems like a cash game player, especially with the glasses on his nose like that. Alexandru, King 9 is going to open up here from the hijack. Good aggressive play.
Oh,
yeah, George.
George with the ace jack. I think he's just calling.
Nice sneaky kind of a call here.
Under-repping his
He's
hand.
definitely under-repping his hand a little bit here. He knows he is.
I like the call. With ace jack. And that gets Max in with the 4-3 off.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Three-way
Who
to the
flops
flop.
best? Ooh, 9. Oh, and the king. And an ace. All right. This
Action time.
can mean some action, yeah. Max is going to get out clean. But the other two might tangle a little bit.
Alexandru going to go straight at it here with the King 9. I like this lead.
Well, he's the initial racer.
Right. Looks more suspicious if he doesn't lead. But he, by God, does he want action here. Ace Jack going to call.
If you're getting too much action, though, they're all.
Wouldn't
they're
the Jack
also
be an
not
interesting turn?
Ooh, that might kill some action. It's another spades. Not a big card.
Yeah, your king 9, as big a hand as it is, 2-pair, it's a real dodgy board.
It's one of the worst 2-pair hands you can have on this board.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the worst big hands, yeah. I mean, we see that he's in the lead.
Yeah,
well,
George
not
check
anymore.
And now he's just after catching up.
Started out so
Man,
great.
does your 2-pair look weak on that board?
Yeah. George, obviously gonna value bet.
How much to bet?
Broadway.
13k. How much to bet? How much to get called? I think anything around 5,000 here should get a call.
But what are we beating now? Huh? That's what Alexander is thinking.
7K.
I don't beat.
That might be enough to just.
I don't beat
get him
ace
away
queen.
from the hand.
I don't beat ace 10. I don't beat
Yeah.
king queen. I don't beat king jack. You beat nothing really.
Right. Yeah, you're nearly. This is a real call and hope now.
Yeah. I think he can get away from it. Actually.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't consider bet sizing as much, but looking at this here, it's saying to me, the bet size might just not get me the call I want, you know.
You're not betting. You're not beating jack 9, jack 10.
Yeah, it's a good pass.
Good fold.
I think once he thought about it, he came to a sense that look, is he bluffing? Because that's really the only chance I have of winning this.
Yeah.
And he kind of decided no. What does this hand hold for us? Not much hands so far.
Then short stack at the table. Queen 10 suited in the cutoff.
This is a easy open, I think.
Uh-oh. And that's a bad sign. If you're opening Queen 10 with a relatively small stack, and then someone is asking, how much are you playing?
Yeah, straight away you're going,
yeah.
why couldn't you just let me have the blinds and move on? But he ain't gonna nick no blinds this time.
He's
putting
shoving.
him in. Right, well,
How much does the
probably
big blind
make
have?
the decision easier for him.
How much does the big blind have?
No. Yeah, that's the worry, isn't it? Like, you're still a guy behind you when you do that.
Maybe he's short as well. I don't know. 37K the big blind had is a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, fold.
Yeah, that's one of those ones when you shove, you don't want to hear a call from the guy behind you, because then you know you're really in trouble.
And you don't want to see an insta call from Dan either.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that hand sort of played itself. I mean, Dan had to open that one.
Yeah.
The shove is probably a good shove. You're out of position. Just your hand is strong enough.
Well, with someone with 40K behind me, I probably would have 3-bet called against and 3-bet folded against the big blind maybe.
He really decided that he was going with that ace queen, right?
Yeah. No headache. Bomb all in.
Yeah, I don't want any more decisions.
Yeah.
That was the move there.
You decide. Shove and pray.
Vreau să mă duc eu să aleg pe cine aș vrea să vin.
There is a live stream as well with Romanian commentator.
Isn't that great? It's amazing. Like, I can't get over the quality of this feed. Like, it just seems like a proper. It might as well be WSOP standard what we're looking at here, and to have commentators in both languages. Like, poker players really are privileged to have a setup like this. It's great to see. Like, Unibet could have easily had a tournament and no blog, no live stream, plenty of organizers do that, but
This is
it's not what
marketing
poker's
for
about.
them
Yeah.
as well. So
Yeah.
they need to.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's nice to see that the sport is getting showcased too.
On the other end, poker is if you want to call it sport or mind game, where all the entrants need to pay their own entry fee. You know.
Yeah.
And they don't get any money for it, obviously, other than prize money.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's been a complaint. For example, at the WSP,
Uh-huh.
We're doing all the work, we're paying, but you're demanding us to, mic us up or
Right.
get here early, so they need to do extra stuff.
I honestly think that this is such a player-friendly environment.
No, I entirely agree. Of course.
Even someone was saying to me, if you made the final table and you didn't have the hotel, they were going to pay for your hotel. Like, that's amazing. That's just so rare these days to get stuff like that.
Pocket sevens for Alexandru. He opened. We got 3-bet by George with the ace jack. Right next to him. Both early position. Early mid position. And then check, bet, fold.
Ne zice acum sau stăm o oră jumătate? E ultima mână, nu ne mai vrei. Nu ai câștigat o mână? Mergem. Dacă ne zici, am întrebat. Dacă ne zici acum ce ai avut, sau stăm o oră jumătate. Ați valet? Nice hand.
Nice hand. Do you ever miss poker when you're doing your regular job?
There's certain parts of it I miss. Absolutely. I made a lot of good friends through poker, and I really don't see them as much. That was great this weekend to meet some of the guys I hadn't seen in a while, chat with them. We had a great chat last night in the bar. We were up till 4 a.m. talking. That's what I really love about poker. The game itself, I mean, the great. I was saying to Dara Davey yesterday that like when sometimes the day ones they can be a bit of a slog, but once you get near the money or near the action, that's when poker gets really exciting. That's when the heart starts racing. I do certainly miss those moments when you're getting near the money, especially if you have some chips. It really gets the heart pumping. It's exciting, like, you know. That's
sure.
what I miss. Yeah.
And the freedom?
Yeah, freedom too. Yeah. But you need to be good. It's a tough game too.
Yeah.
Hard to make it pay.
It's a hard way to make an easy living.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ai văzut Realul pe Bernabeu?
But the great thing about poker is it'll always be there. You know, I haven't played for a few years. I played this weekend. Who knows? I might play next weekend. I might play again in Dublin. You know, it's
And you have a
always
certain
there.
level, and then like you can still, you know, battle. You know,
Right.
you're not the biggest fish at the table.
No.
Even though you haven't played for.
Right, it's like riding a bike. You can come back. You can
Yeah.
put the bike down for a couple of years, pick it back up again. Away you go.
What's that? Max was folding, but he won the hand, right? I think that's the end of it for this table, where we're moving right on. Yeah. We are going to continue, I think, with a different lineup and a different lineup in the commentary booth.
Yeah, it's great talking to you, Frank. I really enjoyed that.
Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the great stories.
Yes, you got all my best ones.
And we have a new lineup. Here we are, new players at the table. I recognize Dwayne. Wrong photo, but it is Dwayne Sluis in the 7th seed, Dutch player. New lineup in the commentary booth as well. I am joined by, in a little bit, by Matthäus Molhuizen, two-time Unibet Open champion. The photos, they don't match up just yet, but the names are right. We've got a welcome in the booth, Matthäus Molhuizen, two-time Unibet Open champion.
Hi, Frank. I'm just gonna say Frank, right? I don't care that people think it's Frank, probably.
Frank.
Just Frank. It's in Dutch. So
For you, it's Frank.
Yeah, for me, it's Frank.
We know Dwayne Sluis.
Definitely.
He's been at the Unibet Open before. Other than that, I don't recognize anyone. You?
No, not really, to be honest. I don't. There were some stream tables where I'd recognize more guys today, but on this table I only recognize Dwayne for sure. He's been around for a while.
You played yesterday.
Yeah.
No luck.
Day 2.
Oh, day 2.
Yeah. We have 72k.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We're a bit short on day 2, but that's how I like it, because I can't. It's harder to. It's easier to play discipline when you don't have many chips.
What will the blinds be? Start of day 2.
2.5k, I presume. The last level was 2k. And how's the action on this table been till now?
This is a totally new lineup.
Okay.
So I haven't. This is literally the first handout.
Oh, really?
We're seeing. We had Max at the table.
Yeah.
Lars.
That would be good, because he will generate some action.
This was 3-bet pre-flop.
Call, check, check. So yeah, Force is gonna have to bluff at it here, to be honest. Well, actually not. Ace Queen, he still beats some Ace Queen, Ace Jacks without a club. That will not bet turns. But he is going for it, I guess, right? It's Bogdan.
Yeah, those
10k.
photos are wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, 10k usually is not going to do it. And those
10k into a 24k pot?
No, no. Rule number 1, if you want to bluff, usually just go for a very, very big sizing. That's that's my golden rule.
That's it? It's that easy?
It can be that easy. If there's 24k in the pot and you have 40k left, just play for it all. You have to put the heat on them. And then people... I mean, this bet doesn't do anything. He's not going to fold queens and jacks and tens, so he's going to fold out some ace highs, but not many.
But you're beating those anyway, so...
Exactly. So there's no point in betting those fours then. So if you want to bluff the fours and you want to bluff off queens or jacks or tens, then yeah, you just have to go at least pot or probably overbet. But I would have just folded the flop there. I don't think he had a club, so he doesn't have the runner as well.
What did you do today?
We just...
Any other tournaments?
No. We went to the city center and then we basically play table tennis tournament, darts tournament. So we did play some tournaments, but not the ones where... No poker. It's good to... Oh, I know this guy. He's famous in Romania. He's a film director, the guy with the cap.
Oh?
Yeah. He's actually... All the Romanians will definitely know him. He's on the circuit for forever as well. If I remember correctly, I talked to him in Vegas, and he told me he plays a lot of... Oh, what's the other card game? What's the name of this card game? There's another Dutch guy playing it as well. There's some world championship of these cards, but I forgot what the name is. Good story, though.
Bridge?
Yeah, actually bridge. Thank you. Yeah, he plays a lot of bridge. And he says he's retired. He retired as a film director. And he does this to keep the mind sharp. So I actually like it.
Yeah. Good story. Bridge, you play with a partner, right?
I think so. I'm not
play
sure.
two against two.
Oh, really? Yeah. I still have to learn backgammon. I never learned that. I think a lot of people.
Backgammon is a great game.
Is it? Yeah. Somebody has to teach me.
The rules are really simple, just like poker, really simple.
Yeah. Throwing dice.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously just the luck factor, but then the rules of the game are simple, but there's a lot of strategy, and and there's some betting elements in there as well. Yeah, it's a good game.
Yeah, I really have to learn that one. I know it's sometimes I see it sometimes and I forget to. Oh yeah, let's try this.
You have an app.
Yeah, exactly.
Game and app as well.
Yeah, exactly. Love to learn chess for real, like real strategy, but it's just
too hard. I watch some of these chess YouTubers.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm such a fish. I know the rules, but that's about it. But it's still interesting content.
Yeah, is it? Yeah. That's
you know what I like best is these grandmasters. You know, like top of the world chess, and they go to these New York City parks. And there's the hustlers, you know.
Yeah, they play the hustlers.
Yeah, that's always
cool.
a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I see myself retired one day as an old man, just play some chess outside. Yeah, for sure.
When I was in New York, you also had backgammon.
Yeah,
people hustling
really?
backgammon. Yeah. And at the EPT, a lot of the Nordics, the Scandi people, they would bring.
They used to play that, right?
Yeah.
And then I think it changed for a while to open-faced Chinese.
Yeah. I mean, they like gambling games, so.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we're gonna have a big pocket pair here in the big blind, and now just hoping the small blind is not gonna limp fold, which he will definitely not. So the big, so it's 1200. So maybe makes it 4.2k, which seems very reasonable. 3.5x, and we get a call.
4.2 is a lot, though, no?
No, it's 3.5x. So you don't want to give him too good of a price if you're kind of deep, and with your bluffs you don't.
Oh,
it's 3.5x versus a limp.
Yeah.
So I just let the freeze go here. It's a bit. Dwayne has to have some bluffs pre-flop here, and if we think that he doesn't have enough bluffs, we just check fold here. And with a spade, I would definitely call. But you have the real draw, the backdoor real draw, so it's theory would probably want you to call once. Or check raise small.
Twain probably not too unhappy that he isn't getting action on the ace high flop, you know.
Yeah. That's what I always say, it's rigged. It's always an ace on the board. Gets a little bit of value there. Can we hear the guys when they do table talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
They just haven't been talking.
They
a lot.
haven't been talking.
No, they're all mic'd up. We haven't had great table talk yet today.
No? It's art of itself, I'll say that. I've been trying it lately, and it's sometimes it can backfire, but it can also work very nicely.
Yeah.
It's really. I'm not a fan of Daniel Negreanu, but table talk really is a different skill in the game of poker, for sure.
Well, you know, they're speaking a lot of Romanian at the table.
Yeah,
in
of course.
between hands.
Yeah.
Well, I've mentioned it twice already, but Daniel Negreanu actually speaks fluent Romanian.
Yeah, of course.
So
yeah.
He should come here. Another big pair.
Yeah. The thing about table talk, though, is that if you're quiet on the table the whole time, and then this is what people usually do, is they start talking on the river. So somebody bets big, and then you start talking. So it's very obvious that you're trying to get information.
Yeah.
Instead of, if you're a talkative person on the table, it's very hard for people to ignore you and not respond to you on the river then. So it's the dynamic is a bit different. If you want to talk to people on rivers and get some information, you have to be talkative all over and not just in that certain spot when people just going to be quiet. On 35 big blinds, it's quite an interesting spot. He can do two things. He can call, he can jam, in my opinion, but free betting.
That's a 3-bet.
The thing is now, if Under the Gun puts him all in, if he has his plan to free bet call because he thinks Under the Gun is going to bluff some of the times, then sure. But if he's going to go for a free bet fold, I don't like it. The hand is too strong for it. He's just going to put. He's just going to make ace queen out of into a bluff. But let's see. I'm quite curious what his plan is here. I'd probably just shove pre-flop, which just seems a bit weird maybe, but for 30 big blinds, it's quite okay. Jacks will call. Gonna fold out probably 8s, 9s, and 10s. Maybe not 10s, but 8s for sure. There we go. Yeah, and now
that's the 4-bet, 20k.
Yeah, and now you're in the pickle here.
Yeah, you're hating your life, really.
Yeah, exactly. So it's he's making a bluff out of his hand, which I don't like. I prefer to have like a less playable hand than this. This is just you're wasting a too good of a hand. So basically, if you use this hand, you can use ace 5 offsuit, which has the same result.
Yeah, or a nice Jack 10 suited, where if he calls, you have playability post flop.
Yeah. The thing is with Jack 10 suited, it's like the game has changed a bit in that way. It's also a good shove here because you shove 30 big blinds. So what happens is that Under the Gun will fold ace jack because it's too much, and he will sometimes fold ace queen or call ace queen. It depends, and he will always call ace king. But you block jacks and 10s again. So obviously, if he has aces, kings, or queens, you're very dead. But other than that, you're gonna.
You always have a lot of equity.
You have a lot of equity. So Jack 10 suited, it works as a good shove here. And you fold out some hands that dominate you. King Jack, Ace Jack. But it's a bit of a high variance in the live game. So flatting is fine too. And again, for a free bet here, and he was on the button, I just call a lot. Just see a flop. Yeah, I heard they're talking Romanian. Yeah, you're right.
Only English.
Only English, yeah.
When a hand is ongoing, only English.
That looks like a race.
You opening King 4 in the cutoff out of a 35k stack.
I think we're on the small blind. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So King 4 suited close though.
Hey.
He was very deep. He was kind of deep with the big blind there, so I just preferred to limp this hand.
And a limp call?
Yeah. You don't have to marry Marriott into raising. But Like King 4 is he's gonna call King 8, King 7, King 9. So it doesn't it doesn't help you a lot in this situation. You're just gonna blow up the pot out of position. Unless the big blind is just super passive, then I don't mind. So it's very player dependent.
And that is something we don't know yet.
No,
we haven't seen
no,
enough hands.
exactly. Play the player, not always. But the film director, he goes to Vegas for a long time. He plays everything. It's quite impressive. Dan Chizu, ex-film director.
What kind of films do we know?
I thought it was definitely Romanian films. So nothing that we know. Seems like a cool job though to me.
Definitely. Interesting world as well.
Yeah.
Queen 10 with the call in the hijack versus an under the gun +1 open. Do you like that?
Yeah, it's fine. It's if I feel I have an edge over the player, I don't mind to call a little bit looser in position because they're not gonna pressure me enough in spots where they should pressure me, or they choose too small sizings. They don't value bet maybe thinly enough, so they don't play optimal. So this is a very good player. I might free bet here. Not saying Dan Chizu is not. I don't know much about this game, but just in this field, I probably call more. Oh, I'll take Queen 10 of clubs now. As the winner of the hand.
Dan Chizu flops a pair. Robert C flops an open-ended. And Bogdan flops bottom pair.
Yeah. So the problem with this bet is that you just a little bit like fishing where you are.
Yeah.
Because like 10s and 9s is folding. Sure, ace 5 will call, but other than so Queen 10 will call and ace 5 will fold, I presume. And on the turn, you're always checking Queen Jack, and you're just gonna be in a guessing game. Oh wow, he calls too. I wouldn't mind a call with like ace 5 of hearts to have a backdoor flush draw with it, a bit more equity. But now you're just drawing so slim, and as well, you're gonna. This is an easy spot because you're gonna cooler yourself if an ace comes sometimes, and in this particular spot, you're actually gonna happen. You're gonna lose a lot of money, so you have reverse implied odds. So yeah, you see, ace 5 of hearts would be now still a decent hand.
Yeah.
And then this offsuit hand is just just throw it in the muck.
I would have folded pre-flop, to be honest, ace 5 off.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. I'm an optimist with poker, but this is a bit much for me. Let's see if Robert can pull the trigger here, because it will definitely work if he just bets around 9k.
But he's thinking about what does Bogdan have. I mean, we can
exactly.
We can see that
He's not happy
real.
with the call on the button there.
Yeah. Free card for everyone, and it's a blank on the river. Dan Chizu actually has the best
interesting
hand.
now. Bogdan will not bluff. I think he was just looking for it.
I think it's gonna go check, check, check.
Robert should really go for it now. For like a really big bet, I would go here. Because it's like Bogdan will always bet his king X on the turn.
Shizu, show us the winner.
Yep. They played it all quite honestly. Very honest.
And passively.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. But like I said, then Chizu just comes into a spot where he has, when he bets this flop, he's gonna always check turns.
There's a free roll starting up not in too long. 3:30 local time. Password is bluff.
Double F.
Fire up the Unibet poker client.
What can we win?
There's 250 euros in the prize pool.
All right,
free
so
money.
Ticket or not? Or is it?
I think it's actually just free.
Oh, really?
250 euros
Oh,
in the prize
really?
pool. Yeah.
That's a good night going out in Bucharest, I'll tell you that, for that money.
It isn't as cheap as I expected or remembered from the last time I was here.
Yeah, we've been to the city center today, and I'll be honest as well, like, I remembered back in the days when I went to Poland and products were like half price, and now it's like, I looked at toothpaste today, for example, it's just, Sensodyne is still €6 here.
Yeah.
Which is
we had dinner with the three of us and it was €200.
Really?
I mean, that's. I mean, we had some drinks as well, but it's still. I mean,
it's a lot of money for Eastern Europe. It's a lot.
For sure.
I think it got expensive everywhere.
Yeah. Did you do anything in the Bucharest other than sports games?
No, so we went to the city center. We tried to see the
parade.
The parade, but we were too late. Typical poker players. We're just 1 hour late. I needed my sleep.
I was there.
You were there? Was it nice?
Yeah, it was
quite interesting,
impressive.
right? I heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Brand new stuff, like a lot of tanks, fighter jets.
New stuff. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, they were showing off.
Everything looked brand new. I mean, I don't know if it was brand new, but you know, it wasn't handed down old Soviet stuff or anything. You know, it was brand new stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I guess they're all obviously everybody's investing more in the military these days.
Definitely in this part of the world. Yeah.
We thought we didn't need it anymore, but we do. One of my least favorite hands, A6 off. Just can't really do anything. But on the cutoff, it's a reasonable open.
A7 folds, Alexandru.
This is a
small blind.
Nice free bet. Calling is fine too. You have both options. So for me, is how I look at this spot. Is depends how aggressive is the big blind. Is he a player that's going to squeeze a lot? Then I'll probably want to free bet more myself.
Folding is not an option for you?
Not versus cutoff. Because how I always look at poker is like, is the cutoff opening Queen 8 suited or Jack 9 suited? Yes, he is. So we are dominating his range. Mm-hmm. And then I just definitely want to play
small blind is always so tricky.
It is. It's one of the more difficult spots to. But if you look at the ranges, the small blind doesn't have the stronger range, but it actually does. I know it sounds quite weird, but cutoff is opening, let's say Queen 5 suited and better, and small blind is not calling Queen 6 suited, but Queen 10 off maybe, Queen Jack off. So on a lot of boards, the cutoff actually should slow down and not bet too much. Like even A6 here, I would just check back. Because it won't make you much money, because now you can't really bet turns.
You're not going to get 3 streets of value from a jack.
Yeah, so I'd like to check this hand, especially versus a small blind that has a stronger range than the big blind. Big blind has like a lot of stuff. Now this is an interesting turn.
This changes everything. Alexandru makes trips.
He wants to bet really small here, not big.
He's leading out, yeah.
Yeah, leading is good, because ace king, ace queen, a lot of ace-x are going to have a very tricky spot. And if you have like pocket fours or like queen 10, it's very nice to lead here, but you want to lead very small. Because if you bet like pot on this turn and you say, I have a jack or nothing.
That's very small.
Oh, he bets quite small. At 12, 30%. That's good. And now I just let ace-6 off, go without a club, and with a club I call. I want to have some implied odds to improve, because I might be drawing that now, or just to an ace.
Actually, there's only one ace left.
Oh yeah, is there?
A7 was folded pre-flop, yeah. It's the 3 of spades on the river. Alexandru makes a full house.
I'm definitely also the way this guy is, how fast he is, and doesn't really need to think about it. I'm definitely folding this. I mean, it's easy to see from the booth, but now it's quite funny, because you have to think about in this spot, where does his bluff come from? So his bluff should be like queen 10. So actually ace-6 is a better call than ace-10. That's for sure. But I would have been smaller here than 8k, because you want flushes to call too and not fold. even though you block some of the flushes. But it's very hard to call here with an ace on this run out. So the best hands to bluff with is like 10-9 of spades, but yeah, small blind is probably not check calling on the flop with 10-9 of spades, which in theory would be a thing.
Bogdan
is gonna let it go. It's a good fold.
Yeah.
It's hot here, huh?
Yeah, it is.
You see, he's sitting in a sweater here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why. 2 more hours, I'm sitting here in swimming pants.
Bogdan lost 2 sizable pots now.
With marginal hands.
Yeah.
Tight is always right. You still play some cards?
I was in Vegas a month ago or something, and I played a little bit there. Drink? A little bit. Now?
Heel even kort pauze.
Ja, moet ik gewoon wachten?
Dat zei ik al, maar jij kan gewoon door.
Oh, oké. Oh ja.
Players and dealers, the main event, take 1 seat. Number 1,000 big banana, 1,000, 500, 1,000, 1,000.
Hi, Kat. Oh, hi, Kat.
Hello, Matthias. How's it going?
Good, good, good. Frank is getting a little break, guys. So he was telling us going to Vegas, but he'll continue the story maybe a bit later.
Oh no, I interrupted the boys' chat today.
Yeah,
I
all
do
good, all
apologise for that. I just felt for Frank. He's a machine, but he's been in here for like 4 hours straight. No
I don't know
break.
how he does it.
No,
It's.
he's
I'm
an
sweat. Honestly, I'm actually sweating.
Yeah, it's pretty cosy in this booth. So what have I missed? Matt says, bring me up to speed. I mean, this looks interesting.
It's under the gun open, couple of flats, and the big blind calls, and we're in a multi-way pot here. I know 2 players on this table, an ex-film director from Romania who's very famous.
Ah, okay, that's Dan, is it?
Yeah,
Right.
it's Dan. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know him as well.
No, he's just got a Romanian flag, and it's the only one there. So
Oh, is he?
yeah, see how sharp.
Not just a pretty face, huh?
No, not at all. Also sharp as a blunt knife.
Yeah, there you go. And other than that, there's one Dutch I know, and the rest of the guys I don't know. And unfortunately, we can't hear the table. We can't understand the table talk.
No, we were struggling with that a little bit earlier, actually. But we have a Romanian streamer as well, and he has told us that the actual Romanian table chat has been really quality up to now.
Really?
So we're missing out, I think,
we're missing out,
as
yeah.
non-Romanian speakers.
So we should do something about our languages.
Yes, well, I mean, at least you speak 2 languages.
You speak
No.
only one?
Of course, I'm British. I mean,
Are you,
know,
you're British? You only speak
very
one.
small percentage of British speak more languages.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but I mean, it's. I guess it's the most efficient one, you know. That's for sure.
We're lazy.
I mean, still better than Americans.
We better not get into that political discussion, eh? So, British Robert D, he's still in this pot, Matthias. Do we think this is ambitious? Or
This is a very bad turn to bet, especially like you want to look at your suits and then you want to have a spade, the queen of spades here. That makes it a little more comfortable for rivers, and now you're just blasting off. And I mean, I'm a fan of blasting off. If you do something, at least do it good. So 10 and 18k is not that much, but this is a very sick tank, to be honest. Well, if he calls 7-3 here, then you're doing something wrong with ace queen, obviously.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, he's surely getting hands to fold.
Yeah,
I mean,
but if 7 doesn't fold here, 7-3, then you're bluffing the wrong guy.
yeah, I would say. Oh
Wow.
my word.
Now it becomes interesting. People in general don't value bet thinly enough here, so he might check back ace jack. So I probably lead a 7. in this case because we also want to lead some of our bluffs, like a queen 10 maybe. But the hand completely went rogue for me as well, so I'm a bit.
Yeah, it has gone a bit fun, but I mean, I wonder if Dan thinks, was thinking along the lines of what you were saying, is that that's a kind of weird bet on the turn from him. Maybe he's going to go for it again on the river, and actually, if that was Dan's thought process, it's worked out. Robert D has gone for it again.
Yeah, exactly. But now he's. I mean, there's only one option here to call. You can't raise because you're just isolating yourself versus better hands. But he called the turn bet because it was multi-way on the flop, so he must have a read on him. Because like for me, I call 7-8 on the turn. That's it. It's that easy. 7-8 or 7-10, and then I fold 7-3 because we have more equity.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think as a recreational player, I probably don't think far enough down that line. I'd be thinking I'm either calling a 7 or I'm not, and it's not really that simple, is it?
No.
Not all 7s are equal.
No. Yeah, he calls and the bluff doesn't go through.
Nice try, Robert D. I've got to respect the balls
bluff.
on the night. I've got to respect balls gambling. Like just smash it out.
Yeah, and there's one thing in poker. Even if he would have gone all in, if people improve on rivers, they never fold in. Doesn't matter. Like say you call twice with ace high and you river an ace, and the guy puts in like 2x the pot. People don't fold anymore because it's a psychological thing. If you finally get there, you're not folding anymore.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
And when you spell it out like that, I definitely see some elements of that in my own game.
Yeah, you see, yeah. It's a human nature. It's for me as well. It's very hard for me to fold. Like, yeah. So.
Yeah, it is true. It's kind of the poker equivalent of the IKEA effect. Right, you get all those streets, you work through all those streets, you put the labour of love in like barreling off and bluffing to the river, and then you finally have a finished table. Yeah. You're not letting that table go away. It's a beautiful table to you at that point.
Exactly.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch that. This is why I like talking to pro players like yourself, because you give me these little tidbits. And I'm not an idiot. I'm not a great poker player, but I'm not an idiot. And I'll remember that. Next time in game, I'll be like, I got there with my ace. And maybe not hold on to it so hard. I'll remember this moment with Matthias going, no, fold that bitch.
Yeah, in the end, it's recognizing mostly, in my opinion, if hands open up, if people are under or over bluffing. And that's a very easy tip. If you see them overbluff once, you just call every river.
No, yeah. I mean, I don't even a notepad for that one. That is
it's
pretty
just like
easy,
the number. It's like because it could be anything. Then, if I see this ace queen open, I'm like, yeah, I'm not folding to this dude anymore. But yeah, then if he goes on a heater, he'll get my chips, obviously.
Yeah. But I mean, even if you don't have that kind of vengeance against someone, if someone's on a heater, like it's just RIP anyone, isn't it? I mean, if I sit down with you and run like God, you're out.
Yeah.
And I can get a tattoo saying I busted Matthias, And
there's also a psychological thing to it, because now he got caught. And when people get caught, it's hard for them to do it again. So there's friction there in the whole theory process.
Yeah, the animal dynamics of poker, right? Like, it's a jungle out there, people. Make sure you put your wellies on.
Eat or be eaten. Or what do you say? Hunt to be hunted. Something like that, yeah.
That's the type of individual, I think, that enjoys poker.
They
like that.
For sure.
Sense of it's me or you, buddy. I don't actually want to die. Like, we're not going to duel it out till one of us is dead.
It's a bit less in the ladies' events. It's more I feel sad. I take your chips.
Yeah, I think it's a more feminine mindset to be more high empathy, even if someone is your opponent
100%.
or your enemy. I mean, I'm very fortunate to not have that problem. I'm just a really, really salty old bitch. And I think it improves my poker game no end, to be honest. So
no, but it does. It actually does.
Yeah.
If it's for my fiance Delia, it's tougher. I say, but just do it. It's a game. People buy in. It's just a game.
Not fancying the old 7 deuce. I'd love to run a tournament that had a 7 deuce bonus on it. That'd be great.
Everybody plays one blind. There you go.
I mean, I would probably say it's like a cash bonus, you know, like mini bounties or so, you know. So we're not messing too much with the tournament integrity, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No,
But,
we get fun. You play some cards still yourself?
I do. I mean, my job at the moment is quite busy, so I'm not really getting the volume in that I used to.
Okay.
But yeah, I do still fire up a Sunday. I mean, it's gone from probably I used to get about 40 hours digital felt time a week. I'm probably down to maybe 10 now.
Okay,
So
so
the
one
volume
session.
just isn't there,
Yeah,
unfortunately. But yeah, I still enjoy to play. I still flick in a few live tournaments in Malta. We have such a healthy culture out there for low stakes live poker. So yeah, of course, you and Delia know you're there a lot. So.
I mean, what I always say is tell my friends as well, like, if you don't have the time to play it, just play those 4 or 5 Sundays in a year where there are the special events, right? The anniversary or the overlay events or the Sunday Million special, whatever they call it. And just play those and just try to hit bink 500k, you know?
Oh, it's that easy. Why has no one written that poker book where it's just play 5 Sundays a year and bink half a million?
No, it's
I
not that
tell you
easy.
now, that poker book would sell, Matty.
Yeah, I know.
You need to get ideating on that bad boy.
I know those kinds of books, but no.
So you had an ace-10 open. I think we just saw ace-4 fold there. So it looks like we've got all the aces all over the table today.
And we're going to
and
see
an
a flop.
ace-3 in, yeah. Oh my, a little piece for everybody.
Yeah. This is usually a board where you want to have not too many small sizings, mostly medium sizings or larger sizings, because you don't want you don't want gut shots basically to draw very cheaply into your over pairs and your top pairs.
Right, so that's just sizing up your C-bet. Protection, is that a word we still use, or we don't like that? It's not very modern anymore.
There's definitely protection or blocking, they call it, right? But it's more like you want to get value from your better hands, and you balance it out by betting here like ace-4 of hearts, also for a bigger sizing.
I see, okay.
Which is even good, because if you have ace-4 of hearts and you bet very small, like ace-8 with a club might call, but if you go for a 60% sizing here, you get some folds of better ace highs. So Dwayne now is very, very low in his range, so he should bluff this river for sure. For me, it's just the guy has 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s, and might c-bet a 9 small. So you just wanna, I just overbet this river, even though Robert has a very good calling hand with the ace of clubs there, but. Ace-3 is just gonna in the check line on the river. You're just almost never winning. And then so we have 7-8 as well as a bluff. But other than that, clubs get there. It goes check turn. So I think Dwayne should bluff this river.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
He's just never winning the hand if in a check because the guy he has to have ace king or ace jack, and that's basically it.
And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think that. For me, I find those really scary spots, you know, like, because you look at your little 3 and in the back of your mind, there's a little devil voice that says, maybe
it's good.
Maybe it's good, you know?
Okay, so I'll tell you this. Every time your little voice tells you it's maybe, you bet 150%. And then you're gonna put it in your notebook or on your phone. How many times did this work?
Okay.
It's a very good tip.
So when I get that, it might be good, pussy out and check.
Yeah.
You don't need to turn these 3s into a bluff.
You just fire 150% or... yeah, just 150%. And then you're going to see if it works 1 out of 3, okay, then you should stop doing it. But
I like this. It's like A/B testing poker lines. You know, this is good logic. I am definitely going to do that. And when I bust, you're getting a really shitty text message
I know,
at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm going to block my
great
Twitter.
Advice, mate. Thanks for that. Come again.
Yeah. Can I get like a TikTok clip for it?
You can. I will do your whole TikTok. I will edit it and put music.
Yeah. I can do a dub smash back. But I'm boomer style. So
boomer style. You're younger than me. My God, man. Oh, we've got a bit of crossover here. Robert D is in a lot of pots, but to be fair to the guy, he's getting the hands.
He's getting the hands.
He's probably looking to the other guys now like he's a little bit tilty after the ace-queen, but I don't think that's fair. We see his cards, obviously, but another nice flop for Robert there. Flop more equity, Mr. D.
Yeah. He can do 2 things here. He could check, he could bet, so it's both fine options. It depends. I mean, in theory, it says it will be mixing, and then obviously we make it player dependent. Wow. He has nice suits to check raise here, actually.
So the Queen Jack, because he has the
Queen
Queen
and
of Clubs,
and
that
the Jack
gives
of
him.
Jack of Spades as well, because you want to block like Ace Jack of Spades, for example. That should actually float this flop, which people might not do. So it depends again. It's theory, but how we're gonna adapt it, it depends on is he really floating Ace Jack of Spades if we check raise here. So that makes the card either more or less relevant. But he does check raise, and now I mean this is you should fire this. You fire here like 12k, or at least a sizing that sets up a price on the river that is going to be actually probably. Okay, so this card is very good for him, right? The 6. It's one of the best cards in the deck if you're not hitting. So he should definitely bet this turn. And he's gonna fire on this river with his Queen of Clubs.
Yeah. And I mean, against it, even with the king, I mean, Robert did raise pre-flop. He did hang around on the flop. I mean, is that king not a little bit of a, like we were saying, when someone gets her on the river, they're going to call it? You know, surely Robert has enough kings in his range there to worry. I mean, obviously he's crushed in this case, but
he has like King Queen of Clubs, which is not possible now. King Jack of Clubs, Queen 10 of Clubs, Ace King with a club, but actually this is not the. How much does he bet? He just calls immediately. I guess or not? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a snap call. The bet.
I'll be honest, I'm busting here probably. Because I'm betting the turn and I'm jamming this river because we have more flushes, and it's just very hard to call red aces, for example, or another pair, 10s, 9s, 8s. You have 4s, you have 3s, you have so much value. So I would have busted in this hand.
Yeah.
So don't listen to me.
No, I mean, the thing is, what I'm learning, I'm using at the moment an app called DTO Trainer.
Right.
And it's super good. Like, I'm not going to lie, I find it a little bit expensive for a recreational player.
Yeah, for sure.
For how often I use it, but actually worth it. So
Yeah,
I'll give it its due. And that's what I'm learning. What I really like about the app is you do a move that's good. You lose the hand because they were at the absolute smash top knots of their range, and it says excellent, and it makes you feel better. You're like,
good.
okay, it's still the right play, even though I'm now walking to the bar and crying. You know, so it's really, really psychologically comforting.
But that helps in a live game as well, because you make a play and you used to be like, fuck, I'm not sure if this was a good play or whatever, and now you know it's a good play. He has top of his range. What can we do?
Yeah.
Because you're always attacking a range. You're not attacking one specific hand, right? So
that took me so long to get my head around, Mattis. Years. And I'm not a stupid person.
No,
but
definitely not.
Some parts of poker I think are really difficult if you're not naturally that way. But I do recommend to people that you just keep that little bit of pressure on yourself, because it finally honestly, I was playing for 10 years.
Yeah.
Before that finally started to get into me, that you're not trying to be D-negs guessing hands out of thin air. You're playing every hand he could have at any time.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that's when your real range work can start properly, you know. So super, super important. And I felt like it made the difference for me. For having a sense that I understand the game. I still know I'm not great at it, but now I understand how I could get better.
Well, I mean, I had an epiphany as well, let's say like 6 years ago, because before that I was just being, I would say understanding the game a bit better than other people and just being very, very aggressive, because people in general are a bit more passive, most of them. But to get really understand the things, why I'm doing those things, it took me a long time too.
Yeah.
It's how do you say it? It's life. It takes a lifetime to master it, right? Even
well,
now.
we've got a 3-bet pot here and a bit of a discussion.
So
early open from Lucien with the king out of spades, and then a button 3-bet from
this is
Dwayne.
actually a very nice 4-bet spot with the hand he has. Because the bluffs will usually come from an ace hex hand, very likely. So you don't want a 4-bet bluff with an ace, very likely, and more of with a king. So if I would make it like 14.5, you can just click it back basically.
Yeah.
And you fold out king jack. Oh, he's gonna do it. Wow, it's a very nice play. And Dwayne is a complete baller if you can shove it into his face. But I mean.
Dwayne did the face of like what I call the FML face. You know, he's just like, oh.
He's gonna. I mean, yeah, presume he's gonna fold. But if he rips it here, he's an absolute boss. He makes it 14 plus 7k. I really like it. I really like the hand he's choosing. He's, for me, this guy then. Oh, he flats. He actually does flat.
I mean, I don't love that sort of play, but I definitely find myself more in the aggressive zone. I mean, he does have position, right? So it's not end of days, but is it not a bit scary? It's a bit.
Yeah, it's also because it's offsuit, and you really. I mean, now. What's the plan now? So solution should actually with King 8 of Spades, when the Ace of Spades out, they bet very small here, and you're gonna call, and then it's gonna be a very very tricky spot. If Dwayne can call. Bet flop, turn shove, or turn small barrel river jam, then I would be very amazed. 'Cause for me, I'm now like you say, now we're in such a difficult spot where if we don't hit a jack on the turn, what's the plan? He's gonna go for what, like 20% bet. It's very reasonable. Fold out queens and jacks now for sure. For me, if I get called here, I put Dwayne basically on ace queen, because I would think people would fold ace jack here. Maybe ace 5 suited, which is always also a call. And then...
Sorry, why is ace 5 also a call?
It has more equity than ace jack here.
Because of the 7, is that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So ace 5 suited just has a bit more equity. So it actually versus the price that the 4-bet was pre, it's a call in theory. But now, like if queens, if he thinks queens is calling, he's put him on ace queen. He can't barrel anymore. The ranges are too strong. So Dwayne might get lucky by getting this queen on the turn, and then he can check it out. Because again, he can't do anything else than he can't value bet a river. It's a 4-bet pot. Ranges are super tight here. And now blocking 8-9 is obviously completely irrelevant. He's giving up. I can. What was it? If I bust tomorrow, I'll do tomorrow another one. You get.
Right, guys, I think you just heard half that conversation.
Oh.
We're going to be... You've even got your voice in your other ear, Matthias. You didn't realise that was you speaking?
No.
Brilliant. Right, guys, thank you so much, Matthias, for your time. Guys, we've been privileged to have Matthias with us in here. Obviously, as he clearly demonstrated, knows his stuff about poker, and we might be privileged to get him tomorrow if you've got nothing on you want to pop
guys
back
are
to
very
the stream.
privileged to have Kat here as well.
Oh, this is just beautiful. The love in this booth, it's starting to get... The windows are getting sticky. It's amazing.
It's very foggy here now.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and best of luck with everything you play tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Take care now.
Have fun.
Right, guys, and we're off again. We're just waiting for Uncle Frank to come back and join us. He has finally taken himself a break.
What did I miss?
Well, I mean, you've actually just come back at this amazing time here. We suddenly have a hand underway, so King opening. You've missed some interesting hands, actually, Frank, and it's been... Matthias really knows his stuff, right? You know, he's sometimes speaking a bit too fast for my brain, so I think he got into a flow with you. Interesting. We love to flop an open-ender on a completely solid colour board. It's always just... It feels like we're going to lose a bit of our soul.
Interesting that he's checking behind.
With the kings.
With the kings, with no spade.
It
check,
is.
check. There's a 3. Yeah. Check. Show the kings, and that's a winner. Small pot.
Yeah, there was a small pot. I mean, I guess he's maybe hoping for some action from his opponent on.
He's checking behind. That's,
Of course.
I think he's checking behind.
Yeah,
He
I'm a
was
little
checking behind.
confused there. I think I would have liked to have c-bet. I mean, the turn card's unfortunate, but
You know, the thing is, Dwayne Sky's a really good player. So,
Right.
you know,
if he's
Probably,
doing it,
yeah.
we should wait. But this is the thing, isn't it? You know, I know what I would do, and I know I don't have millions in tournament results.
yeah.
But how a player makes that decision to check the kings there.
Yeah, that's the interesting bit, because if a bad player does something, you know, okay, but if a good player does something that surprises you, you should be asking yourself, like, oh, is that the right thing to do? Why isn't he c-betting?
Yeah.
There's probably a reason to the madness, so interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And the sometimes there can be really, really extreme spots or weird spots. And, you know, at my level, I might not recognise that. I'm just like, well, I've got kings on a 6-high board. And what? You know?
Yeah.
So it's busy out there. We've got a full tournament room at midnight, guys. We actually have 3 tournaments running at the moment. We've got 1B, 1C, the Turbo Flight, and we have a Hyper Turbo late night tournament that started at 9 p.m. So the poker here is banging, even as we cross into the new day. It's really exciting.
I think 1C already had like 90 players.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah. Good turnout.
What you have missed, actually, Frank, is Mr. Robert D with quite a lot of very nice playable hands. A couple of tricky spots for him he got himself into, but he is opening, you know, fair hands. Like everyone and their mum is opening that hand on the button. So, and I think his opponents might be starting to wonder, how can you possibly have these hands within a single orbit?
Well, this time around, Lucien actually has a better hand, which he flattered.
I mean, this is a chop most of the time, right? I mean, the equity is on the screen. Side bet on a chop, Frank? I bet you a Pepsi this pot chops.
I think someone's going to win it, and we're
Yeah.
not going to showdown. Let's see. It's a check, a bet, and a call. There's another king. And all of a sudden, the chop pot isn't as likely anymore.
It is not. I may be out a drinks voucher here. This is not going well for me. Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, just the final slam.
Definitely.
That you're drinking my
not a
drink
chop.
today. Wow. That is a very unfortunate 9 for Lucien. If Rob bets small enough here, or ridiculously overbets, he may actually get himself. Wow.
It's a bet of 6K into 10K.
I mean, he can't be too scared of the paired board here. Surely we see a 2-bet. Yeah, okay, we have.
Raise to 15K.
I mean, Lucien to me now can very easily get away with this, right? Thin value bet. I mean, it wasn't even that thin, right? It was a fairly decent value bet on the river, I guess, and he's gone now.
Yeah, what is Robert checking behind on the turn? That's what he's thinking.
What do you think about the sizing there? I mean...
That's why I think Lucien might call, because it's just 9K, you know. It's not that big. He calls and he gets the bad news.
Yeah. It's funny, actually. Matthias was just talking about a similar, like a psychological impact of this. That if you're in a pot, you get involved, and then you make it a little bit more of a hand on the river. He was saying how it's a very difficult psychological spot to get out of.
Yeah, because before the river, you know, maybe I'm good, maybe I'm not good. And then you approve, and then you value bet, and then someone raises. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel unfortunate for Lucien. Then those are the spots that once I've bust and I'm lying in the hotel beds alone in the dark, wishing I
Crying.
was crying hard,
Yeah.
wishing I was still in the tournament. Those are the spots that really get to me. It's not necessarily the bust out hand, it's the what if of these kind of marginal close. Could have been any other card in the deck but the 9, and, you know, I bluff the river and fold.
Dwayne folding the 10 deuce. That's a shove all in for Bogdan with the ace-jack suited from the hijack. Oh, no, it's not a shove. It's actually just an open. He doesn't have a whole lot of chips.
No, I think just under 20 bigs, right? So 18 bigs. I don't think a shove is horrific, but probably with these players behind you, you might be hoping for some aggression against your short stack. So I don't think it's ever going in the bin pre-flop if he gets ripped, personally, but call the Robbie Lou for fun, Dan. Go on. In your live games, have you been seeing Jack 4 pop up more this year since the Jack 4 scandal at the beginning of the year? Because I have genuinely seen people sort of playing it for... It's the new 7 deuce, I think.
For the fun of it.
Yeah, that's
to
it.
show it.
To be, I called you with Jack 4 off.
Yeah. I haven't, but maybe I have just not been paying attention enough.
Well, that is an interesting flop for the exact hands in play.
Both of them open-ended now. Dan Chisu is a film director.
Yes, yeah.
Mateus told us.
He did, yeah.
Former director.
This is interesting. So,
Bogdan is...
well, check flop
short.
very, very quickly. And I think Dan is probably having a little think about that quick check back. Hard to bluff when you have that much equity against a player that's checked back the flop, right? Like, you think, can I just sneak this 10% to the river?
It's a blank on the river.
What do we think about a stab from Dan now? We liking one? I mean,
we can see that it would maybe work, but
oh, sorry.
probably work.
Yeah, I mean, after the 2 checks, though, like, it's tricky. I mean, a lot of Bogdan's value hands should be trying to get some value at least by the turn, right?
Yes, but if he's checking behind, he has some sort of showdown value. Otherwise, he would try and bluff himself.
Yeah.
But what on this board could fold now, but doesn't bet the turn? Yeah. I mean, this exact hand, it might work against. Bet
Yeah,
4.2K.
he's blocking the straight draw as well, isn't he? About. And he
It
gets
works.
it through, yeah.
Nice little bluff on the river there. Bogdan, now the absolute short stack down to 17.6K.
It makes me think about Dan's behaviour there as he sort of tank checked the turn. And I wonder if that was genuine thinking or he was sort of waiting for the, like setting up a scene to let him bluff the river if he didn't, his 10% didn't come in.
I imagine he was actually thinking about it. I have the open-ended. Should I start bluff here or what are my options? Yeah. Blinds 600 and 1200 with a 1200K, 1200 big blind ante.
Yeah, it's getting up towards the end of the day for the real-life tournament now. The clock will finish at the end of level 11 at somewhere between 1:20 and 1:30, as we have had a few minutes of clock delays due to players going on stream and other normal tournament shenanigans. We will complete the day. We are probably running around 45 minutes behind the live play at the moment. So you will have plenty more poker this evening. Our stream will be ending somewhere in the region of 2 a.m. Eastern European time.
Alexandru found ace jack off in the cutoff. Raised to 2.6k. And Lucian actually already folded, so it was on Dan Sisu.
Ace Jack is the hand of this table. I mean, it keeps creeping up.
Dan Sisu has some backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, 2 overs. So that's why he's still 46% chance against the unimproved Ace Jack of Alexandru. Check on the flop, a blank on the river, on the turn.
I mean, that's just a great flop for Dan's hands and Dan's range, right? So, yeah, that was always coming, right? That was coming all day long. What's the sizing? There we go, 3.9k. I mean, it's, what's that then? Just under a half pot bet initially, so.
Interesting. Quick fold by Alexandru.
Yeah.
If you're checking behind on the
It's
flop,
a mess,
you know.
isn't it? I mean, you've opened with fairly near the top of your range from the cut-off position. You get gently called by a clearly very, very solid player in the big blind, and then the
in
flop
small blind,
just-
actually,
Oh,
I
small
think,
blind,
yeah.
sorry, yeah. The
Which is
flop just completely strokes his range. I mean, it's just misery, isn't it, really? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the phrase strokes his range. I might not ever say that again. I found that a little bit creepy.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, sorry, Frank. I apologise. It's been a long day for these guys. You know, we recognise that some of the pros can easily sit through 16 hours of poker, but we've got to recognise that for the recreational players, this is hero stuff, right? You're a rec player, and you go, make day 1, you go all the way through day 2, and you get to that day 3. You are an absolute hero in my eyes, because that is some long days of tough play.
For some of the recreational players, it's already like a big thing if they survive day 1. You know, they can text their mates at home, you know, I made day 2. Maybe we should make shorter day 1s. So it's easier to make day 2. So everyone has a big story.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, isn't it? I mean, the tournament director here specifically made the days longer because day 2 is a play down to final table.
Yeah.
So what was happening is day 2s were getting almost crushingly long. So he wanted to spread the load, and I fully support that choice.
Absolutely.
And we have another interesting hand with the old Ace-King getting 2 callers. I'm interested in that flat from the button with the 9-10 of spades. For me, I'd be 3-betting that hand more than flatting, but I'm seeing more and more play like that from the button position, and I like it. I like to see flops. It's probably not good for me, but I like it.
10-9 is a very playable hand. Flops a 9.
Yeah, the flop's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we've the worst hand actually now has the most equity, but both of the other hands have some interest in this pot. I mean, it's not a dead flop for them, is it?
Well, Dwayne will not be happy with this flop. Lucian obviously has a gut shot. Then Sisu has a pair. If I'm Dwayne, I'm shutting down. Against two opponents.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a bit of an unfortunate situation with Dan behind him. You know, you kind of hope if you go to a flop from a early raise that you don't have that problem, but
And Sisu has seen enough.
Yeah.
All those checks on the flop. Now it's time to earn some money. Dwayne is a non-believer in calls. Obviously still has some outs. Lucian might consider it.
I think with the size, I think Dwayne kind of has to call here. I mean, it was very small. I didn't quite. I think it was 4.5 into 16, so it was about just under 16. So it was about 25% pot bet. It's pretty small, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes check, check, check.
Yeah, I think it has to now. I mean, I think there's some cards Dwayne could probably run a bluff on the river, but I'm going to suggest that the 3 of spades would not be one of those. He probably wants to see another diamond with the king of diamonds in his hand, or another Broadway card.
And Chisu contemplating a bet, but he's going to check, and
Yeah.
he's good.
Some pretty thin value there. I think it's tougher in tournaments, isn't it? If you're sitting on that cash table, I'm a lot more confident with really, really skinny value. Right, I've got the tournament boss waving at me out the window, Frank, so I'm going to have to jump to her tune immediately and leave you for a few minutes. So I
Absolutely.
shall see you shortly.
Dwayne, thinking about that hand. He showed the ace king, maybe hoping that in some weird way it was still good. It wasn't. Robert with the queen 7. That's gonna end up in the muck. Yeah, there it is. Alexandru now with 10-9 suited. Romanian player opens to 3K. Dwayne in the big blind with ace-4 suited. Gonna call. Kind of similar stacks. Dwayne starting the hand with almost 70,000. Alexandru almost 80,000. Oh, a little over 80,000 to start the hand. Alexandru flops the best hand. Flops a pair of 10s. Dwayne with a gut shot to straight. With a wheel draw. Check, bet 3.5K. I imagine Dwayne is either calling or check raising as a bluff here. Semi-bluff. Check raise to 10K. Obviously, he can pick up a lot of equity on the turn. He has one direct out. Heart would be good. 8 would probably be good if he gets a call here. And often enough, obviously, his opponent's gonna fold, so very easy to understand that he's check raising here, but in this case, it's not gonna work. Not just yet. Oh, interesting. Alexandru just folds. He lays it down. I don't think Dwayne would expect someone to fold top pair there. Very conservative. Dwayne Sluis from the Netherlands wins that hand. Interesting. It wasn't even a massive check raise. When the stream catches up and they get the news, they'll think about this hand again, I imagine. The sole Brit under the gun, king 9 off. Imagine that's a fold for him. Alexandru, queen 8. That's a fold. Lucian with the 5 deuce suited. Imagine he's folding too. Then Chisu, gone. There it is. That's a shove from the cutoff by Tommy with ace 4 off. At least Robert C folds the other ace-4 off. Bogdan in the big blind. Show us what you got. He folds 10-8 off. The shove works for Tommy. He's going to be happy about that. You don't want to call when you're shoving ace-4 off. Jan Chisu says it's very hot here. It's hot in the commentary booth as well. Actually, it's hot in the entire of Bucharest. It's nice out. Alexandru folded the king 10.
It's very hot because you're on fire tonight. Oh, it's because of me. I'm my own hot.
Action folded to Dwayne on the button, sitting on a 78k stack. Gonna open king 8 off. Bogdan now. Bogdan, one of the shorter stacks. He shoves pocket tens for 14.6k. I think Dwayne's gonna call here. Yeah, there it is. Obviously, he knows he's probably behind, but the price is just too good. Bogdan all in for 14.6k. Dwayne wants to find a king. Doesn't find it on the flop. Does have some backdoors. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. 6 of clubs on the turn would mean a lot of new outs. It's not the 6 of clubs, but it's the 8 of clubs. Flush draw and the pair for Dwayne. But Bogdan still in the lead. Ooh, that's a bad beat over there. Bogdan done for. Kat, welcome back.
I've walked into carnage.
Yeah.
What's happening? What's happening?
Dwayne opened the button. Bogdan shoved from the small blind. Dwayne was priced in with king 8 off. And he crushed Bogdan's soul.
Wow. Oh, Bogdan. I'm sorry for your soul.
Dwayne now up to around 100k, I imagine.
So just a heads up for our viewers on YouTube. Due to the length of video that we can post on YouTube, that stream will shortly cut. We will continue on Twitch, so if you're currently checking us out on YouTube and you would miss us too much when it cuts on YouTube, come and find us on Twitch. That's the Unibet Poker Twitch channel. You can see the players. They feeling the end of the day in their sights. It's where the short stacks become determined and the big stacks become nits or bullies, right?
Usually bullies.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a nits, actually. There's no bubble. You know, this is not a bubble pot. It's a day 2 bubble, but it's not a money bubble, right? So,
yeah, but like I said, for a lot of recreational players, making day 2 is an object in itself.
yeah.
Robert C shoves with the pocket 8s. 22.9k. Robert's not gonna call with the king 4 suited.
One would think not, and it's gone.
What does Alexandru ace 6? Ooh, that might just be enough.
The blinds still 1 and 2, or did they go up while I was out of the room?
Oh, he folds. I think he showed the ace even.
Yeah. I mean, if you know, it was just under a 20 big blind shove. these raggy aces they just play so horribly against those spots, don't they? It's one thing for 8 big blinds, but for 18, I think I like them up there myself. But as I said, I'm a bit nitty, right? So.
Eu sunt pe 2, el e pe 6.
Great to see people still smiling and chatting after quite a long, hard day, you know.
There's not a lot of other activities that you can do and then just sit somewhere for like 12 hours.
No. Computer gaming probably is the only other that's half social in the sense that you're with other people, but quite isolated in that you're playing for your own glory.
Do you play any video games?
I do. I'm a little bit of a strategy game nerd,
What's your game of choice?
Well, I kind of go through phases. I've just re-entered a Minecraft phase.
Oh.
I mean, yeah. I'm a woman over 40 who plays Minecraft. There needs to be a group, support group. I quite like the Sim Cities, and City Skylines is a new one, kind of an updated Sim City. What about yourself?
I don't have the time anymore to play.
Oh, you've got kids, of course.
I've got one kid, and
the game of life.
My son is 4. He likes to play one of the games on the PlayStation. It's called Playroom. It's very and I every now and then when I have a free hour, I play Spider-Man 2.
Oh, okay. Right.
Open world game. And I'm waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6. The announcement is supposedly coming in December.
Right, God, 6 already. I mean, I quite liked the GTA games when I was younger, but I'm a bit more sedate now, you know. I quite like to build things.
5 has been out for, I think, 12 years or something like that. It's crazy. I had it on the PlayStation 3. Now I have a PlayStation 5 at home.
Has the potential to be a real disappointment, doesn't it? This is the thing, these titles that are so massive in their heyday, and they go for a comeback.
But Rockstar never disappoints. That's the developer, so still have high hopes for that game.
Well, I wish you the best of joy. Will you book some time off
I don't
work?
have any time anyway, but...
Take a few holiday days. Cheeky little 9 there. I mean, it was... that pot's bigger than I'd probably expect, actually. We've been chatting about computer games, and I would hold my hands up and say I have not been aware of the action. But given the 2 hands I'm looking at, it's a bigger pot than I would expect to reach the river.
I mean, it was check on the flop, a small bet on the turn.
Right.
Dwayne just called in position. Now it's gonna most likely... I was gonna say check, but Dwayne has some big plans. He bets small, actually.
I wonder what he's targeting there, you know. I mean...
I don't know.
He's playing against the big blind. I guess he can make 4s, a rag 4, a rag 6 fold. I don't think he's getting rid of an 8, 9 or king.
Well, he got someone to fold top pair just when you were gone for a couple seconds, so...
Oh, really?
I don't think Lucian should be folding a 9 here, actually, but you never know.
I see the actions there, turn, but... So Lucian bluffed, yeah, he bluffed the turn and then got there.
Yeah,
well,
there's the call. And then Dwayne shows the worst hand, and Lucian takes it down.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the bluff on the river, but as we say again, you know, when we look at some of the more high-level thinking, it may make sense. I'm just trying to wonder what does call the turn, what does bet the turn and folds. It's only bluffs, really, isn't it? So
yeah, and some of the bluffs he might have been beating already with the ace-5, so he could have checked behind, yeah.
I feel like it's...
if I run into him, I'm going to ask him.
Yeah. Yeah, bluffing with the best hand.
Hey, that's your favorite hoodie, huh?
Ah, he's back. Flame Arms hoodie. I know this gentleman has a real name. I have just rechristened him. What I'm really hoping, Frank, is that we see this gentleman tomorrow, that he makes day 2, and tomorrow he rocks up with the same hoodie in a different colour. So today we've got white flames, tomorrow maybe some pink flames or something.
That would be cool.
It would be super cool. There's actually some banging hoodies at this table. I like that yellow one as well. Straight in with a raise. This is what we like to see. That's how you own your table. I'm not quite sure of his cards. And there they are. Oh, no. We're catching up.
That is not the right photo, but it is the right name. Alex F. Raised to 3.5K. Lucian shoves with the 4s. That is a big shove.
And we are sweating blind with
That
Alex.
is a really big shove. It's 51K effectively.
Did we? No, I mean, if the blinds have gone up, they've only gone up to 1,500, right? Yeah, I mean, it's...
But even at 1,500, it's a massive shove.
Yeah.
Lucian just didn't want a headache.
Yeah, I mean, I feel him, you know. Sometimes I think there's a psychological benefit to just getting... I mean, this pot's not a hugely good example, but even with a bigger hand, just getting a small pot under your belt in a tournament when you've had a little run of getting slapped, you know, and it's not that you've done much wrong, it's just the way the cards play and that...
Yeah, but he won that last hand.
Right. That's a good point. With his 9, yeah, he made his call on the river, didn't he? So maybe he's just had enough of it. He's like, no, I've won a hand, now I'm going to win all the hands. I'm going to wrap this tournament up today.
Dwayne contemplated for a little bit.
He did.
With the 8-5 suited. Decided against it.
I mean, Robert D likes to open hands, but I haven't seen him open a hand of that caliber yet.
This might just be a walk, or is he going to...
140k, I think I'd be opening 100% here. Well, close enough, you know, I mean... You want to put your opponents 2 decisions, right? Is the way I think. As many decisions as possible for them.
Limps in with 7-4, it seems. That's 500.
Well, well, well. 2 rotty hands go to the flop, and it suddenly gets interesting.
And Chizu with the pair and gut shot. Tommy with the open-ended.
Yes, it's a weird dynamic now, isn't it, with the limp check pre?
You can have anything, really. And Chizu taking a passive line in this hand, check calling. Well, that makes it a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, he knew it was coming, Frank.
Makes trips on the turn. Trips is not the same as a set. One of my pet peeves when someone calls it a set.
That's a set, Frank. He's got a set.
It's not a set.
It's definitely a set. I'm looking at a set. It's almost a shame we didn't have a camera in here to see the evil look that Frank Opdevoort just gave me. And he's a very nice man. He doesn't give people the evil look very often.
Evil eye.
Yeah, trips and set, that's how you anger Frank Opdevoort.
To me, at least, a set is when you have a pair in your hand and a third one shows up on the board.
You would be correct.
Then Chizu takes it down. Tommy gets away from his open-ended. Then Chizu is on fire, really.
Sorry for dropping out on you there, Frank. Was getting harassed.
Well, the stream dropped out as well.
Stream dropped out with me, so I dropped out. Stream dropped out.
Yeah.
We'll give it a few seconds, and then I will go and start hitting equipment with a chair.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something different, hitting someone else, but equipment with a chair is fair enough, reasonable enough.
Who in your mind would I physically assault here at the Unibet Open? It's
Whoever is responsible for the stream, I figured.
Okay.
No, we're back.
Back in action.
Oh, we got a different dealer. What has been your favorite Unibet Open destination?
Oh, do you know, there is an element of nostalgia about it, Frank, but I'm being completely genuine when I say Bucharest because it was the first one I ever came to. So back in 2016 when they were here, and it was the first time I played any live event over 500 euros. And it just felt super exciting to me, you know. At the time I was working as a freelance writer, I had very little money. I was grinding satis to 200 euro tournaments, you know, it was a tough life. And yeah, to come to a 5-star hotel, super welcoming. There was, you know, famous players that I knew, Sam Grafton, you know, I felt like a celebrity being here. So that nostalgia, you know, when I walked in here on Wednesday, I felt it. I felt the same feeling.
I understand.
What about you? What's your favourite Unibet Open stock?
I mean, for me, it was St. Martin. I think it was 10-year anniversary. It was just a brilliant tournament.
Yeah.
You know, beach, luxurious resort.
Amazing.
A lot of Dutch players, a lot of parties, and yeah.
You're a bit of a party animal, are you, Frank?
I used to be.
Ah, okay. And then you had your son, and now
Yeah.
you're a dad. Gotcha. Well, the Queen 10 against Queen Jack. We have seen quite a lot of this on this table with these really close hands where one player is just, it's just unfortunate.
Oh, he's folding now.
He's gone. What a guy. What a guy you are, Rob D.
Yeah.
That's the
Against an under-the-gun player.
Yeah.
Understandable. Lucian, King 9. Nope. Dan Chisu. Pocket trees. I can imagine him calling you.
Yeah, it's the opener's got a decent stack himself, right? So. My maths is not good, but Dwayne's sitting on about 60 big blinds, right, at 1,500. So I would certainly want to be getting to that flop as cheap as possible against his stack.
That invites Robert C. in with 6-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, lovely. It's a funny old game, poker, isn't it? You know, the only guy with a pair has got the least equity pre. What a silly game. Wow, what an interesting board.
It's not the worst flop for Dwayne.
It's not the worst flop for Dwayne's range, right? Like, it's a pretty
Exactly.
stinking flop for his hand, but he might... I don't think he's getting it past Robert, though, is he?
He's not going to get it past Dan Chisu.
Wow.
And Robert obviously has the flush draw. And only 22k behind. He might just shove it, but he's worried about Dan Chisu here as well.
Yeah.
If one of them has an ace, obviously they're never folding. You have the flush draw.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Folds.
I
Interesting.
I like that too, but I think there's a lot of merit to perhaps taking slightly less aggressive lines in at this stage of the tournament, you know?
Well, he could have still called.
I'm very, very
Even.
surprised he completely let the hand go, yeah, but...
Dwayne's going to fire again. And even though it's an undercard for Dan Chisu, he's literally, obviously, only beating a bluff. And this is a serious bet. 12k into 18k. 2/3 is the size of the pot.
Yeah, he's not blocking any diamonds. I think probably has to be a treble barrel, right? With Dwayne, if he's doing it hard. He may get rid of Dan here. It's a difficult. I mean, it's a big bet, right? So not huge, but it's a half pot bet. Like
It's 2/3. Yeah, you can afford it though. Dan Chizu is a big stack.
that's the trouble, isn't it? He is literally only beating the type of hand that Dwayne has, and you have to give. You know, I mean, you give Dwayne the credit of some bluffs, but that is, it's pretty, you know, that's got to be the very weakest hand he's.
Well played by Dwayne. I mean, some people just give up if they get action on such a flop. Not Dwayne Sluis, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think if your actual hand is that far away from the board, but the board is so embedded in your range, you're in, right? Once you make that flop bluff, you are bluffing every street that you are called, I would say. We never got to find out if that was the case, but...
Issue is obviously you're value touting yourself if you're bluffing into someone who just, you know, flop trips and isn't folding. But yeah, it worked. Dwayne Sluis got away with it. Dan Chizu folded.
Come on, Flame Arms. I want to see him making some action bets so I can see those flames flickering about. Robert D had enough of those aces. Ran into a couple of sweaty spots with them.
Oh.
Oh, the good play with the good cards. Everybody's worst nightmare.
Dan Chizu waking up with kings in the cutoff. He's definitely going to raise this one.
I would say I agree with that assessment. Question is how much? Is he going to size himself up? Not really.
Just the min raise to 3,000. Queen 9 suited in the small blind. Robert C, very short stack.
I mean, I like a shove here. Well, what is his shot? Yeah, he's well under 20 bigs. What's that, 16 bigs? Yeah, I think I'm shoving this Queen 9 of clubs. Hating myself, but shoving. Oh my word.
Big hand for Dwayne. I can easily see him 3-bet here. But he might just call. Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
He has demonstrated a tendency previously to be a little bit passive with his action, but he is often playing good cards. So there may be some strategic thinking behind that on a more sort of meta game strategy rather than a hand strategy. Yikes.
Well, it's 3 hearts. Dwayne checking if he has a heart, probably. Dwayne flops middle pair, but there Chizu flops top set. Obviously, 3 hearts out there. No one has a heart.
Yeah.
He's leading.
H.
No. He wasn't leading. He just check calls a very small bet, min bet.
No, we've got a little bit of a delay on our updates, that's why, yeah. I want to see a big bet out of Dan here.
6 on the turn officially seals the deal. Dan Chizu with the check mark.
I want to see a big bet. I mean, when you get called quickly there, you don't have a heart. I like a big bet on this turn.
7,000 into 11.
Yeah, not too bad. And a
Dwayne,
snap fold.
almost the insta-fold.
Yeah.
He has a good sense, and I think he kind of knows where he's at all the time. He can definitely judge Dan Chizu well.
Yeah, I mean, it's often taken as, a little bit of a slight against your gambling ego if you're called nitty. But, I mean, I was talking to Dario Carney this morning, and he's almost proudly nitty, and he's an extremely winning player. So I think that's...
Tide is right.
Tide is right, indeed. I mean, it's... the sooner I learn that truth, the better, I think.
You still play a lot?
Yeah, not loads. I mean, I was explaining to Matthias, it's a time issue, sort of
You need
same as
time
you,
for
but-
Minecraft.
Exactly, yeah.
I understand.
But, yeah, I still crack out a Sunday occasionally. Matthias's advice was to only play 5 Sundays a year and win €500,000. I mean, it's
Yeah, great advice.
good advice. I feel like I was missing some steps to the end goal, but, yeah, overall, can't argue with the sentiment. Rob D with the Ducks.
Opens under the gun. Wouldn't some people fold deuces under the gun?
They do. I mean, he's deep enough. I don't think it's disgusting, My only concern with that is the number of short stacks sitting behind me. I think we have 2 shorter stacks on
Yeah.
the table. I'm not.
You kind of have to call,
Yeah, well, you
but
do,
you're not
of
never
course.
happy.
Yeah.
Robert C on the button with ace-10 of spades.
I'd quite like to see a 3-bet here to put a little bit of pressure on Rob D. It's an easy hand to get away from if you get 4-bet massive, and it's not a disgusting hand to go to the flop with if you get 4-bet small. It's definitely thinking about it. Nobody likes raising Brits, I think. People know we're maniacs. I understand the thinking here. It's a hand that looks so sexy, doesn't it? It's an ace, it's a 10, they're suited. They can make straights, they can make flushes, ace high can win, But I do get it. Oh, he went for the folds. Wow. Well, if you think you can get the button to
but not
fold-
Alex F. He has the other ace-10.
Wow. Yes, I don't think we're going to necessarily 3-bet from the big blind there. Let's flop.
Gut shot for Alex F. Robert D. Still with the pair. Obviously 3 overs.
Yeah. I mean, overall, I would say that's probably a more attractive flop for Alex's range pre-flop than it is for Robert's.
I mean, Robert has a lot of 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, ace king, ace queen, king queen. Maybe even 10 jack suited, so. Flop kind of hits Robert D's range as well. But the 2K c-bet wasn't enough to get rid of Alex. Check, check on the turn. Alex had the open-ended, but nothing for him on the river. If he bets big, it might work. You never know.
Yeah, and it's tricky for him, isn't it? Because Robert D did continue that flop, and I'm not sure he'd be expecting deuces to be doing that. So he probably is a bit confused as to what he's playing into. I love it, though. I mean, but again, I love it because I can see the cards. If I pretend I can't see Robert's cards.
You know, the check behind on the turn, that gives you some indication that he isn't super strong. So Alex doing betting pot now on the river is interesting. I think it's going to work. Just too big a risk for deuces. Because even some bluffs you're not beating. That's the issue. And that's what you're getting yourself always into, basically, racing under the gun. with deuces. I guess that's why some people opt to fold that hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'd kind of got in his mind he was a one and done, and his one and done got called, so he was done.
The lone Brit now in the big blind.
Brits in the big blinds. That could be a poker reality TV show. Not sure how watchable.
What's your favorite poker TV show?
Right now, I mean, come on. Recently, Game of Gold has destroyed the chance of anything else, in my opinion. I mean, you know, reluctant to pimp a competitor's brilliance, but fair play to him. Hats off. GG have smashed it out the park there. Great show. I still haven't quite got around to signing up to their site, which I must do because I feel guilty taking the free content, but it's good. It's good. What about you? You were watching Game of Gold earlier, so...
Yeah, because you mentioned that it was good. I've seen, obviously, some clips of it, but I can't stand Charlie Carroll, so...
You and I agree on that, but I think the rest of the output's strong enough that his slight cringiness is gently obliterated.
No, my obvious favorite ever is the first couple seasons of High Stakes Poker. It was so amazing to see those massive pots. I think I've seen the Daniel Negreanu versus Gus Hansen hand like 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was obsessed with that show.
Was that was being aired? I mean, what was your poker career like at that point? You just starting out as a writer or player, or?
Yeah, a little bit of...
Pause while Frank
Yeah,
drinks.
sorry. I started out as a player. It was incredibly popular at one point in the Netherlands, around 2005, something like that. And then I consumed every single poker media and poker book, everything I could find.
Yeah.
Was always on 2+2. Thought I could make some money. And then eventually I realized I wasn't good enough a player to make it as a professional. I played a little bit of 2-4, and that's about as high as I ever played. Lost my entire bankroll twice.
Ouch.
And then I figured I'm not good enough, but I want to stay in this world. So I want to say I called him up. I don't even know. Maybe emailed him. The owners of Poker News, Dardanel. And they said, sure, you can write some articles and show us what you got.
Yeah.
And that's how it all started. And at one point, they needed someone to go to Vegas for 7 weeks who could write, host, and shoot video yourself. And I said, yeah, sure, no problem. I can do all of it. I had no idea. I was just bluffing.
Straight on Google. And you got snap called.
And I went to Vegas for 7 weeks. And I came back and I gave up my regular job. And I started working full time.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I loved it.
Got into that Poker News life. And you were with them for a long time, weren't you?
Yeah, 13 or 14 years, yeah,
Wow.
eventually.
Yeah, as I said to you earlier, to me, you're synonymous with that. I think, you know, I remember sitting in the card room at work and flicking on Poker News, and so much of the stuff was Frank op de board, Frank op de
At the
board.
time, yeah.
So we kind of talked over that last pot, but it was just a gentle little pot there. Matching hands, run out, chop, chop, choppity. I feel like we've seen a kind of a slowing down of the action, maybe a little bit of tiredness, maybe a bit of, like you were saying, we're getting close to that day two, that real wall that you have to climb over.
Yeah, definitely. You see that often, you know? People take it easier. And this is where some others shine, you know? This is their
Yeah.
moment. Usually Dwayne is someone like that who's, you know, putting on the pressure then when everyone else is zoned out, basically.
Taking the value spots, taking the bluff spots, taking the chips, taking the trophy.
Oh, there he goes. Robert C. shoves from the hijack for 20.9k. Dwayne is quick to fold his queen 4 of diamonds. I imagine Robert D is gonna fold as well. Alexandru, queen 6.
No danger there.
He was asking for a count.
It's balancing his tank fold range.
Queen 6. Probably a little bit too weak, but maybe he wants to gamble.
Good lord, I mean, that is very much a gamble. What is it? Are we 2k now, the blinds? Sorry, are we still 15? I mean, if it's 2k, it's slightly less gross, but I don't see the need when he has patiently waited for a spot to snip him off with queen 6 offsuit there. I don't think we've seen evidence from him that he is going to be ripping 100%.
No.
It's miserable though, isn't it? When you see that little short stack and you're the last man standing on the big blinds and you just want to hero it for the table. It's all right, guys. I got your back. I'll take the little guy out.
I'll do the dirty work.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be the villain with the chips.
Dan Chizu, first act, under the gun, folds, still 1500 big blind.
Right, yeah, so that queen 6 was absolutely not a call. I stand by that.
Folded to Robert D on the button with ace jack of spades. I imagine he's gonna raise it up here.
I would have to agree with you based on logic and his previous play as well. He has been getting dealt some nice cards.
Disciplined laydown with the ace-6. Lucian with queen 4 suited. Usually you'd imagine someone calling, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 3x open, but I think in this situation, tricky to let go. I mean, for me, that extra half blind is sometimes an indicator of strength from recreational players.
Robert D flops top pair. Lucian, nothing really but a couple backdoors. $3K, small bet.
Yeah, I think we have to kind of see a fold here. I mean, I'd love to think there's some creativity in it, but you know, we know that Robert D can c-bet pretty light, as we saw with the deuces in that earlier hand. Obviously, at this point, Lucian doesn't know that himself, so I don't think the queen 4. I think it was very speculative pre-flop, and you know, there was a lot of boards where I think Lucian would have been happy to probably get Rob D into a bit of trouble there, but the board that arrived was not one of them.
I wouldn't have hated a call, to be honest. It was a small bet. You have a lot of extra equity you can pick up on the turn. Every now and then, queen high is still good enough. It's still the button. It's a wide range, and there's an ace, but doesn't mean that he has an ace. So.
I'm just trying to think back to the hands that Rob D has not only played, but also been forced to show down to his table mates, because like I say, we saw him take quite a light stab with an ambitious stab, shall we say, with the deuces. But Lucian didn't see that. He has turned over a couple of times top pair where he's kind of c-bet flop and then checked or called to the river. So I'm not sure what the GTO is at all, but yeah, I think I'd have some fear of Rob Rob D's C-bets if I hadn't watched the stream, and I was there with him.
Tommy, probably not going to play the 6-5 off under the gun. Short.
Yes, he's now dropped below the 10 big blind mark at this point. To his credit, I think the only spot we might have seen him was when he sort of snap folded the ace-4 a few orbits ago, but he was, you know, looking at the cards as we have the privilege of doing. He was, he would have been in very bad shape had he taken that spot. So, at some point, Frank, though, you just have to put on your big girl or boy panties and just ram it in there, right?
Yeah. And then we have these two hands. 6 deuce versus 3 deuce. Dan Chisu actually has a gut shot to the wheel. That's why he's calling in position. Queen of clubs on the turn. Does nothing for nobody. Lucian probably doesn't think he has the best hand with his 6 deuce, but he actually does. There's some blank there. If Dan Chizu bets, he's gonna take it down.
Same can be said about Lucian. It's a weird little pot here. I'm not quite sure what to think. I wondered if Dan was calling flop with intent to bet turn, because here we go to bet river. There it comes, because Lucian has
Good
had
bet.
a couple of tendencies to bet flop and then give up, and his hands have not been exposed to his opponents when he's done that. But I think we can all agree that Dan is a pretty bloody perceptive young man. So I know I have the stream advantage, but I would suspect he may have noticed that as well, because, you know, I appreciate the gutter was there, but it's pretty speculative, isn't it? You need to have a later street plan if you're calling that flop with that hand, in my opinion.
For sure. As you can hear in the background, they're about to enter the last level of the 9.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to feel sort of locked off in here, isn't it? The outside world continues without us. Robert again with an ace. Super high frequency of openable hands in the right position, and then a couple of little cheeky under the gun ones. I would imagine he is at some point going to start getting on the nerves of these guys with his opens. And it's no shade. He's opening aces and decent hands. But it's happening a lot.
Oh, Dan Chizu folding the ace deuce from the small blind. The big blind, shortest player at the table. Tommy has 9-7 of spades. Does he want to shove? Does he want to fold? Does he want to do a stop and go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually... I know it sounds ridiculous of such a short stack, but I don't actually hate the call here. I really don't.
He has a pot-sized bet behind. He checks here.
Well, that's checked to just give up. And I mean, I see where it's coming from. That flop misses him so hard. I think against this player in particular, we know it would have got through, but most players would have called him anyway with the ace high there on that flop. So with so little equity against even just ace high, I kind of respect his just check die there.
Now down to 10K with the blinds about to go up.
Yeah, 8 big blinds is not a good situation.
1000 de euro la mine.
I always find myself rooting for the short stacks. You know, I see him that's sitting there with his small blinds, and I'm thinking, come on, my guy.
6 big blinds now in the small blind. In a couple of minutes, he's down to 5 big blinds.
Yikes.
But he's about to obviously be on the button, so he at least has some hands
Yeah.
after this small blind. We're going to see what he gets for free. Lucian here. Ace queen.
Looks like a raise there from Lucian. Our graphic's not updated, but seems pretty reasonable. There it is.
Min raise to 3K. Oh, there's a shove from Tommy with King 7, and he's gonna get called.
Yes, I think it's inevitable that he gets called, but I always kind of cross my fingers for the underdog. I know we have to eliminate people and go home at some point, but I just want to play forever. Bing, bang.
There's a king on the flop. That's good news for Tommy. Now he needs to evade the ace. The 3 aces left in the deck.
Lucian taking it in good stead so far.
Uh-oh.
There's some outs, some outs.
Extra outs for Lucian. Jack now would give him Broadway. Ooh.
Ay-ya.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, poker is
That's a cruel way to go.
Just flop quad aces and send me home. Don't tease me, you horrible poker gods. Very unlucky for Tommy there. And, you know, he was behind all the way, but the extra slap in the face, giving him a little bit of hope. And we saw that hope on his face when that king landed. But it was not to be. Good game, Tommy, good game. Yeah, Lucian very happy with that. He could really not afford to be losing those chips at this point. You know, it's not that it would have ruined his life, but it may have ruined his tournament. So he needed to win that and just keep going in the right direction there.
Yeah, really important to win those small pots as well.
Big smile now.
Okay. Another hand before the last level of the night gets underway. At least one more hand. And again, as a reminder, we're cutting out the breaks. So even though the players will go on a break, we won't stop with this.
We'll never stop, Frank.
Never stop.
Never quit. Never surrender. In fact, even when the stream guys do stop and the players have gone home, me and you, still here, just commentating on a blank screen.
Okay.
To the end, brother.
Till the end of time.
Yeah. Lucian opening again. Nice little slew of aces for Uncle Lucian.
Dwayne seems interested with the king 3 off from the big blind.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I wouldn't have even hated a 3-bet. Lucian has been opening quite a lot, and he has demonstrated he's not afraid to open a little bit wide. So I think we mentioned Dwayne seems to tend to prefer a more passive line. Nothing wrong with that at all. You do you, Dwayne boy.
Check, 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 check. Free river. Dwayne does not improve. Does he want to bluff? Or just go to showdown?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, king high is good enough here enough. But then it's almost, do you try to block Lucian's bluffs there? Because you can't call a river, so... don't think we've seen much evidence from Dwayne that he wants to get too tango-y in the wrong spots. I would quite like to see him really get a big hand. I want to see how he handles that, because we actually haven't seen him kind of get slapped with the cards yet. You know, he's been in some sort of mid spots, bothersome spots, but not something the way he has potential to double up or something. I'd quite like to see how he handles that, given the way he's played up till now with these opponents. Tommy, my friend. Oh, not Tommy, sorry. Rob D, the British guy. I think he's saying he can't see people's faces, but he is wearing his sunglasses. So I feel that may be contributing to his confusion there.
Are you pro or against sunglasses at the table?
I am against all allowed face coverings. Yeah, it's, you know, if you're going to play live, that's the game. I do understand why people do it, and I do understand people are sometimes a lot more nervous in public than I would be, and I have to be respectful there. But I think we should be able to see our opponents' faces and eyes. You take the same line there, or you think, no, cover it up? I want hats, hoodies.
No, I'm fully on board.
Yeah.
I agree. I understand, especially when you're new to the game, it's very intimidating. You think everyone sees exactly right through you. But yeah, it's part of the game as well. Try to judge what the other players are doing, and then being able to see their faces helps a great deal. And just like that, boom.
Snap. That's how we roll here. We just, you know, we just literally yeet the players, just blow them out the way, and immediately replace them with a table full of new players. So we will have had a little bit of a catch up there, and we are now on the final level of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So we have approximately 1 hour of stream remaining today. We will be going live tomorrow with a day 2 stream of this exact tournament, and that will kick off somewhere between 4:30 and 5 o'clock tomorrow. The reason I can't give you the exact time is you want to work out a good delay for you again, so that you can have this beautiful unbroken poker experience and not have to watch rehashed footage in the breaks.
Well, we all recognize at least one player, I imagine.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, there's a huge fish in seat 3 there. That is the Unibet Poker Ambassador, David Lappin. He is also a good friend of mine. I'm not just abusing strangers. And we're straight into the action here, Frank. We could barely even name the players, and we're running a big hand.
So, new blinds, 1,000 and 2,000. The 2,000 big blind ante, and the open here to 5K from Denise with ace jack, Frederick called with the pocket fives, and then the 3-bet to 18K from Marius with pocket kings.
It's a fairly juicy 3-bet. I like it. 9 big blinds, not messing about. Hard for Frederick to call here, and yeah, he's gone. Not so hard for Dennis to call here. I think I will call him Dennis like you did. It sounds a lot better. Let's rock to a flop.
We know nothing about these players. We don't know if they're aggressive, passive, tight.
No, not much.
No.
I mean, we know a little bit about David Lappin. He's been a pro for some years. That's not to say he'd be the best player at the table. I don't think we know enough about these other players yet, Frank, to say anything, do we?
I know his neighbor, Jack,
Okay.
Dutch player.
All right.
This is his 3rd live event.
Oh, wow. Online player or just third poker?
Online player, but also not a full-time professional,
Gotcha.
but just an enthusiastic recreational player. His 2nd live tournament was a 3K Masterclass of Poker event, which is big for anyone, let alone for someone just figuring out the game now. Jack, the short stack here at the table, 25K.
That was interesting. I mean, we had about, I think, off the top of my head, around a 30% continuation bet from the kings there. And the ace-jack very quickly, despite having the nut flush draw, just sort of let it go. I'm a little confused about that myself. Sometimes in these situations, let's be honest, there can be a misread on the cards, and but we haven't seen a lot of that today. I don't think we've had one reported incident of a card misread. So,
Yeah.
I mean, he had a lot of equity there to just let go so easily. But after this long day, Frank, I don't know about you, but I'm second guessing my own name. So I may be a very short time off not being able to recognise what the suits are. David Lappin there with a Maltese flag. He is a resident of Malta, as am I. He is actually an Irish individual.
Yeah, people that have been listening to the stream all day will recognize him. He joined the stream earlier today.
He's got an exceptionally loud voice, so if he speaks, we will hear him again.
The players are mic'd up, but I'm not hearing anything. Maybe they're just very quiet.
I'm not actually even hearing any table noises or anything, so either the mic feed's not got on or they've made the executive decision to not put their hands in these guys' pants for the last hour. To mic up for an hour may be a bit of a demand. Oh, he has. We're probably just missing the sound there, yeah.
Or maybe one of the players constantly swearing and the decision was made to not broadcast anything.
It could be.
Could be.
It could be. I mean, I'm a little bit swearing myself. We may run into trouble with this stream.
10-9 versus 10-9, and wouldn't you know it, they both still flop a pair. Two pair, actually.
Yeah, I don't see either player being able to influence the other player much in this pot. Obviously, there is a major chip stack difference between Victor and Marius.
Marius has 52%, Victor 48%, and the difference is Marius can still make a flush.
Yeah, I mean, if we do see a spade on the turn, we might find an interesting pot. I mean, anything that sneaks up Marius's equity is double dangerous for Victor based on the chip difference.
This is going to be a chop pot now unless someone folds. 100% 50-50 now.
I'm just trying to find a reason at this point for either player to try to bluff this pot out. I think they both probably at this point want to be going to showdown.
Check. Ace on the river wall.
Yeah, I think if we wanted some exciting times in this pot, I think we needed to see a spade on the turn. But, oh, hello.
Marius is
Yeah.
going to bluff at it. Little does he know that, yeah, it's the same hand.
You think this is a bluff from Marius here?
I don't really know, to be honest.
I mean, to me, it's a value bet, and he's just being a bit bullish because he has the chips. I mean, I don't think for a moment that he is trying to get an ace, a jack, or a 7 to fold. I don't. Maybe.
Maybe other nines.
Yeah, targeting another 9, which with the significant increase in chips he has versus Victor, I don't hate that logic, and it's worked, But yeah, I would have interpreted that as a value bet myself, as Victor did. He thought he was folding to value, I would assume. And we have our sound back. Luckily for us all, I think Mr. Lappin must be feeling a little bit sleepy because on cue he yawns because he's quite quiet, isn't he, for David?
Yeah, unusually quiet.
Yeah. It's been a long day for all the players, like we say, just because someone's a professional poker player doesn't make them a machine, So what's your plan after the stream closes, Frank? Getting drunk in the bar? Going and having chicken staff across the road?
I might have one beer, but that's about it.
A ladylike evening. Oh, look at this. Lappin skillfully being dealt queens there. That's the real skill, Frank, I think, as we all know. Get dealt the right starting hands.
It helps.
Uh-oh.
Marius is interested with the king jack off.
Yeah, he's got position on David. He sees David's a nice big stack. I mean, I assume they've been playing together for a while.
Jack, ace 10.
With
I don't-
21k. Oh, Jack.
He's gonna shove,
Yeah.
and he's gonna run into at least one caller.
May end up saving Marius some time. David going to do a little bit of acting now to try and see if he can extract extra chips from Marius behinds. It's RSC stuff. The Irish eyebrow of confusion has come into its acting own.
I think he's gonna either shove or
I don't think he'll be shoving
Four-bet.
With his stack, and he obviously Marius behind would have him covered. I do feel like there is a 4-bet in there, but he may want to. He probably doesn't want to go to the flop against two hands, so I think we probably will see a 4-bet here. He's probably just trying to size it up. He will He will be considering that Marius's range is reasonably capped now, so how much can he get? You know, how can he go to a flop profitably here is probably what's going through his mind. Either that, or he's just humming the theme tune from a 1970s show, you know?
That could be
either of those.
Very well be it. Maybe he's thinking like, did Marius trap me with kings or aces?
I mean, he could. That may have crossed his mind. Yeah, probably. It's got to always be a thought, hasn't it? But yeah. Oh, you did. He was spot on. He's really gone for the shove there. Wow.
Insta-fold from Marius. Jack in trouble.
Just rips 45 bigs. I love your style, Lappin. I did not see that coming from Mr. Lappin there.
Ace 10. Jack in dire need of an ace, really. Or a couple tens. Bunch of clubs. Running sixes.
Pretty thin. I mean, he has two outs at this point, right?
And running sixes. And running 7-8.
Sorry, yes.
Running 7-8. Land of opportunity.
You are a very positive individual.
Nope. Just down to the ace now. And there's only two left.
Poor old Jack did nothing wrong there. Had absolutely no choices. Just ran into it.
No ace to save his day. Jack from the Netherlands eliminated. And it's Lappin getting richer and richer. It's a good pot. Busting the shorty. Grabbing some chips from one of the other players.
Yeah. And I think we all just have to take a moment to respect the infinite skill of Lappin there. Getting dealt the queens in perfect sequence for the shortest stack. To have to rip into him. It was truly brilliant poker.
Yeah, like we have come to expect from David Lappin. 2 empty seats now at the table. We're playing six-handed for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they may be balancing to 7. We are running 8-handed across the whole tournament. That often lets the TD balance to 7. Glenn is pretty on top of things, so we may see another player. If we break a table, we may see 2. It's always annoying when you're the floor staff and you have to move players into a mic'd up feature table, you know? It's like, dude, I'm busy enough, and now I have to fanny about with this. Dennis bringing himself back in the game, not quite placing his cards properly on the RFID, which is why we get the black backs instead of the front of the cards.
No, every now and then I like it. You know?
Yeah, a little bit of a sweat. Yeah, let's...
Oh,
and here we go.
There they are.
Yeah.
Does have a
Stole
real
the
end.
joy of the sweat.
Marius interested with 5-4 suited.
Yeah, 5-4 suited and 60 big blinds. Hello, ladies are back. This is an interesting one for Victor. I mean, he would like to get the full lot out of this hand, right? With his 24 bigs, he would like to completely double up here. I'm not sure we will see that much action from Dennis, so I think Victor's going to have to play it a bit carefully than just rip it in like Lappin did, but we will see. Well, he's gone for the hardest routes.
Shove.
I don't think it's an easy fold for Dennis here. It's one of those hands that you just really don't want to let go. But with a 60 big blind stack, I don't think I'd be snapping that off. We do have a player behind as well there, right? Yeah!
Ooh.
Couldn't have been more wrong. I mean, fair play to you, Dennis. You got balls like melons, my friends.
To be honest, though, it looks like fewer chips than 80k.
Yeah, maybe the stack is wrong there, but yeah, it's saying he has 80k. 85 at the start of the hand, somewhere around there. Queen's holding. Victor doesn't want to see any more spades, and he doesn't want to see a 9. Otherwise, he's pretty happy. Okay.
There is a spade. That gives Denise the flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, you're still not hating life, being 3-1 on the turn, right? But silent prayer, no spades, is going through Victor's head right now.
And it is no spade.
Yeah.
Denise left with 32k.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, he definitely did have the 40 bigs at the start of the hands, and he's looking a bit confused as he, yeah. If you're left with 32, it is right, Dennis. I think we had a 54k stack from Victor at the start of the hands, so he really didn't have much chance or choice with his ladies, but I am surprised he just got snapped like that with the 9s, but each player to their own, right, Frank?
Absolutely. He worked hard for those chips. He can do with them whatever he likes.
Yeah, absolutely. He pays you money, you plays your chips. I quite like Victor's tattoo there. I'm a big fan of floral tattoos. I don't know why, I just think it's really
you have
beautiful.
floral tattoos yourself?
No, I don't have any tattoos. Actually, I used to be an actor, so when I was a young actor, it was definitely not encouraged to tattoo your body. But yeah, I might consider one because I just think it looks beautiful, the flower there.
Tattoo on his fingers as well, I think.
Yeah.
The former head of poker for Unibet, David Pomeroy, had tattoos on his hands, and I asked him once, like, why did you do that? Do you like it? Or he said, I was younger and I wanted to protect myself from getting boring jobs for the rest of my life.
Wow.
So I tattooed my own hand, so I knew for sure that any boring office job would never hire me. So he kind of sabotaged his own career, but in the end it worked out, obviously, because
he's on another level, isn't he, Pomeroy? Great guy.
Ace-7 suited for Christopher.
Seeing there, just the we're back to the more 2.2 opens now versus a few 3x that we saw happening earlier with a different table of players, to be fair. But it's interesting to me how players often get in these patterns when they play together. You know, you'll see a whole table, everyone's opening 4x, and then another table's min-opening, and you find your own cadence with the new group of opponents, don't you?
Yeah, if the first 2 races are, to min race, the third one will probably follow.
Yeah.
Everyone will follow suit.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I think it's why it's such an interesting dynamic when a new player comes to a well-established table, because they have no idea of the rules and they just start doing their own thing, and shakes it up a bit. Dennis looking a bit steamed there, a bit annoyed. I would be too. You know, you think, God, can I just not have my first pair in a million years without some guy getting a better pair? Frustration.
We got 2 new players, so we're back to 8-handed. Nice sweater. Is that a Christmas sweater? Yeah, it is.
Is it Christmas hoodie, or has he just got something else around his neck? But it's super cool. I feel like we've missed a spot here, Frank. We should have planned to have an ugly jumper competition. It would have been super cool. Have a whole room full of crazy Christmas jumpers.
Yeah, I think we had one the last time we were here. Yeah. I remember we made a big group photo with the Christmas tree in the lobby. Yeah.
I remember last time I was here, we did the mannequin challenge. That's how long it was. The mannequin challenge was still a thing.
For people not remembering what that was, everyone needed to stand still.
Oh,
right?
yeah, of course.
That was basically it.
Some people are too young to remember the mannequin challenge, yeah. But ours is pretty epic, right? We had a room of like 300 people completely frozen while I think it was 2 or 3 cameras panned up and down to catch the whole thing. So it was pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I was interviewing someone.
Yeah,
standing
you
still,
were,
yeah.
And I was getting throttled by Dahlia Jeong. So, good times were had by all. So, open from Under the Gun +1, and Button and Big Blind are along for the ride. Tough life for Marius, just smash flopping the King-Jack flop against David's 9-10 flop. David unbelievably still does have outs, so this is potentially a huge pot. More likely to just be a really bloody, miserable pot for David Lappin here. David's no fool. He would be very comfortable, very often playing speculative hands in position against a wide variety of players. So I don't expect David Lappin to go bust in this hand.
I'm trying to find the mannequin challenge, actually. I think I...
Wow, we are 6-7 years ago. Marius having a good little think there after getting his fairly small bet called on the flop. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, pop that out through your Twitter as a reminder. Yes, you're interviewing Matthias.
Yeah, yeah. And the ugly jumper photo.
Yeah, excellent. So that 8 on the turn, I think that pretty much seals that Lappin will not exit this tournament in this hand. However, I am quite interested to see how much value Marius can actually extract. He does a significant stack. I feel that a big bet here is going to put Lappin in a world of pain. But a small bet or a medium bet, I don't think.
Ooh, and
oh,
he
wow.
checks.
Oh, wow, Marius, you dirty, dirty boy. I love it.
Or do you think he's afraid of the full house?
I mean, I hope not. I hope not, Frank.
You never know.
I hope not. We saw Marius play a 9 like a blinder, didn't we? So I don't know when he had that 9 river. So I don't know. Surely he's not afraid of an 8 here. Sorry, a boat here.
David really needed it. 7 of spades. Didn't get it. He's gonna bet. But how much?
Yeah, that's it. He is purely sizing now.
Figuring out how much is in the pot.
Unfortunately, I expect it to be reasonably big.
Yeah. But the bigger it is, the more likely it is that Marius is gonna call and not do something else very
it's true.
wildly.
Yeah, so he'd bet
23K.
just over half pot there. I think it's about 60% pot, maybe just under 60% pot. And he is going to be so disgusted to lose this pot, David.
Marius is gonna call.
Yeah.
He's not gonna raise. And he's not gonna fold, I imagine.
Yeah, I don't think he can raise now, unfortunately. I think if he raises, I mean, a click back would ruin Lappin's life.
That's the call.
Yeah, David no way expected to lose that hand, and now he's going to be slightly salty Lappin.
He still has 66K left, so he's still in it, but it is a big hit. Big hit. 120K pot.
Yeah, he's unfortunately he lost a little bit more than half his stack, I think, in that.
Could have been worse.
It
After
could have
that
been
flop?
It could have been much worse. Yeah, I mean, as I say, once we hit the 8, I think it could have been a lot better as well had Marius bet the river, because David definitely went for what he perceived to be max value, I think, on that river, and
Absolutely.
had Marius led for a smaller size, I don't believe David would have raised him on that board. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I'd like to know what's going through Lappin's brain there. You know, what part of the hand he's thinking over. Could he have done something differently? Or again, maybe he's just looking at the clock to see how many minutes it is before he can get over to chicken staff and get into the fried chicken.
Yeah, that's his favorite store, huh?
Favorite restaurant in the world, I think he sort of casually flicked in the other day, so...
He's not a fine dining type person.
Oh, no, he definitely is. Yeah, no, David is absolutely a foodie. He's a fantastic cook as well. He cooks up an absolute storm. But he's just not a snob, you know. If fried chicken, greasy fried chicken is good, Frank, it's good, so... But yeah, he is also into fancy stuff. Yeah, I feel for any player. You know, obviously Lappin is my good friend, but I feel for any player who loses a pot like that at this stage of the day. You know, it's really brutal psychologically. It's
yeah, you're already figuring out. Oh yeah, ending the day with a big stack, good options for day 2, and then boom. Flush over flush.
Yeah.
To spoil your day, really. Ace-10 for Frederick on the button. It's gonna open here.
I've not seen much action from Frederick. I have just watched him fold junk after junk after junk, though. So, you know, I don't think we've seen much opportunity for him to spread his wings.
When poker really was booming in like 15 years ago, if you were Scandinavian, especially from Sweden, you were perceived to be usually very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, you have tight Scandinavian players. Frederick is not loosey-goosey.
Oh, okay, so he's a more moderate
I think so.
Scandi luck box.
Denise, 8-5. Nothing. But that works for Frederick.
So we are cruising into the final part of the day now. We are approximately on a 40-minute delay from the end of the tournament now. As explained during the day, we started on a huge, almost 3-hour delay, and we ate up that delay over the day as to not break the viewing pleasure for you. The same thing will happen tomorrow, so if you are at a loose end and you fancy whiling away the hours, doing the washing up, doing the ironing, and watching a bit of poker.
Playing some poker yourself, maybe, in one of the free
yourself,
rolls.
Yeah.
Christopher, ace-queen, under the gun. Opens. Victor seems interested with pocket sixes.
Always time for a set mine. It's off a 50 big blind stack. I know there was a school of thought that said never set mine with less than 100 bigs, but I don't think that's necessarily given much weight these days, Frank, do you?
When I started, it was the rule that you needed to make 10 times the raise that it was. So if someone raised the 3 big blinds, you needed to be able to make 30 big blinds from your opponent.
Interesting. Okay, I mean, yeah.
Because one in 10 times you would hit a set. Something like that. It's changed a little bit, but, you know, sixes, it's not just for set value. There's some other hands you can make. Sometimes you have the best hand already, obviously.
And they, you know, they're not hands that you can necessarily get yourself into too many gross spots with, right? You know, you see that board and you go, oh, okay, not today.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, let me look at my phone.
It's more interesting between Christopher and Sebastian, both flop top pair. Sebastian has some backdoor outs there with the ace-8 of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian is probably feeling quite happy with his hand at this point. I mean, you know, we did have an under-the-gun raise, but, you know, that is not necessarily aces every time. So once the ace is out on the flop, I'd be feeling pretty happy as Sebastian here right now.
Interesting. 2 checks. Sebastian could very well think now that he has the best hand and bet for value. Christopher doesn't continuation bet. Interesting on this kind of flop. I would always continuation bet. Just because it hits the other ranges as well.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Frank, to be
Some
honest.
protection, some value with good top pair.
Sometimes, you know, you just don't want to be too bloody clever, right? You just bet when you're good, when you think you're good, fold when you think you're bad, and scoop some chips in. Not every pot is a complex puzzle, right? I think we expect to see Victor fold these bad boys.
Ooh, interesting. He's not check calling, he's check raising. Always interesting if you check raise as the initial raiser. Very strong though.
Yeah. Absolutely love it.
Victor obviously has no business in this hand anymore, folding the sixes. Now Sebastian, the Dutchman, asking how much he needs to add to call.
Yeah, I might have sized this up a little bit. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm trying not to notice that I can see he has 25% equity in this exact hand. But, I mean, he has to think he's strong there. He can get called by so many worse hands in this spot. There's a lot of underpairs that call him. The flush draw can call him.
Sebastian calling here, and that's tricky because now he's down to 38k, and the pot is already almost 50k. 9 on the turn. That might scare Christopher a little bit. You never know. He's down to 37k himself, so that's...
Yeah, I think we need to see these chips go in at this point, really. I mean, I do understand that can be scary, that paired board, but I mean, scared money don't win, as they used to say, you know? You can't not bet because you're scared, right? You have to...
I don't like the check raise to 15k with 37k behind.
No, I think the size was wrong there. I think probably check raise shove the flop would have been my preferred option there. I love the raise. I just think the sizing was a bit whack, right? Oh, you're giving me a face. You don't agree with getting it in on the flop?
Just bet the flop instead of check raising.
Yeah,
but
I see what you mean, yeah.
Or check shove, maybe. I don't know. Sebastian now with the decision, well, not for his tournament life, but he would have only have 1k left if he calls and loses. This is a tough one. Oh, he lays it down.
Wow, okay, fair play to you, Sebastian. Fair play to you.
He's gonna check the stream. What is opponent had in this hand?
Yeah, and he's gonna feel great about it, and yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I bet the flop in his position, though, with the ace-8. I'm happy with my hand, but... And had he just checked that flop, I think he saves himself some money, right? So...
Yep.
Oh, well, hindsight's a wonderful thing, Frank. If we all knew
especially in poker.
Exactly, yeah. If we knew what the cards were at the start, we'd all be the winning players. It's just so miserable to bust at this time now. You play so hard, so long, and like you say, you don't even get that social media moment of telling your pals that you're coming back tomorrow for day 2.
10-9 suited, folded under the gun. Folding around to the cutoff.
Even when Lappin is whispering, he sounds like the voice of God.
Folded to Marius in the small blind with ace-deuce.
He's looking confident with life, isn't he, Marius? Whole posture, relaxed, dominant.
Nice jacket.
I was actually about to comment on his whole outfit. I think it's exceptionally stylish. He's coordinated. He's either a man of taste or a man with a wife of taste.
Christopher waking up with pocket 5s in the big blind. Easy call.
Absolutely. No stress.
Marius with a wheel draw. Christopher doesn't want to hit a set. He has the best hand now. Great to see two undercards when you have pocket fives.
Yeah.
And you have position.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he might peel a street here. I don't hate it. With his stack, Marius is so incentivized to be aggressive in these blind on blind spots. I feel like we see 100% c-bet in this exact spot. So he may get a peel out of Christopher here.
He's not going to hit a set because both fives were folded before the flop.
Oh, right, cool, that was observant. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I see it up there now. Yeah, okay, fantastic. So, right, okay, well then with his...
It's only the aces he has to worry about. He's going to call here, I imagine. Racing doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Folding is something I would never do with fives in this spot.
For me, it's not...
He does raise.
Absolutely love it. Balls of steel, you go on. See, he's wearing his Unibet shirt. It's giving him strength and confidence.
Maybe it does make sense because a 3 or a 4 might call. Even ace deuce is calling, so you raise to 10.5.
Yeah, I think he's probably... It has to be a value raise, and he's exactly wanting hands like, unfortunately, ace king, any ace. I mean, he'd be unlucky to be ace king small blind versus big, but... the ace highs is what he wants, isn't it? Like you say, a 3 or a 4 if he's super lucky, because I think he can probably get 2 streets of value out of a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like the raise as well, because you're not going to get all streets of value. But he does see a free river now. Deuce gives Marius some showdown value as well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marius is ambitious if he thinks he has showdown value with a deuce here myself, but yeah, he's gonna
try it.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be a big.
Alrighty.
54K in the middle. Might work.
I mean, it works a lot of the time, right? It's miserable now for Christopher.
32,000.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's reasonably sized, isn't it? Yes. Well played, Marius. I mean, I just felt that he was in control of that pot despite being raised on the flop. He seemed to just be dominating that pot, certainly psychologically. But what can happen there on the river for those fives? There is no escape, right? Take off your Unibet shirt. It's a bock. That was the problem. As an ex-dealer, I'll tell you one of my pet peeves. As an ex-dealer, it's people stacking chips in that method.
Just 20 high. That's it.
Just just sort of stacking them up. You know, I can only pick chicks up like a roulette dealer. You know, I don't think I'll ever change. And I find it painstaking to watch chips being stacked in that manner.
I completely agree. As a tournament reporter, I welcomed and I loved people stacking in 20s. That's it. So easy to count everything.
Yeah.
I don't think we know where Johan is from. There's no flag. Country flag there.
I think he looks Scandinavian, maybe.
Danish, maybe.
Danish?
Maybe.
Okay. Marius smashing pots, getting dealt aces. He's loving life. Absolutely loving life. No interest, quite clearly, from the... Thank you, Victor. Don't interrupt my sentence saying you're folding by pausing to think about it. 9-3 goes in the bin. Perhaps predictably. And on we go. So have you got any plans for sightseeing tomorrow, Frank? Any more military parades or...?
Nothing yet. I think he's Swedish.
So, oh, cool. Check me out. Guessing even the right area of Europe.
David folding the king 8 suited under the gun.
Yeah. That would certainly be something I wouldn't expect out of David. But I have actually played David a couple of times live in Malta, and honestly, he has surprised me occasionally with the hands he shows up with. You know, I think he has got a few tricks up his sleeve, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Marius has got all the tricks, and honestly, quite a few of the cards as well.
Is Christopher tired of his neighbor? Down to 56k.
25 bigs
On
is
the
not a
button.
ludicrous shove here, is it?
It isn't.
With an ace-4 of the lovely love hearts. But I mean, actually, if he does shove, I don't think he's getting called by Marius with the ace-7 off for 25 bigs, personally. I mean, I'm not going to claim to be able to predict what Marius is up to, but...
I think he's going to fold.
Who,
He doesn't-
Christopher?
Yeah, he doesn't like it, but
Yeah, he definitely wants to, doesn't he?
oh,
Yeah, go on, baby. Yeah,
pulls the trigger. Well,
it's just his stack size, isn't it? I mean, he was just really in his mind going, why don't I have 5 more bigs so I can just fold this? And we saw the ace-8, I think it was the ace of spades that went in the bin there as well, so... But yeah, very quick fold from Marius. It's just too many chips for ace-7 off. There's just no hand that they have that you like. Right?
well, ace-4 wasn't too bad, but even then, there's a reasonable
It's
possibility
mainly
of a chop. So
yeah, they pull back some equity because they're suited and you're not. I mean, yeah, just these ace-7, ace-8, ace-9, ace-6. I'm not good at playing these hands. I'm a little bit scared of them. I find myself consistently and ridiculously embarrassing tough spots with them. Yeah, just trying to eliminate these big calls with weak aces from my game anyway. Incoming open from
Ooh.
Frederick with a lovely hand. Just min opening there under the gun. As mentioned, we have seen the opening raises return a little bit more towards the 2 to 2.5 rather than the 3-4x raises we had been seeing with the previous players. I think it may be part of the local culture here in this particular card room to have 3x or 4x opens, as I have seen it from quite a lot of Romanians.
David Lappin might just call with Queen 7. See a flop, yeah.
Yeah, nice looking cards.
And not that
Quick
big
side
an underdog against Ace King.
Yikes.
Ooh. He warned us that there were going to be spicy hands, and this is going to be one of those. Frederick, top pair, top kicker. David with the second nut flush draw.
Oh.
I imagine he's going to shove. I imagine Lappin. No, he's going to call. Yeah, 7.5k. Check call. Put the ace of hearts there. Ooh! Really, I had no idea. I've been here in the booth.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, no, you haven't left for the last hour and a half. You're just, maybe it's a side effect of being really tired, Frank. We become mildly psychic.
Yeah. One of the common things to happen.
Oh, dear, Frederick.
David with the nuts. Obviously, Frederick still has outs. He can make a full house with any ace or king. There's just 4 of those left in the deck. David is gonna. Is he gonna call again?
I feel like either call or shove works here. I mean, Frederick does have so many aces when he fires the second bullet on that turn that, yeah, I think any bet is good in this spot. It's just what does he think he can make his opponent do? $12K, he's got 52K, 40 behind. So, I mean, he leaves himself with 60% of the river pot if he doesn't shove here. I feel like you're right here. We probably are going to see a shove because it's going to look a bit crazy, I think, to Frederick. And it may look like David is shoving with King Queen, you know, with the Queen of Hearts or... I can't think of any other hands that David could reasonably have for value, and the Queen 7 is, you know, it's one of a million hands that he could have, really. I don't know, maybe it's tougher than I thought. He just went for the flat. If it's not a heart, he's just going to rip the river. Oh, it's...
That spoils it a little bit for David.
It does. That's just ruined David's hands there. There is, if you can hear a weird sort of leprechaun noise in the back. That noise is David shouting, "How bad do I run? 10 of hearts." Yes, you do run pretty bad, Lappin. It did suck, mate. Frederick also hates his life, but at least he won't lose any more chips. I mean, they're almost dead even stacked here. This is a really interesting pot, isn't it? He's got a rip, hasn't he, Lappin? He's got a rip. It'll look ridiculous, but he's got a rip. And just hope that Frederick is sitting there with a Jack of Hearts or 9 of Hearts with his ace. But
or hope he's a non-believer. I mean, that David somehow is bluffing still. I don't see that happening.
It's just so tough, you know. It's sorry, it was close to 80. I thought David only had a 60% pot bet on the river, but it was actually closer to 80% of the pot as it was. So
Frederick hates that 10 on the river, but in fact, he should be very happy with it.
He should be super happy with it. Yeah, he's thinking he's gone from being good on the turn to losing, and it's so hard though to look at that huge pot compared to your stack and say, cool, I'll just flip fold my 2 pair to this aggressive pro player. Yeah, I think he's going to fold. I just don't see how he can make the call.
Well, he hasn't
now.
folded yet. He hasn't folded yet.
No.
He's thinking about it. He doesn't trust David.
No, he doesn't trust David.
He might call. Nope.
No, he just looked a little bit defeated. And I think I don't think it's an easy fold there, honestly, but 40K is 20 big blinds at this point, and it is a playable stack. It is a survivable stack, you know.
The issue is, he knows it's a live stream. He doesn't want to get bluffed in this spot. That's probably what he was thinking. Is David bluffing me here? Am I going to look like an idiot for folding top 2?
Yeah.
No. You made the right laydown, Christopher.
David, somehow, because I know David very well, and somehow I feel like he's more annoyed about that 10 on the river than he was about the cooler flush, honestly.
Or maybe, you know, he's still thinking, oh, maybe I should have check-shoved the turn, you know.
Well, of course, once he sees the ace-king, I mean, he's...
Oh, another big hand.
Yaks for Johanna. Do you like how I did the Swedish J there? Yeah, you appreciated that.
Great, yeah.
Oh, dear. And Marius is trouble, Johan. He doesn't need to have the best hand to win pots. And you've got the death hooks.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I was going to say I think we would see him call, but and then I thought he was looking at raise there. No, just the call. Okay. Johan, with the sort of time for me to go to bed yawn, always works wonders.
David, not much for him there. Some backdoors, of course. Johan still with the best hand. No overcards. Marius probably not too happy with that flop. Really needed an 8.
Yeah, I think with David behind, we'll probably see Marius not taking certainly any further aggression here. He may think he's still good though. You know, there are a lot of overcards, aces in Johan's range. I don't think we see him raising here because of Lapin.
Issue is that David's range is pretty strong, I feel, when someone's calling from the small blind.
Yeah, I would agree if he's called out of the small blinds, but it also, you know, can be reasonably wide. These, if they've played with him all day, they will have seen him sort of really shuffle up his spots. So
He folds.
yeah,
It wasn't too expensive, but lays it down. Jacks versus 8s to the turn.
it's just not many cards on the turn for David. I think he did have to get out of there. Fair play to him. Interested in Marius's approach the now, because that 5 is actually problematic for Marius. Just makes him feel a little bit more comfortable with his hands, and he is completely crushed in. It's not that it's in a covert way. It's just that Johan can still have so many Broadway cards. Might be in Johan's interest to actually try a little bit of a check here, because he's not a super big stack, and he can check turn, and he has just over pot on the river. Given that SPR and how he is dominating almost all of Marius here, I quite like a check, to be honest.
He's gonna bet it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, would we expect him to be doing that with Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, even Ace 10? You know, maybe Ace 10 you might, but I think that's going to send a little alert to Marius. Why is he double-barreled here? There we go.
Very good fold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I think Johan should have allowed Marius, a very aggressive player, good, strong, aggressive player with a big stack, a little bit more rope to trip over there.
Last 3 hands of the night.
Last 3 hands, Frank, we've made it through the day.
We're not there yet.
Oh no, they're thinking about last 3 hands. We're all thinking about last 3 hands. So guys, we are walking gently towards the close of the stream here on the Unibet Poker Twitch stream. We will be going live tomorrow with your primary commentator, Frank Obdevoort, sometime around 16:30 EET. We will be kicking live on Twitch, YouTube, and we will be running some free rolls again tomorrow for our esteemed viewers. You tippity tap that follow button on Twitch now. You will receive a notification when we do go live, and you can also follow us on Twitter in 2 places, at Unibet Open and at Unibet Poker.
Frederick, short stack, 2 queens, last couple hands of the night, small blind.
Here we go. Frederick is definitely wanting to see his stack across the line in this pot.
I think I would have just shoved, but
It makes your opponent's decision a lot easier, doesn't it? You know, that's yeah, I'd definitely be c-betting here. In theory, it should be Johan's range that is dominating this flop, so I'm definitely c-betting.
2 more hands.
And hoping he thinks I'm light.
Johan doesn't connect at all with this flop.
10 hands. We have not played more than 10 hands in 1 hour.
Yeah, I feel guilty. I feel bad for Frederick there. There was no story, nothing for his opponent, nothing to turn his queens into a valuable gold mine.
Yeah.
This takes longer anyway because it's calling of all the action. You usually get about, probably out on the floor, you get about 23 per hour. I think usually on the future tables it's about 20.
23 hands per hour.
I wonder, I don't know if he provided any logic to that.
I think that's optimistic, usually, for a live game.
Yeah, it's about a hand every 5 minutes. I would agree with you. That's on the speedier side, but actually I found the
23
action
is
reasonably
three,
fast here.
3 minutes a hand, right? 60 divided by 23.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's no way. You're right.
No,
Yeah.
no, not the average hand, no. So, I don't think Lapin is tired as well.
Yeah. Well, I just thought there were 100 minutes in an hour, Frank. So
you're tired as well.
yes, it's been a long day, my friend. I was moving furniture in my pajamas at 7:30 this morning.
Why was that? Just for the fun of
We
it?
just needed to move some tables to make
Okay.
room for this fantastic stream, and I thought I could sneak down for breakfast in my pajamas and no one would notice. I was terribly, terribly wrong.
Christopher. Not a huge stack anymore. Dennis. Also a short stack. Denise. Well,
Gutters all round.
both have a gut shot, yeah. Christopher, back to our royal flush draw.
Oh my goodness. Is that just a cheeky little bet there from Dennis?
In-bet.
I think that's brilliant. I was about to kind of criticise him for it, but it's actually such a tiny little bet. I kind of like it.
These folds, I mean... Oh, no, he calls. Still hoping for that deuce. We have a turn by now. There it is. Jack of diamonds. Pairing the board. Wouldn't surprise me if this went check, check. Yeah, there it is. 3 on the river. Ha ha! Denise finds a pair on the river. Oh, and he bets it.
Wow. He
All
just
in
rips it. I
for
mean,
16k.
why not? The check, check turn.
And the fold. I think we're heading to the last hand of the level
This
of the
is
day.
the last hand of the day. Well, well.
I think so.
I figured I was kind of between two plans. I thought I could like do kind of a fake flop bet, but then I also thought a lot of your turn barrels might have a heart, so I have like Jack of Hearts being the obvious one. You might have a nice Jack of Hearts. I thought that was my best chance then to get the lot. It would be very hard for you to fold Jack of Hearts. Even nine
David
Jack of Hearts.
discussing the hand where he had the flush against top 2.
I knew that tilted him. I knew it tilted him more. The 10 on the river tilted him more than the hand he actually lost.
Christopher, Queen Jack under the gun. Yeah, that ends up in the muck.
Yeah, he looks a bit annoyed there, doesn't he? Maybe he's maybe just misreading his face. Probably just a bit tired. And yeah, let's go. Let's get these last hands out and let me go to my bed or to my bar, whichever they want.
Sebastian, the short stack, one of the shorter stacks, Queen 9 suited min races. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to admire the min raise off a 15 big blind stack. not something I've got the balls to do myself with that level of hand. I
It
would
actually
say.
looks quite strong. Well, yeah.
I mean, it does. I'm just not sure about the Queen 9 as the
No.
candidate. I feel like lower suited connectors would be the balance for your strong hands more than Queen 9. But maybe not. I mean,
Marius, the big stack, joins the party with Jack 5 off.
just for our listeners, the moment Frank said the word party, it appeared somebody turned on some disco lights just then. It was an interesting moment.
Well, Johan and Marius hit a jack.
Yeah, so Jack on Jack crime, this stuff, my word.
Sebastian missed completely. Outside of a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And the live queen, but I imagine he's gonna give up. Johan is gonna bet it.
Yeah, I think Johan would be extremely remiss not to be betting this flop. And in this case, I do think we will see a call from Marius. I don't see how he...
Oh, check, check. This Marius hitting a 5 on the river.
Yeah, brutal days, brutal days.
Making 3 pair. Johan. This gentleman is not in the hand anymore, by the way. He's counting his chips for the end of the day. Johan got unlucky there on the river. I think it's a bet of 15k, yeah?
Yeah, and I think Johan is probably calling here quite a lot. I mean, it's an odd one, right? Because Marius can have some bluffs.
He can have some
also
deuces.
have some value worse
Yeah.
jacks. He can have some deuces, yeah. But yeah, he got the call from the Kojak, and I think that was expected. I certainly wouldn't be laying that down myself. I'd just maybe be giving the dealer the side eye for that river 5, because obviously they control the cards. Okay, guys, we are now at the end of today's stream, and we will see you tomorrow in day 2 of the Unibet Open Bucharest. I'm Kat Arnsby, and I'll hand you over to your primary commentator, Frank Opdeword, for his goodbye.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us on the stream of the Unibet Open Bucharest 2023. Day 1B is in the books. Tomorrow, back in action for day 2 of this marvelous event from the Marriott in capital of Romania.
Boom. What a day, Frank. See you tomorrow.